Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable, see playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. What are you talking about? The gate difficulty is being adjusted to 7-star. The collecting crew that entered 24 hours later than the search team was shocked at the sudden turn of events. They knew that adjusting to 7-star could only mean one thing. An otherworld god appeared. Why here? Even though this dungeon had been unclosed, its magic power had continually been calculated. That was why it had remained 4-star for 10 years, and people regularly entered the dungeon to confirm its safety. If it was judged to be too dangerous, the entrance of the collecting crew would have been postponed, and the search team would have been strengthened. However, the situation had suddenly turned grave. Of course, the search team ahead of the collecting crew wasn't weak. There were 3 S-rank players among them, and the rest were some of the strongest A-rank players. They were a force that could close any unclosed gate no matter where they were tossed, but the problem was that in front of an otherworld god, it was all futile. It was an otherworld god. As humans, dealing with it was impossible. A part of an otherworld god's vestige had manifested in southern Africa, but the land had become a land of the dead where no living creatures would survive. The collecting team stops here. Scouters, check the path headed back toward the gate. Captain Wu Sung-hyeon speedily attempted to secure an escape route amid the confusion, as if proving that his experience in his field hadn't been for nothing. However, the gate has disappeared. What? They're saying the gate can't be found. A player communicating with the scouting team through radio reported with a pale face, leading to widespread panic among the collecting team. Damn it, was it a gate cancellation? Gate cancellation was the phenomenon of the door to Earth completely vanishing. It was a rare occurrence for the dimensional path that connected Earth and the dungeon to be distorted and lead to the entire gate disappearing. In these cases, there was only one way to escape. We're gonna have to wait for the search team to quickly clear the trial. But with the appearance of the otherworld god, it was almost impossible for the search team to safely complete the trial without getting caught by the creature. And no way. Min Young. Wah, my Min Young is gonna be left alone. Mom, Dad, the collectors all collapsed to the floor and began to cry. They had pretty much lost their home to return to. Wu Sung-hyeon, who should have been comforting them, seemed out of it as well. Swish. It was why none of them saw Kim Bum-seong quietly disappear in the air. Hidden Quest Black King's Dream. Description. The Black King has been asleep since an inconceivably long time ago. He has silently watched through his dream what is happening in the universe. Then, one day, the Black King successfully found a way to wake up, and he blessed an unidentifiable being for this means of escape and ego. His long slumber continued, and after tussling about and talking in his sleep, he slowly prepared to awake. But unfortunately, he failed to completely escape from the dream, and is currently unable to wake up from the illusion. Now, search for the ego of the Black King that is deep in slumber somewhere around this area, and help his illusion transform into a lucid dream. Conditions for success. 1. Find the deeply sleeping ego of the Black King. 2. You must wake the ego from its heavy slumber. However, the ego is surrounded by unknown defense traps, so be careful. 3. You must complete a faint lucid dream. Warnings. 1. Darkness is very deep. The sleep has the property of easily influencing others. Take caution not to fall asleep next to the ego. 2. There is currently a being attempting to find the ego before you. If the being finds the ego first, the ego's condition may change. Qualifications. Time limit. Until the destruction of the gate. Rewards. 1, 2, plus. I'm certain. This definitely means Uncle is around here. While dashing through the forest, Sesha forced herself to take deep breaths to calm herself down. As Laplace said, she was really able to confirm that Yi and Wu was here. Open corner bracket oh ha ha ha. That's why I told you several times. My master is definitely here. Laplace giggled as if he had been the one to make the discovery. Sesha could see her shadow shaking. And we have a pathfinder on top of that. We failed every time, but things are going smoothly now. The pathfinder Laplace spoke about was the otherworld god flying high up in the sky. It was a grayish creature with features that resembled a stingray. Tens of what seemed to be his eyes rolled around, searching the ground. It was ghastly. Players who had weak stomachs had gone into spasms just seeing pictures of the otherworld gods. However, Sesha wasn't too affected. She had spent such a long time with a muscled bunny skinhead, so she took the otherworld god's appearance with ease. Open corner bracket. It seems to be chasing after traces of chaos. What a useful radar. After we find Master, we can go ahead and stab it in the back. Thinking Laplace treated stabbing others in the back like it was nothing made Sesha laugh. The song she had sung with Shannon when she was young had suddenly popped up in her head. However, she buried the memories and asked in a serious voice. But do you think it'll be easy? It seems as strong as an outer god. Open corner bracket. You must have forgotten. Single quote question mark single quote. Open corner bracket. I'm Laplace. One of the 8 gods of disorder who succeeded the Lord of the Pole. And I'm also the king of the demonic sea. Something like that can easily be taken care of with my cute and sweet punch. But that's before you were nerfed. Naturally, the farther away and longer apart a familiar was from its owner, nothing good would come of it. It meant the familiar would be apart from their origin of power, and they had less time to recuperate. That was Laplace's case. Unless it was Yian Wu's territory, there were limits to Laplace roaming around freely with a spirit body. Moreover, this place had an entirely different environment from the demonic sea, Laplace's birthplace, and the night. There would also be limits to how much he could recover his used strength. It was why Laplace hadn't been able to leave with Cha Jungwoo despite his power and remained on Earth in Sesha's shadow. He required a significant amount of power just to stay manifested, so he needed to use the least of his power as possible. Open corner bracket. Then I need to add my lovely bunny tackle to the mix. Ha ha ha. However, Laplace just smiled mischievously as if he wasn't worried. He must have some plan. Sesha didn't bother digging into Laplace about it. Right now, she was busy enough focusing on chasing the otherworld god without getting caught. But it wasn't easy. Poison has been sensed. Poison has been sensed. With the help of familiar, Laplace, the power, formless poison, has been activated to neutralize the poison. The currently sensed poison is. You have gained resistance too. The poisonous air is becoming thicker. The poison in the air had been particularly severe. The further Sesha went into the forest, the thicker it became. She was free from the poison with Laplace's help, but the other search team members would all be annihilated from the thick air. And my feet are sinking deeper as I go. Is there a swamp nearby? Now that Sesha thought about it, there was something about a swamp in the dungeon's name. With that in consideration, it seemed she was getting closer to her destination. Kruru. Just then, the flying otherworld god suddenly stopped. Sesha quickly hid behind a nearby large tree and pulled up her shadow to her nose. Laplace's energy erased her presence that was already well hidden. It's a swamp. Beyond tall thorn trees was a vast swamp that Sesha could see no end. No, could she call that a swamp? It had a thicker blackness than darkness. Bubbles simmered on the surface and waves swelled, spraying vapor in the air. She felt dizzy and nauseous just by looking at it from far away. What is that? You are the first to have discovered the swamp of darkness. You have made the first achievement. The blessing of the rune, baptism of darkness, is given. Although Sesha had received the reward for first achievement, that was only given to those who made outstanding accomplishments, like in the Hall of Fame, she wasn't able to pay attention to it. Open corner bracket. Ohahaha. It seems we've come to a more fundamental place than what we thought. What does that mean? Open corner bracket. I'm not sure, but I heard the first king talk about it in passing. There are remnants of dream, in a place where darkness faded, light was created, and the world began. I think this is it. And that means, open corner bracket, Master is probably somewhere over there. If Master really fought with the Black King's other identities and won, becoming the ego, he'll be there. If he didn't, open corner bracket, if he didn't, we'll all be jumping into the end of things. Single quote, open corner bracket. But I don't think you need to worry too much. There's no better backstabber than Master. He probably stabbed all the other demonisms of the Black King and will wake up. Laplace smiled widely with amusement. Sesha's shadow shook. All right, then should we prepare to backstab? Just when Laplace was attempting to manifest, long sad cries rang out. This place, where, father, but, weak, only, ego, left. Suddenly, pockets of darkness were made in the air and small otherworld gods began to appear. A few of them even rose from the swamp. The eyes that flashed between their squirming tentacles were grisly to see. A part of Night Nox has descended. Open corner bracket, is what I was going to do, but I think we should strategically retreat for a while, Laplace muttered as he trailed off. He seemed nervous, which was unlike him. There were a total of 5 otherworld gods that appeared in the swamp. 3 of them seemed like lower-level gods, but the other 2 weren't weak at all. It was a burdensome force for the nerfed Laplace to face head-on. But I can't go back. Sesha bit her lower lip and planned to aim for their weaknesses. She desperately wanted to go back and return with her uncle's subordinates and her dad, but it was likely she'd lose her uncle's whereabouts. Additionally, the quest window said if the otherworld gods took her uncle first, it could result in a change for the worse. Can I get through them? However, Sesha wasn't confident. She wasn't anywhere near transcending or exuviating. If at the very least her mom Ananta was here, she wouldn't be as worried. While concern flashed through her head, the otherworld gods had some kind of conversation and began to gather and project their holy power into the swamp. Before day comes, finish, hurry, do. The entire dungeon began to quake. The sticky swamp swelled in waves that tossed in all directions and slowly revealed something through its open surface. The moment Sesha saw what it was, she almost shouted, "Uncle!" It was Yian Wu, deep in sleep with black-red wings surrounding his body. However, he was inside of a firm-looking crystal, so he looked as if he was dead. But his face was exactly the same as when Sesha last saw him 10 years ago. Her dad, mom, and the familiar had all changed over the years, but Yian Wu alone seemed to be frozen in time. Open corner bracket, get yourself together, miss. Things are gonna be bad if you get caught. Sesha was able to rein in her shaking presence with Laplace's warning. Unlike Sesha, the otherworld gods were still searching the area, seemingly looking for something else despite having found Yian Wu's soul. Find, later, day, move, alright, this, place, explode. The otherworld god that looked like a stingray spread its tentacles and wrapped them around the crystal that held Yian Wu. At this rate, it appeared they'd lose Yian Wu to the otherworld gods, so Sesha had no choice but to move to action with Laplace immediately. In a single stroke, I have to cut the tentacles and take Uncle. The skill, Draconic Eyes, searches for imperfections. With her draconic eyes wide open, Sesha was searching for an appropriate timing, when Big Mountain and Kill King suddenly came running toward her urgently. Miss Cha, be careful, we'll rescue you. Open corner bracket, damn it, why now? Laplace wanted to kill the frustrating players, but the otherworld gods had already turned toward where Sesha was. Being, insects, dare. Thousands of tentacles shot toward Sesha. Whoosh. At that moment, the shadow protecting Sesha soared up and deflected the tentacles. Simultaneously, Laplace appeared and slapped the god at the very front with his giant hand. Open corner bracket, very adorable bunny thwack. Boom. Shockwaves that shook the swamp of darkness rippled in the air. Crash. The otherworld gods shot their gathered holy power toward Sesha. Sharp winds fell from the sky like rain. Part of the splashing swamp mixed with the wind and the smell became more acrid. Sesha wasn't able to avoid it because storms of fire and ice were coming at her from other directions. She quickly formed a barrier, but it was only a candle in front of the wind with all those powers. She squeezed her eyes and called for the person who had always saved her from danger. Uncle. The moment his niece's desperate voice rang in the air, the crystal holding Yian Wu began to crack. Crack. With the sound of glass splitting, the crystal exploded. Crash. Just how much time had he spent in this dark world? 100 years. 200. Yian Wu had given up counting after some time. Time in darkness flowed differently from time outside anyway. The wheels that moved the darkness and the outside were completely different. Still, one thing Yian Wu was sure of was that an immeasurable amount of time that most divine beings probably couldn't endure had passed. The domain of fight flares. The domain of death quickly winds the 2 springs. The trait, intense light, pushes away the darkness. If it wasn't for his newly created trait, Yian Wu wouldn't have been able to continue radiating light. This was darkness, filled with blackness that swallowed all. Open hollow corner bracket, son. You can rest if you want. Leave the rest to me. Kronos had once said to Yian Wu. It was a relief that he wasn't alone in this dark world. His father encouraged him and made conversation with him whenever he was feeling worn out, so Yian Wu felt vitalized. Open hollow corner bracket, I feel this whenever I see you, but humans are truly interesting. How can they continue to fight like this? What's holding you up? The crawling chaos never participated in Yi and Wu's battles with the demonisms and was always a step away. He wasn't Yi and Wu's familiar, so he had no need to interfere. Even if Yi and Wu forced him into becoming a familiar, he would have tried to get out of it somehow anyway. All the crawling chaos needed was amusement to satisfy his curiosity. From his perspective, Yi and Wu was the best research subject that he'd ever seen. Love for family, or heroism, I don't understand. Is it something that creatures like us will never get, or are those feelings you can't help but have because you're mortal? The crawling chaos always sought the most efficient solution, so Yi and Wu's challenge just seemed futile to him. He wondered why Yi and Wu dared to attempt to become the Great Father's ego. No matter how dim-witted the Black King was, that was only due to his colossal body and greedy temperament that even the outer gods couldn't understand. Becoming the core of a being who considered universes and dimensions as a simple dream, wanting to become a creature who treated the Emperor level beneath him, it was something even the crawling chaos didn't dare try. However, Yi and Wu was slowly taking the flag of victory in this futile challenge. So the crawling chaos had asked Yi and Wu again and again what it was that moved him. What was it that pushed Yi and Wu this far? Shut up. Yi and Wu wiped his mouth as he coughed blood. You're distracting. That was his answer. Open hollow corner bracket I see. There's no specific reason, is that it? The crawling chaos contemplated Yi and Wu's attitude for a while and came to that conclusion. A satisfied smile was on his face. This was the first time he had expressed emotion. It seemed he'd become assimilated to Yi and Wu's emotions during their time together. Fine, a good answer. If you're just doing what you wish and that means fighting with the dim-witted father, I should give you something back. Whoosh. With that, the crawling chaos released himself. He transformed into his original shape, a clump of vestiges, and scattered into the darkness. Since he had received an answer that satisfied his curiosity, he didn't need to maintain his ego anymore. He didn't feel the need to watch the result of Yi and Wu's battle either. He could tell how it was going to end. Instead, he gave Yi and Wu another gift, secrets of the demonisms. Dim-witted father, please lead me into your dream and trounce the beings that took my wife and children from me. There was a person who lived his entire life as a herb gatherer in a mountain. His family barely got by with the herbs he dug up for entire days on the mountain, but he was always happy. It was because he had a beautiful wife and adorable children. Then, one day, when he returned contentedly after filling up his basket with herbs, he learned that all his children were dead, and his wife had been taken somewhere. He went down to the village to ask, and after 1 year, he found out that the lord of the manor who had come to sightsee the mountain had fallen for his wife's beauty and kidnapped her. The man protested in front of the manor to have his wife back and visited the capital to plead his unfair case, but no one listened to the words of a mountain bumpkin. Why are the secrets still hidden? Dim-witted father, please listen to me. Where is the end of this world? There was a magician who experimented for over 200 years to uncover the secrets of the world. It was the mission from generations ago of magicians who shared his ideals. However, he wasn't able to learn anything. No one listened to him. Father, as you said, I see we had no choice but for things to end this way. Do I have to be defeated like this? Father, I resent you. A chancellor who desperately wished for his parents' affection and tirelessly attempted to receive their acknowledgement tossed himself off a bridge upon realizing he was only a means for his parents to obtain power. A soldier was taken to war, leaving behind a lover he promised a future with, and only returned as a prisoner of war after 20 years. A knight who spent his entire life learning the sword eventually became a master, but he was taken to the gallows due to the envy of the lord he served. Yi and Wu watched all their lives. In some cases, he possessed people and experienced their lives for himself. He became them, and he saw the world through their eyes. He thought according to their mind. Then, when multiple dreams passed, he felt an emptiness in his heart. Do you understand our pain? This world is filled with imperfections. No matter how many times you are awakened from a dream, the same world will repeat. You were also born with bad luck like us, and your shoulders are burdened by your fate. Can you be free from it? Demonisms were condensed regrets and sadness. They were what was left behind by those who wearily cried in the worlds that didn't exist anymore and received the care of the dim-witted father. There might have been some reason why Yi and Wu was chosen as one of them. However, Yi and Wu continued to fight, defeat, and swallow them. He understood, experienced, and assimilated with them. Whoosh! Sky wings react to the philosopher's stone, superbia gula luxuria, and blazes. I see. Is that your answer? That might be better than a half-hearted consolation. Hee hee. Keek. How impudent. A mere human. Perhaps it was due to this that the demonisms were split into two groups, one that supported Yi and Wu and one that was hostile toward him. The group that supported him was composed of demonisms who believed Yi and Wu could rightfully rule them, while the hostile group had those who looked down on him and wanted to make him like them. They were also the ones who despised being pitied. Naturally, there were way more of the latter, so Yi and Wu continued his isolated fight. Now, although alone, it was a nearly equal battle. Uncle. Then, Yi and Wu heard it. It was a voice that pierced through the world of him and the demonisms. It had been so long that he almost didn't remember it. He had a hard time recalling the voice's owner, but that made the voice sound more clear to him. Sesha. My one and only niece. Are you leaving? Yi and Wu turned back. There was a demonism that was significantly smaller than the other demonisms. He was the head of all the demonisms. This was the demonism that almost succeeded in killing him in the past. Yi and Wu started calling this particular demonism sage from some time. There was no particular meaning to it. The demonism just happened to speak like a sage. From some point, Yi and Wu's battle with the demonisms ended with a fight against Sage. Yi and Wu thought if he completely defeated Sage, he could become the Black King's real ego. In other words, Sage was the final gate. Of course, Sage didn't hand over his life so easily. What was ironic was that although Sage blocked all of Yi and Wu's attacks and occasionally showed a threatening strength, he usually had a light demeanor that made it hard to tell if he was friendly or hostile. So Yi and Wu gave up on trying to understand him. Instead, they sometimes paused from their bloody battles and talked. They were able to learn many things about each other and discovered neither of them was willing to back up. Sage wanted the dream to end, while Yi and Wu wanted the dream to continue. However, that was why they became what could be called friends, even now. Sage asked Yi and Wu if he was leaving based on his reaction, and Yi and Wu just silently nodded. Sage could only release letters, but he sounded as if he was laughing. Hoo, you still haven't understood us completely yet. There are some who don't acknowledge you. But is that okay? If you leave like this, the beings left behind will be furious. This fight won't end anyway, not until I'm done swallowing you all. Even if I leave here, the battle will continue in some part of my subconscious endlessly. That's true. There's something more important than that, isn't there? Yi and Wu's eyes flashed sharper than ever. The matter of whether I can keep you all off. Oh ho, you're confident. You think you can, somewhat. All I have to do is break this abyss-like egg, right? Yi and Wu ignored the sage and the other demonisms surrounding him like any other time and looked up. To be frank, he couldn't tell if he was really looking up, because a sense of direction wasn't needed here. However, he needed something important right now, an escape route. You spoke as if you were going to fade away with us in here. I guess you won't. I changed my mind. I'm going to stay with my family a bit longer. Let's finish our fight then. Our conversation, the understanding we have, it's not something that can be cut off so easily. I suppose this is fine too. Yi and Wu got the impression Sage was smiling, even though he couldn't see his face. Alright, come back after enjoying the dream some more, other me. But keep in mind, as I told you again and again, as long as the dream continues, you won't be set free from your bad luck and fate. You might want to end this dream with your own hands someday. Yi and Wu scoffed. Sorry, but that's not gonna happen. At that moment, the world around Yi and Wu began to spin rapidly. It was evidence that he possessed claim on more than half of this deep darkness. The paused spring of time is activated. The paused exuviation resumes. 99.8, 99.9%, 100%. Exuviation is complete. You have completed the 7th step, Dragon Body Awakening. Current status, Black God. You have failed to transcend due to an unknown reason. The unknown reason was probably because Yi and Wu hadn't swallowed the final gate, Sage, yet. However, this was sufficient for Yi and Wu right now. He escaped from the darkness he thought he'd never be free from, and extending the dream by a little more was a feat great enough. Crack. Suddenly, cracks began to spread in the darkness as the spring of time spun. Between the cracks, bright light peeked in. It was reminiscent of a bird breaking out of its egg. It was transcension. The egg of darkness that had been binding Yi and Wu all this time was broken. And when Yi and Wu gathered his strength, the darkness exploded and the pitch-black world disappeared. Crash. Uncle. Between pieces of the dispersing crystal, Yi and Wu could see his niece calling him anxiously from far away. She was all grown up into a lady now, but he recognized her immediately. She takes after her father quite a bit. Crash! Wu thrust his right hand down with all his strength, and black-red sword thunder bolted down, tearing apart all the hindrances that blocked him from his niece. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. The players who were watching the situation, including Wei Chen, Big Mountain and Daniel, Kill King, and the players who had just arrived at the scene all turned pale as if their faces had been drained of all blood. For a moment, they wondered if they had seen something wrong. Sesha Cha So-young was famous for being proud and not smiling often. Amongst the world of players, there were only a few who were close to her. She publicly drew a line with all other players and made sure that they never crossed it. However, she maintained a good public image due to her active participation in charity events and volunteer work. Additionally, she had a beautiful appearance that would probably never be seen again in anyone's lifetime, often being compared to the great actress Audrey Hepburn, who had a beautiful heart that matched her physical beauty. Thus, it was shocking to see such a So-young run into the group of otherworld gods and shout out, "Uncle." At first, everyone wondered what her words meant. Uncle. It was widely known that Cha So-young's uncle had disappeared 10 years ago, on the day of the beginning. That was the reason why she had appeared in various gatherings and associations that looked for missing people after the appearance of the gates. It was also the reason she was leading this event. Her long-lost uncle. Was she able to miraculously find her uncle like how the other returnees found their missing persons? Or was it that she just instinctively called for him because of the situation? Though the exact reason was unknown, it did not really matter. Suddenly, the crystal that the otherworld gods had gathered around broke. Black and red lightning bolts soon fell one after another. This sudden change of events came as a great shock to the players. Since the opening of the gates, the players had been through countless different situations. Although they were used to seeing nonsensical phenomena, the destructive power of these lightning bolts was something beyond their comprehension. Soon the surrounding forest, made up of sturdy trees that seemed unbreakable, was ripped apart. The otherworld gods were soon riddled with holes and looked like Swiss cheese. Their tattered body parts scattered into the air. Even the gods and demons of the world, who claimed to protect humans, were reluctant to bump into even one of these otherworld gods. However, they had been dispatched with such ease. Warning: you are now in the most dangerous zone. You are strongly advised to escape the area. Warning: you are being exposed to the most dangerous powers. We strongly recommend that you leave the area as soon as possible. Warning: you are. Urgent system messages were rapidly appearing in every player's retina. The players amounted to nothing in this place, so they were advised to run away without looking back if they wanted to survive. However, the players were all already in a state of shock after seeing the effects of the Sword Thunder strike. Moreover, even after the Sword Thunder's main strike had scattered, the thick stench of burning, the cindering caused by the sparks left behind by the Sword Thunder strike, and the air that was so hot and sticky that it took one's breath away had taken all the strength out of the players' legs. The players felt that they might instantly be vaporized if they moved and made the other aware of their presence. Furthermore, Daniel, an apostle of Vayu, a god in Diva, received a completely new type of message. Message has arrived from Vayu. Message: how the hell is he here? Since becoming Vayu's apostle, Daniel had always been protected from danger by his god. Thus, for Daniel, Vayu was like a vast, omnipotent, and unreachable sky. However, at this moment, Daniel could feel the tension through the channel that connected him to Vayu. Beyond that, Daniel also picked up on the embarrassment and fear that permeated deeply in Vayu's voice. A message has arrived from Vayu. Message: my child, hurry, you need to get out of there. Wake up, hurry up and leave. My God, why are you saying such things? Who is that person? Daniel could not help but be stunned by his god's reaction. Daniel could not understand why Vayu was showing such an intense emotional reaction. When the otherworld gods had appeared, Vayu had confidently stated that Daniel would be protected, and Daniel was told by Vayu that he could go ahead and save So-young if he wanted. Moreover, Vayu was one of the most prominent beings in the heavenly world, to the extent that Vayu even possessed the nickname, Heavenly Wind. Additionally, Vayu was also one of the 8 great gods that represented the godly society of Diva. This was why Daniel was able to become one of the strongest amongst all human beings. Daniel narrowed his eyes. True to his title as the Kill King, he had excellent eyesight, so he could accurately recognize what his opponent was doing even from a great distance. Daniel could see that the being who had caused such a commotion was male, had black hair, and had black eyes. Even the clothes he was wearing were black, but there was nothing else that stood out. He looked like a typical Northeastern Asian male. The being did not have the aura of intimidation that gods and demons had, and he did not have the overwhelming presence of power that the top players would normally give off. He just looked like a relatively handsome ordinary human. Then why? A message has arrived from Vayu. Message. WW, what are you doing right now? I said run. If you happen to get caught by him. Though Vayu had nervously shouted in the channel to prevent Daniel from doing anything stupid. The dark-haired man, Yin Wu, turned his gaze towards Daniel. Yin Wu and Daniel's eyes met. At that moment, Daniel thought his heart had stopped beating. If it was not for his open channel with Vayu, Daniel would have thought that he had already died from shock. Just by making eye contact, Daniel felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss that seemed to exist within the other's eyes. Daniel felt that the mysterious man was slowly eating his soul. The instinctive fear that all living beings possessed inevitably reared its head within Daniel. It was a primal emotion that Daniel had no choice but to feel when confronted with the concept of death itself. The difference in their power level was so great that one would never consider the other a fellow human being. Arg! Daniel screamed as his complexion turned white. Daniel turned around and started aimlessly running like a headless chicken. Kill King, calm down, Daniel, why are you acting like this? The other players shouted out to Daniel, not understanding his behavior, but Daniel did not heed their calls. A message has arrived from Vayu. Message. My child, calm down. Get out of my way. Though Vayu tried to calm Daniel down, Daniel, who had already gone half mad from fright, drew his sword and started swinging it around haphazardly at the people who stood in his way. At that moment, stop moving. At the sound of a low voice, Daniel's actions suddenly stopped. The voice was very quiet, but strangely, it stuck right in everyone's ear. There was a power in the voice that could not be resisted, so Daniel and the other players suddenly stopped as if time itself had stopped. Even Vayu, who was connected by the channel. A message has arrived from Vayu. Message. I guess you're fucked. Vayu's deep sigh was the last thing that reached Daniel's ears. Open corner bracket. This is so exhilarating and stimulating for Laplace. Master, please lay down an even bigger, thicker, and more exhilarating punishment. How did you know? Open hollow corner bracket. How did you know? Kim Bum-sung's voice and a low-pitched voice overlapped, resounding outward. A dark blue shadow formed behind Bum-sung. Both of Bum-sung's eyes glistened with a bright blue hue as if they were made from jasper. It was Kim Bum-sung. To be more precise, Zeus, the god Kim Bum-sung worshipped and served, had temporarily descended into Bum-sung's body. In terms of ancestry, Zeus was technically Yin Wu's older brother, but in terms of emotional and mental development, it was difficult for Yin Wu to consider Zeus an older brother. Yin Wu somehow felt that Zeus had considerably changed since their last meeting. Even though Zeus was using an apostle as a medium, the aura emanating from Bum-sung was tremendous. Just as Yin Wu devoured numerous demonisms to become the main ego of the Black King and successfully exuviated, it seemed that Zeus had also undergone a dramatic change. Yin Wu felt that he could guess what Zeus had been up to during that time. If I can't even recognize those who enter my territory, all my hard work would have been all for naught, no. Well, that sounds about right. Open hollow corner bracket. Well, that sounds about right. Zeus followed his words with a chuckle. Sesha was startled by the appearance of an unexpected being, so she naturally hid behind Yin Wu's back. As if to protect her, fragments of Yin Wu's sword came up and slowly assembled. The fragments eventually took on a human form, Kronos. Unlike Yin Wu, Kronos looked at Zeus with a slightly depressed face. Open hollow corner bracket. Zeus, what are you doing here? What's wrong, father? This son came to see his father, his youngest brother, and his niece. Why the long face? Open hollow corner bracket. What's wrong, father? This son close hollow corner bracket. The voices, which had been separated into two, gradually merged into one. Open hollow corner bracket. If someone overhears our conversation, they'd think close hollow corner bracket. Zeus then smirked. Open hollow corner bracket. That I'd come here to kill my younger brother and niece. As soon as Zeus finished stating those words, flash. Zeus sunk down and soon disappeared. Whoosh. Kronos instantly transformed into scythe and was sucked into Yin Wu's grasp. Clash. Yin Wu swung scythe downward. Even though it was a simple clash of blades, Zeus was thrown upwards as a reflective, oscillating wave from the clash shook the entire dungeon. Zeus smiled coldly, twisted his body in the air, and landed on the edge of a stalactite in the distance. His eyes continued to shine brightly as if they were set with different sparkling jewels. Yian-Wu knew at that moment that Zeus was in possession of 2 soulstones instead of 1. He could also sense the innumerable miscellaneous auras swirling within the 2 soulstones. No, Yian-Wu expressed it as miscellaneous, but each bundle of miscellaneous energy was from a supreme god. Only the domains related to creation and heaven were compressed. It was not a source of power that came purely from the cultivation of one's skills. Zeus had gathered power from forced seizure or exploitation, and Yian-Wu knew all too well because he had developed in a similar fashion before. Yian-Wu commented, "What the hell have you been eating all this time?" Open hollow corner bracket. Well, it's hard to say. It wasn't just 1 or 2 things. In fact, you've helped me considerably to become what I am today. I'm very grateful for that. It seems you've devoured many gods. Open hollow corner bracket. Bingo. Seeing Zeus grin, Yian-Wu lightly clicked his tongue. When the tower was crumbling and the world of the tower was collapsing due to the battle between day and night, countless gods and demons had been buried within the tower or perished altogether. They had all been busy trying to run away. However, it seemed that Zeus saw that situation as an opportunity. The general chaos was a great environment for him to raid other divine beings from behind. Zeus took advantage of the chaotic environment to roam through the various godly and demonic societies, and, when the chance presented itself, devoured the divine beings. Clearly, Zeus had devoured to his heart's content. Still, the targets he devoured weren't picked at random. He only devoured the main gods who possessed the qualities related to creation and heaven. He deliberately chose which divine beings to consume. If one devoured a plethora of gods and demons, one could become stronger that much faster. However, by devouring such a wide variety of different properties, there was bound to be a limit of growth one could achieve. Zeus was a figure who had once led Olympus and dragged Kronos down from his throne. Thus, Zeus did not especially lack strength, so there was only one thing Zeus had aimed for, which was the emperor level, a supreme place that divine beings could only reach by transcending. Heaven and creation were 2 domains that symbolized Zeus, so Zeus had handpicked beings that would supplement and bolster these 2 domains. Just like how Yian-Wu had the domain of death, Zeus seemed to want to elevate his domain of creation. And it seemed that Zeus had accomplished what he intended to some extent. The other soulstone, which was embedded in Zeus' other eye, was probably loot obtained in the process. Of course, reaching the emperor level was still not an easy feat. However, this did not mean that Zeus was at a power level that Yian-Wu could easily ignore. Open hollow corner bracket. If everything went according to my original plan, I was going to backstab my beautiful niece before moving on to you. It seems that my original plan won't be coming to fruition. Yian-Wu frowned. Sesha clenched her jaw. Open hollow corner bracket. Sesha, I feel a bit jealous that you're so clingy and showing preference to only one of your uncles. Zeus smiled. Sesha could not look into Zeus' eyes as she trembled uncontrollably. Yian-Wu stood in front of her protectively. He said, I guess there's just one solution. Whoosh. To finish you off here. Rumble. Yian-Wu swung side once more. On the surface, it seemed like a very light movement, but the result was the complete opposite. The sword thunder strikes that left the tip of scythe fell upon the heavens and the earth one after another, constantly striking Zeus. The players watching the unfolding situation were startled by the amazing sight that seemed only possible during the end of the world. They soon felt the power that had been holding them back suddenly disappear, so they all immediately took cover and hid while trembling in fear. Zeus stretched out his hand into the air, paying no attention to the scurrying mere mortals. You're like a little cat hissing at a full-grown tiger. Lightning is my specialty. Before the sword thunder strikes could get to him, they were all blocked. Zeus had generated yellow lightning bolts in his hands and easily swept away the approaching sword thunder strikes. I wonder how loud that tiger's roar will be. Yian-Wu smiled lightly and swung the scythe in succession. Though it was interesting that Zeus was stronger than what Yian-Wu had initially expected, Yian-Wu did not bat an eyelid. If his current attacks did not work, then Yian-Wu would just elevate the power level of his attacks. Whoosh, whoosh. Second extreme and third extreme sword thunder strikes exploded one after another as Yian-Wu continued to lay down his attack. The dungeon exploded. Breaking news. Currently, 3 days have passed since the raid and gathering team, which included Idol, Cha So-young, Big Mountain Wei Chen, and Kill King, Daniel Gunther, disappeared after being swept away by a previously unseen phenomenon. The search team has been keeping an eye out for a gate break. The unclosing gate, a distant swamp area, caused a runaway phenomenon after 2 attack groups and 1 gathering group entered without any signs of abnormal activity. The gate aurora magical field flowing around the gate, which had been stable for the past 10 years, fluctuated greatly, and suddenly, the color of the aurora had quickly changed from red to black. The vividness and sharpness of a gate aurora's color increased with its difficulty level. In other words, black meant extreme difficulty. In particular, the extreme vividness of black that a distant swamp area, exhibited was at a level far beyond a simple black. The shade of black was closer to complete darkness. It had only been seen twice before on Earth, and one of those occurrences led to Africa turning into a land of death within a day. However, this time around, it occurred in Korea, and it also happened to be in the middle of the capital, Seoul. As soon as this news was announced, the Korean stock market plummeted, and all roads leading out of Seoul and Gyeonggi province were filled with vehicles attempting to evacuate the capital. Neighboring countries such as North Korea, China, Japan, and Russia were also keenly monitoring the situation and preparing for any contingency situations that may arise. Hurry up, be vigilant of your surroundings and be careful not to leave anyone behind. What about the players? When the hell are they arriving? Damn it, normally, they pretend to be so powerful and are always on a power trip, but at times like this. While all the frontline units, including the Capital Defense Forces, which were led by the Capital Defense Command, got into position, the ROKUS Combined Command Forces also mobilized and situated themselves in strategic positions rapidly. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon rubbed his eyes hard with his thumb and forefinger as he watched the troops rushing into position and preparing for the gate break. So tiring. Unless one was a player, it was natural that one would not have slept properly for the past 3 days to stand guard and watch the area. Woo Ji-hoon had long ago left active operations. Moreover, not listening to his commanding officer's command in the field, Woo Ji-hoon had been relegated to this valley area in Korea. Essentially, he thought he would be confined to this sort of work for the remainder of his career before retirement. He was content with his seemingly inevitable, uneventful future. Thus, he was naturally annoyed when he was suddenly given a frontline leadership position once again. Perhaps, once the gate break occurred and many monsters poured out, his commanders intended to make him shoulder all the blame. Woo Ji-hoon was very dissatisfied that the military was not acting like the military but like a political vehicle that only considered strategic movement and public perception, but he couldn't do much. He was told that he was the only commander-level officer capable of leading and coordinating in such an urgent situation. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon knew that he would become a political victim. Still, taking charge of this field command gave him a bit of vague longing to atone for his past deficiencies. Sergeant Cha, would the story be different if you were still in the military? Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon always wondered what happened to his sergeant, who had left to retrieve the remains of his brother before suddenly disappearing. In fact, the events of that time were forever etched in Woo Ji-hoon's heart. This was because Woo Ji-hoon knew better than anyone how much pain his subordinate had suffered, thus a scar remained on his heart. The sergeant had been abandoned by his colleagues in the field while carrying out a critical operation and barely survived after being on the verge of death, and even after returning, the sergeant had suffered additional pain, such as losing his lover. Then, when his twin brother, who was said to have gone missing, came back dead, the sergeant must have died inside at that moment. Still, Woo Ji-hoon only thought that he had to comfort his subordinate after he returned to Korea. Woo Ji-hoon had not thought deeply about the entirety of the situation. So, when his subordinate called to say that he was going to apply for immediate discharge, Woo Ji-hoon had only felt anxious about the fact that Saan was disappearing. Looking back now, Woo Ji-hoon felt that he must have been a terrible leader at the time. Thus, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon often reflected on that time. If Sergeant Cha had not gone missing and remained in the military, what would Sergeant Cha be doing right now if he had remained in Korea? Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon had never seen such a talented person in his entire life. The sergeant's cool judgment, excellent reflexes, and excellent motor skills. In retrospect, the sergeant was a person who excelled in talent as a player rather than as military personnel. If that sergeant was here right now, Woo Ji-hoon could not help but wonder if all these confusing situations would have been alleviated. No, it may be an old man's vain delusion to think that one person might be able to stop all these chaotic events in the first place. Woo Ji-hoon was still curious about how the sergeant was living now. Was he living well? Was he starving somewhere out there in the big, wide world? Crack. While Woo Ji-hoon was immersed in various thoughts, his radio transmitter made a crackling noise before a report came through. An attack squad will be deployed soon. It was a common, shared understanding by the US and South Korean government that this gate break should be prevented at all costs. For this reason, special forces had arrived from the United States the night before. Spiral Band was the strongest attack force and the pride of the United States. The group was made up of only S-class players. They were to be deployed after taking a brief break from their travels. In addition, several large multinational corporations and the 9 largest guilds who heard this news expressed their intention to help. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon truly hoped that they succeeded in the attack. Otherwise, he may never be able to set foot in the hometown where he had lived most of his life. After receiving the report that such an attack force would be added, a series of players were preparing to enter the gate with Spiral Band. Gate runaway. A break is suddenly occurring. What do you mean? There's still a limited time of over 4 hours until the break. I don't know. It's currently impossible to measure the value of the magic field emitted by the aurora. Spiral Band. What the hell are they doing? Amid the countless wireless communication messages filled with shrieking astonishment and nervous screams. Break is occurring. 3, 2, boom. The gate exploded. A pillar of fire filled with magic power soared high into the sky, and a flame storm embraced by a cloud of dust spread around the area in an instant. Screams erupted here and there, but the roar of the magic-powered flames was so loud that the screams could not be heard. In the meantime, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon saw 2 huge lightning bolts crackling within the pillar of fire. And among the thunderbolts that boasted different colors, at the very end of the black thunderbolt, Woo Ji-hoon saw a familiar face. Sergeant Cha. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon was certain that the person he saw in front of him was the person he had just been thinking about. The person in question was too far away for Ji-hoon to be sure, but somehow, Ji-hoon had a gut feeling that it was Kane. Unfortunately, the person suddenly disappeared just as quickly as he had appeared. Moreover, Ji-hoon was left with an image of someone being carried in that person's arms. However, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon's thoughts did not last long. Is. Brigadier General, what are your orders? There's always a shockwave hazard once a break happens. Due to the magic pulse field that spread out from the gate break, the radio transmission line was filled with background static, so much so that Ji-hoon had no idea what was being said on the radio transmission line. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon soon regained his senses. The destructiveness and disruption of a gate break were not only confined to the explosion that occurred when a gate broke. The monster wave, a tremendous magic and physical power shockwave, that followed was the largest problem. However, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon was unable to give out any orders to his troops. This was because a roar and explosion came down from the sky. Rumble. Ji-hoon murmured to himself as he watched the black and red lightning bolts and yellow flashes spread across the sky. Why are divine beings? And around that time all players present, including the Spiral Band, received a common message. Warning. Immediately evacuate from your positions. Warning. Beings whose powers are impossible to measure have descended. The system strongly advises you to evacuate. Warning. Escape from your current planet. If you remain, your life cannot be guaranteed. The happiest moment for players on Earth was when they were offered an apostle position from a god or demon. If chosen by a being with superpowers, even an F-class player with little to no talent and growth potential would have his or her fate change overnight. Players would not only be able to receive powerful skills that they could never have dreamt of previously, but they could also gain seemingly absolute power as the leader amongst the followers of their god or demon. However, aside from those positives, the moment that players feared and dreaded the most was meeting gods and demons, directly. Gods were arrogant beings. Demons were eccentric. Both of their natures could not be judged by human standards. That was why apostle-designated players only hoped to receive occasional revelations and oracles from their god or demon. Apostle-designated players were reluctant to have their gods or demons descend for any type of meeting, because the players had no idea what their gods and demons were thinking. If a god or demon were ever to get upset for whatever reason, the player's life would be seen as something as insignificant as a fly. Essentially, the players were worthless in the eyes of the gods and demons. So, when the rare news of the appearance of a god or demon within a gate was heard, the players usually left those gates as an unclosing gate. It might be the god or demon's holy territory, and even if it was just a god or demon who happened to go out on a stroll, there was nothing good that could come out from a player meeting a god or demon face to face. When the aurora of the swamp of the faraway beginning was judged to have an unprecedented black darkness color, this was a major point of concern. The gate break and monster wave were also a problem, but many wondered if there was perhaps a demon within the gate. Since there were gates that specifically stated the nonsensical task of defeating a sealed demon, the players had no choice but to interpret the black darkness aurora of this gate as such. And, in this case, that expectation became a reality. Why you can't measure it? What is this? Wait, did an untouchable appear? On the other hand, the players at the site in the Unified Safety Command Division, which was monitoring the site with various advanced equipment in preparation for a gate break, were also thrown into disarray. This was because of the consecutive warning messages that emerged as a notice to all players. Whatever thing that had appeared was impossible to measure, meaning an untouchable had appeared. Of course, to humans, all gods and demons were untouchable beings, but among them, those who were at the top were classified separately. Supreme gods were beings who enjoyed independence, as they were not affiliated with any heavenly societies. Precisely, these beings possessed the power to turn the Earth back into a protoplanet or particles of dust. For example, representatively, there were supreme gods such as Cernunnos, Vimalasitra, Agaras, and Hermes. Damn it, South America was ravaged due to Vimalasitra's playful activities, so the level of destruction here will be immense. How the hell did these guys appear all at once? Ah, goodness, are they planning to inflict other hardships on us humans on top of those damned gates? Not one but two untouchables appeared at once, so naturally, the Unified Safety Command Division members had no choice but to fall into a state of panic. And the UN Security Administration, which was intently following the developments in Korea with concern due to the Black Darkness Aurora, overheard this breaking news and issued an emergency alert. China, Japan, and Russia, as well as other Southeast Asian countries and the United States across the Pacific, issued military alerts in preparation for fallout events. Hurry! Find out the identities of those two beings, from the divine beings' names to the societies they belong to. Right now. Another urgent message has just arrived. What else? The message reads that Kill King and Big Mountain's attack squads, who were presumed to be dead, have all been found unharmed. What? You're saying they survived that explosion? We are checking the validity of this news as it comes in. If there are survivors, this is something that cannot be overlooked. Don't pass on information to the other intelligence agencies until we can check the status of the survivors. Hurry. While the intelligence agencies of each country were busy moving to accurately determine the identity of the two beings that suddenly appeared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The clash between Yi and Wu and Zeus was reaching its climax. This is a little inconvenient. Yi and Wu frowned slightly as if he did not like how things were progressing. He was sickened by Kim Bum-sung, Zeus, who was smiling triumphantly from a distance. Of course, Yi and Wu could easily tear Zeus apart if he wished. As long as Zeus did not directly descend, Yi and Wu wouldn't face any difficulties with eliminating the figure in front of him. More precisely, even if Yi and Wu were to fight the real Zeus, who now possessed two soul stones, Yi and Wu was confident that he could defeat Zeus easily. For a moment, Yi and Wu thought he should find the real Zeus, break his leg, and throw him in front of his father, who whined and sulked every time he saw Zeus. However, the problem was that Zeus had to be captured. If I just rip his head off, father will feel depressed. In addition, I have to find out what Yvilk has been up to. With Harmonia dead, the only opponent that Yi and Wu had left was Yvilk. The problem was that Yi and Wu had no idea what Yvilki's purpose and inclinations were. There was only one way to gain some clues and figure out where Yvilk was, and that was through Zeus. So, in one way or another, Yi and Wu had to capture Zeus alive. Though it was not important if all Zeus' limbs were cut off, Yi and Wu had to make sure that Zeus' mouth was operational enough to speak. The problem was that Zeus was not the kind of being who could be captured so easily. Of course, Yi and Wu could just ignore all the restrictions, kill Zeus, and use Summon of the Dead, but there was another issue. This isn't a stage. Even if a stage within the tower was destroyed, there was always backed up data in the tower's system to recreate the stage, so a stage could be restored at any time. Hence, when Yi and Wu was in the tower, he did not pay much attention to the havoc he created and just ran wildly, but Earth was a completely different story. What would happen if Yi and Wu released his true power here? Everything would cease to exist. Thus, at the moment, Yi and Wu was a little sensitive. Moreover, all the activities that were already taking place on Earth, the activities of all living things, including humans, were all transmitted to him as cognitive information in real time. It was clear that the commotion caused by Yi Wu's appearance was already troublesome, and if a couple of countries were to be blown away by mistake, his sudden appearance would not end as just a nuisance. And if Yi Wu went a bit too far, Earth itself could turn to dust. Of course, Yi Wu did not have any special feelings for Earth. Even so, Earth was still his hometown. Furthermore, it's also the place where Relia is buried. I'm not sure what will happen if I instigate it unknowingly. Seeing Zeus as soon as he awakened was annoying, but Yi Wu felt further annoyed by the steps Zeus took to fan the flame. Zeus was well aware of Yi Wu's thoughts and concerns. If you keep trying to kill me like this, you'll blow up this entire place. Are you fine with that? I heard that this is where father fled to long ago. It's also your hometown, no? Zeus, smiling face made everything worse for Yi Wu. Did you say this was a gate? Huh, yeah. On the other hand, Sesha, who was in Yi Wu's arms, looked up at Yi Wu in a daze. From bursting the gate so easily to climbing up high into the stratosphere to fight a fierce battle, Sesha was thoroughly stunned. She realized that the position her uncle occupied was beyond her comprehension. Because of her relationship with Cha Jung-woo, Sesha had always been in close contact with transcendental beings. However, none of them could compare to Yi Wu. When Yi Wu suddenly asked about the gate, Sesha finally came to her senses and nodded. Gate was a new phenomenon that occurred after Yi Wu fell asleep, so of course, Yi Wu would have a lot of questions about it. However, Sesha did not understand why Yi Wu was asking such a question in the middle of his fight. Still, she did understand that it must have been a critical piece of information to deal with Zeus. Why is it so weak? The durability of the gate is terrible. I just gave a simple sword thunder strike. I didn't think the entire dungeon and gate would explode so easily. Quote, is this normal, or was it just this case? At that moment, Sesha had a million questions she wanted to ask Yi Wu. The place that her uncle just smashed up was one of the unclosing gates, boasting a level of difficulty that no one had been able to beat for the past 10 years. Normally, various societies would go in and never be able to ever come out. Based on Yi Wu's words, it seemed that he was just trying to catch Zeus in the dungeon. Yi Wu seemed to be taken off guard that the dungeon had crumbled so easily. He muttered, if it's originally that weak, how the hell can other humans work there? If I do anything inside a gate, won't it just break? Sesha could not offer an answer. Yi Wu was serious, saying, things can't continue like this. I'll have to figure out another way. What are you going to do? Sesha looked at Yi Wu with concern in her eyes. What was her uncle planning to do? Yi Wu was an uncle who always did extraordinary things, so Sesha had no choice but to worry. But before Sesha could say anything, darken, Yi Wu muttered something in a low voice, and Sesha shot up straight as she felt a chill run down her spine. With her draconic eyes still open, Sesha's blurred vision could only make out distortions in the space. The world, the laws of nature, the truth, everything was changing. The dark matter that filled most of the universe came down and covered the entire Earth. As if a curtain came down to hide the stage, all the activities and phenomena that took place on Earth were hidden behind a dark matter shield. Earth was locked into a dream, and it disappeared as if it had never existed. Instead, there was only Yi Wu, Sesha, and Zeus. Open hollow corner bracket. You're placing a dream atop reality. Zeus, who had been using Earth as an intimidation factor against Yi Wu, looked bewildered. The figure above the dream was no longer Kim Bum-sung, whom Zeus used like a puppet. Zeus' true body was present, a figure of the old king with long yellow curly hair hanging down like a lion's mane. Sesha unconsciously gulped. It was because she knew how great Yi Wu's actions were. Draconic speech was a magic-filled manner of speech used to hold coming-of-age ceremonies. It was a manner of speech that required a tremendous amount of mana and was only capable of being done by dragons who possessed the title of ancient. No, to be more precise, no matter if draconic speech was used, it could not manipulate the laws of the world so freely. What Yi Wu exhibited was something far beyond that. If this was the case, was it more accurate to say that Yi Wu had created new laws? Yi Wu had created a temporary world and locked Zeus within it. And there, Yi Wu spread his dragon wings. At that moment, Sesha saw what was behind Yi Wu. Above the space where Yi Wu was standing stood a huge dark red dragon that would make most solar systems pale in comparison. The power that Yi Wu emanated was equally ridiculous. This great demonic divine dragon must have been Yi Wu's true body. Sesha, it's too dangerous here, so sit tight. When Yi Wu lightly waved his hand, Darkness spread and embraced Sesha. Then. 7th step Dragon Body Awakening. Powers fully open. Sky wings. Boom. Yanwu spread his wings and rushed toward Zeus. What is this? Having been suddenly sucked into a strange space, Zeus was in a state of shock. Ohio, you should be more mindful of the darkness. No. He's just a mere mortal who won't even live for 100 years. If those from Asgard or other transcendents heard your remark, wouldn't they be fuming and up in arms, you know? Ha, are you comparing me to those idiots? I'm still a king of gods. Ohio, I know that you, Zeus, have been the only god who defeated another king of gods. However, be honest, that doesn't mean you're the only one with the title as the king of gods, right? Anyway, that's all I'll say about that. Although you do not share the same genetic trait, you two are brothers all the same. However, he's now become the darkness. So what? What I mean is, he's darkness. It was something that the heavenly demon was barely able to contain and put to sleep. The darkness paints the dreams of all the universes. Zeus knew how great the Black King was. As a god among gods, the Black King was an existence that was difficult to define with the relatively primitive concepts of high-level power, such as emperor. In fact, the Black King could not even be defined as an idea or concept. However, Zeus still looked down on Yanwu. The fact that Yanwu seized part of the Black King's power and became a part of his personality was certainly commendable. Moreover, Zeus had observed how Yanwu had defeated Alpharon, Vivaspot and collapsed the tower, but it was simply those achievements. Did any of that mean anything to Zeus? Moreover, Zeus had not been sitting idly by during the past decade. He repeatedly devoured, and in the process, fortuitously seized and acquired another soulstone. Zeus already considered himself an equal in strength to that of Lucille, who had burst onto the scene and surprised the heavenly world in the tower long ago. Although Lucille held 14 brilliant soulstones at the time, Zeus currently held the divine domain of a creator god, so Zeus did not feel inferior to Lucille. Rather, in terms of greatness, Zeus felt that he had already surpassed Lucille. Thus, Zeus planned on killing this arrogant younger brother, someone who dared to even think about confronting the gods. He planned to throw Kronos back into the abyss, reclaim Olympus as his own once more, and teach Yanwu who the real king of gods was. Of course, Zeus did not plan to lower himself and do this in his true body. Therefore, he needed to first find a suitable puppet to move on his behalf, so he chose Kim Bum-sung as his puppet. Kim Bum-sung was an orphan who lost his family on the day of the beginning. However, what made Kim Bum-sung different from others who had lost family members on the day of the beginning was that Bum-sung saw, with his own eyes, how the day of the beginning happened. He had directly witnessed the ark appear in the sky. Moreover, Bum-sung saw the various otherworld beings that chased after the ark and caused great upheaval on the previously quiet earth. Since it was so chaotic at the time, no one noticed Bum-sung. No, to be more precise, even if any of them noticed him, it would be more correct to say that they did not care. A mere mortal was nothing to any of these beings. Even if a city was destroyed or if a young child had lost her parents and siblings in the aftermath of their clashes, these beings would not have even batted an eye. Thus, after seeing what he saw, Kim Bum-sung wandered around to find the culprits that caused the day of the beginning. The funny thing was that, contrary to his initial thoughts, Bum-sung was able to find one of the culprits very easily. Cha So-young, the kid who was introduced as the youngest S-class player and looked exactly like one of the people Bum-sung witnessed at that time. When Bum-sung fell into despair thinking that revenge might be impossible, as Sesha was an S-class player, Zeus reached out. This was how Bum-sung became Zeus' faithful dog and the reason why he tried to contact Sesha. On Zeus' part, if he continued to follow Sesha, he expected to eventually find Yanwu, so Zeus waited patiently, and when he saw the sight of Yanwu waking up, Zeus felt relieved. As an older brother and as god, Zeus wanted to teach this rambunctious bastard who did not know the ways of the world a lesson. However, instead of teaching Yanwu a lesson with a puppet, as Zeus had initially planned, Zeus' true body had been dragged into Yanwu's illusory world. Moreover, what the hell was that thing behind Yanwu? The thing behind Yanwu appeared to be Yanwu's true body, a dragon. No, Zeus had existed as a ruler for a long time, but he had never seen this type of dragon species before. The divine power of a god, the demonic magic power of a demon, the magic power of dragons, and even the fighting spirit of giants, it seemed as though the power of the four races, all transcendent species, had been crammed into one existence. As these clashing characteristics were combined, one would expect the resulting existence to feel unnatural or unbalanced, but the issue was that Zeus felt no such thing at all. What was more, the dragon fear, which spread throughout the darkness, weighed down heavily and crushed Zeus' shoulders. At that moment, Zeus' face turned red. For a moment, he felt embarrassed and ashamed of the fact that he had been pushed back in a momentum and/or a fight. At the same time, he felt uncomfortable. Zeus recalled Yavilki's warning to be mindful of the darkness. Open hollow corner bracket a mere human. Zeus shot out his yellow lightning bolts with a horribly distorted expression. If Yi and Wu planned to confine him within the darkness, Zeus planned to just tear the darkness apart. Zeus, soulstones, Cerita's charity, and Industria, diligence, each emanated a cold light. As the magic power from the two soulstones mixed, Zeus' yellow lightning bolts, amplified several times over, spread like a spider's web in all directions, blazing violently as if it would tear Yi and Wu to pieces at any moment. The violence of the lightning matched Zeus' level of anger. However, Zeus' words did not last long. Zeus thought that something passed in front of his eyes, and then suddenly, the tip of scythe was rushing towards his head. "Didn't I ever tell you?" And Yi and Wu, who approached and was as close to Zeus as scythe, smiled coldly. "You talk too much." Pressure, stream, breath, rumble. Yi and Wu's sword thunder strike exploded. It was a similar sword thunder strike that exploded the gate and tore apart the otherworld gods. However, in Zeus' eyes, it seemed that a huge dragon, with its mouth wide open, breathed out. The sword thunder strike that Yi and Wu wielded was not much different from the concept of the dragon power of dragon's breath. It compressed an element to the extreme until an explosion occurred. With an Zeus unconsciously took in a breath of air. He reflexively pulled his head back and concentrated his lightning to a point in front of him, but before he could fully defend himself, scythe blasted onto his face. Open hollow corner bracket ac. Zeus fell with a long tear near the right corner of his mouth. His face had been ravaged in an instant. Half of his face had been blown away as a cut extended to his right ear, and the other parts of his face were charred by Yi and Wu's strike. It was surprising that Zeus' head did not explode. The bigger problem for Zeus was that he could not recover from the wounds. His two soulstones resonated and poured out a huge amount of magic power, but the more they did so, the more the burns that had penetrated his face spread all over the body. In an instant, the burns had spread to every part of his body. Death, poison, has been transplanted. Death, starvation, has been transplanted. Death, disease, has been transplanted. Death, thirst, has been transplanted. There were many kinds of death, such as from poisoning, starvation, disease, thirst, old age, murder, and so on. All these different forms of death came together in a complex way to form the concept and divine domain of Yi and Wu's death. It was a concept that even immortal gods and demons could never completely escape. Yi and Wu was essentially a conceptual god representing the concept of death. In addition, the concept of fight, partly embedded in the transplanted deaths, gave the added characteristic of resisting more strongly the more it collided against something, so the constant operation of Zeus' soulstones was nothing more than pouring oil on the fire for the concept of death. Open hollow corner bracket h. How dare you? You look so much better. Open hollow corner bracket I. Zeus roared and struck with the thunderbolts he had gathered. Boom, boom. His condensed thunderbolt strikes were so intense that one would wonder if it would burn off all the darkness and reach Yi and Wu. Rumble. Yi and Wu quickly pursued Zeus and detonated his sword thunder strikes one after another. From the second extreme to the third extreme, from the fourth extreme to the fifth extreme. The black and red flashes from the tip of scythe easily deflected, blocked, and tore through Zeus' lightning strikes. However, due to the constant explosions and subsequent soot, and the magic field that was spread all around him, Zeus did not know what was going on. Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. Yes, now you know who you're up against. Not knowing what was going on, Zeus did not see that Yi and Wu, who came out from an opening in the emptiness, was right behind him. First off, let's take away. It was only when Zeus heard Yi and Wu's ridicule-filled voice that he hurriedly turned his head. Those annoying eyes. Whoosh. Yi and Wu swung scythe across Zeus' face. Lightning of heavens. The power that Zeus boasted was shattered before it was even properly formed. No, it was more correct to say that Zeus was no match for Yi and Wu in the first place. Though Zeus had given his all to launch a sortie of lightning strike attacks, Yi and Wu used scythe to brush off the incoming attacks with ease. And soon, the tip of scythe quickly split Zeus' eyelids where the soulstones were embedded. SS's. Open hollow corner bracket. Zeus could not even scream. It was because of death, which had already penetrated deep into his body. Thirst had caused his uvula and esophagus to shrink, blocking even the voice of his soul. Thanks to this, Zeus had no choice but to suffer quietly. The supply of his soul stones, magic power, which was naturally connected to his divine power, was abruptly cut off, so even his control over his pain threshold had completely disappeared. Furthermore, death, burn, has been transplanted. Whoosh, embers flew out from his previous burn marks, which had spread all over his body. Zeus was being incinerated from the inside like firewood. Yi and Wu swung scythes successively, cutting off Zeus' hands and feet. Finally, Yi and Wu pierced Zeus in the chest. Crack. Following the sound, a black shadow spread out from the spot where scythe was embedded and completely covered the embers and flames that roared out from Zeus' body. Power, Hades, spirit-eating sword, is attempting to devour. Clack, clack, the razor-sharp teeth clashed violently together as Zeus' soul was devoured. Successful in devouring the Jade Emperor, which was contained in Zeus legends. Succeeded in devouring Autumn, which was contained in Zeus legends. Zeus wriggled in pain and trembled as if trying to fight against the devouring. All the legends that he acquired from the creator god were funneling into Yi and Wu. However, there was a limit to his ability to resist, as Zeus had already lost his eyesight and both his soul stones. Clack, clack, clack. In the end, after the shadow that greedily covered him disappeared, all that was left behind was Zeus' skeletal figure. Zeus looked like someone had stretched a layer of skin on top of a skeletal bone structure. It looked like Zeus had lost all his vitality. Even if Yi and Wu were to swing half-heartedly, Zeus would easily lose his life. Open hollow corner bracket Yi and Wu. Kronos, who had been silent until now, uttered a single word. Yi and Wu was unable to take Zeus' life. Fine, fine. Yi and Wu sighed lightly and held up his hands. Of course, Yi and Wu intended to confine Zeus in a place that he could never escape from. Whoosh, chains protruded from the emptiness that bloomed in the darkness. The chains quickly bound Zeus' body tightly so that he could not move. Well, that was a lot easier than I thought. Yi and Wu lightly threw Zeus over his shoulder and got up to leave. He thought Zeus would be stronger, but it was much easier than he thought, a bit too easy perhaps, or did I become too strong? PFT. The smile seen from Yi and Wu's lips was buried in the flowing darkness. After Yi and Wu left, something fell very quietly downward in the crumbling darkness. It was a goblin in a suit with a monocle, Yavilk. Oh, I thought it would be like this, so I had told him to be very careful. I guess he couldn't win over his own arrogance, no. Yavilk lightly clicked his tongue as he looked at the place where Zeus had last been. Zeus had been a relatively useful pawn for Yavilk. Although Zeus had always thought he was powerful due to his own achievements, the fact was that Zeus had been able to achieve so much because of Yavilki's full support. However, Zeus, drunk off his own strength, ran wild and ended up in that pathetic situation, so Yavilk could not help but feel annoyed. Yavilk sighed as he wondered where he would find another useful pawn like Zeus. Not only would he have to recognize a potential pawn, but he would also have to support its development. Of course, that did not mean that all was lost for Yavilk. Yavilk was still in possession of many pawns. There were others from the Central Bureau who had escaped the tower with him, and there were also those in the Sea of Time, who were still seeking the end of days. There's Hui as well. Yavilk smiled as he put on his monocle. First of all, I'll need to wait and see how things develop. Oh. Yavilk slightly opened his palm, which he had been clenching tightly in a fist. He held the two soul stones, Cerita's Charity and Industria Diligence, which had been Zeus' jewel eyes just moments ago. Yavilk threw the two soul stones into his mouth, swallowed them, and disappeared with a grin. And in the place where he was, the darkness continued to crumble. Seriously, where is she? I hope nothing bad has happened to her. Ananta wandered and paced nervously in the living room while biting her nails. After Sesha entered the unclosing gate and the subsequent explosion occurred, Ananta could not help but be impatient. If it was solely up to her, Ananta would have equipped herself and jumped into the unclosing gate. However, she was not able to do that at the moment. They don't seem to be thinking of leaving anytime soon. Ananta slightly opened the curtains and looked out the window before frowning. Many reporters were gathered at the entrance of her home. They were making quite a commotion. The news of the disappearance of the international idol, Sesha, caused all these reporters to gather at the front of her house. They were like hyenas who wanted to prey on any news they could get their hands on. Should I just blow them away? Ananta had that thought and urge for a brief moment. She had also gone through something similar in the tower long ago. She recounted the days when she had to fight countless times to protect Sesha from the relentless pursuit of the witches. Of course, it was true that life here on Earth was much more peaceful than it was back then, but Ananta could not help but get angry when she saw such hyenas and their reckless acts while using the law as a shield. Still, Ananta suppressed her rising anger, closed the curtains, and sighed. After the breaking news of the gate surge was delivered, the world seemed to be moving at a rapid pace. After the gate break, the usual monster wave did not occur, only an explosion big enough to cover the entire sky. And now, as the explosions and aftershocks subsided, rescue and exploration operations were being carried out. These operations uncovered a surprising result. Most of the initial attack and collecting team members had survived. However, Ananta did not know what was actually happening since an accurate progress report had not been made public yet. It seemed that the surviving members, those in the attack and gathering teams, were themselves a bit perplexed as to how they were able to survive such an event. However, the word coming out from the current operations was that most of the initial attack and gathering team members had survived. However, there were still two that had yet to be found. One was a low-ranking, no-name member of the gathering team. The other was Sesha, who was the host of the event. Ananta, who awaited news about Sesha, felt like her stomach was constantly turning over. However, it wasn't really because of the reporters outside that Ananta wasn't making a move. After all, Ananta was not the type of person who cared much about what the people around her thought. Moreover, if they disturbed her, she was willing to eliminate them without a second thought. Still, she refrained from doing anything because she trusted her daughter. Sesha had needed a lot of guidance and support when she was young, but now that she was all grown up, she was smart enough to take care of herself. Although Sesha was still a young high school girl in need of care in the eyes of others, Ananta knew that Sesha was very different from her peers. But there were still times when Ananta regretted the fact that her tiny little girl had already grown up and no longer relied on her mother's helping hand. Ananta knew that it was natural for Sesha to leave her parents and go out into the world as an individual, but there was one person who she still brooded over. She muttered, "Cha Jungwoo, you bastard. Just you wait, I dare you to show yourself. I'm going to crack your back." Even though Ananta's daughter was in danger, Sesha's father, Jungwoo, was nowhere to be found. Ananta was furious that Cha Jungwoo had been gone for the past few years without any contact or news. Of course, Ananta was also earnestly hoping that nothing was wrong with Jungwoo. At that moment, Mom, Ananta was awakened by a voice coming from outside the house. It was her daughter's voice. The reporters who heard the voice also became excited. "It's Cha So-young. Huh, where? Above. Oh, she's coming down from the sky. Did she have skills like that? What are you doing? Turn the camera around. By the way, who's that man holding Miss Cha So-young? That's a new face, no? I think it's the collector that went missing with Cha So-young. But he's said to be an F-class player. Shut up and just turn on the camera." Ananta opened the window, which had been shut tightly to prevent the reporters outside from taking any pictures. Ananta, who was about to cry out to her daughter, froze abruptly. At first, she thought that her husband had returned. However, Ananta soon realized that the man who had the same appearance as her husband possessed a completely different atmosphere and aura. Furthermore, when she saw the black and red wings on his back, tears welled up in Ananta's eyes. "Mom, guess who I brought home?" Sesha jumped out of Yeon-woo's arms and placed herself by the window. The shadow that had appeared behind Sesha's bright smile after coming to Earth was gone. Yeon-woo cautiously followed Sesha and entered the house. He hesitated for a moment, as he was entering an unfamiliar house. He was also wondering if it was okay to enter through the window instead of the front door. He immediately greeted Ananta with a small smile. "Long time no see. Welcome, brother-in-law. We've been waiting for you. So, this is the house where Sesha and Jungwoo live, huh?" Yeon-woo glanced around the living room and front yard with a surprised expression. The house was located in the middle of Seoko-gu, Seoul. It was a 4-story detached house with a large front yard. Considering that his family and living environment were not good when he lived in Korea, Yeon-woo was slightly taken aback by the large, centrally located house. But in a way, this was to be expected. No matter how urgently they escaped the tower, the wealth they accumulated while in the tower was considerable. It was clear that many of the things they brought back would have considerable value on Earth. This was even more so after the establishment of the tower-like system on Earth. I never thought Earth would have changed like this. Soon, Ananta and Sesha filled Yi and Wu in on what had happened during the past 10 years after escaping from the crumbling tower. Settling on Earth would not have been easy, but it was accomplished relatively easily due to the period of chaos that came after the occurrence of various catastrophes due to the day of the beginning. Yi and Wu also heard of Sesha's unrelenting efforts to find Yi and Wu through her constant charity work. When Yi and Wu was told about Sesha's efforts, Sesha chuckled awkwardly. She felt somewhat embarrassed listening to her past actions. Ananta patted Sesha's hair as if she found Sesha's reaction cute, then smiled softly. Ananta then asked, "How does it feel to smell the air of your hometown for the first time in a while?" "My hometown," Yi and Wu muttered a little while lowering his cup of coffee. A bitter smile formed on his face. It was something Yi and Wu had never really put much thought into. Thanks to Ananta's question, Yi and Wu fell into thought. His hometown was not a concept Yi and Wu derived any fondness from. No, it was a place that brought him many bad memories. It was where his father went missing, his mother was lost, and where his brother disappeared. Yi and Wu had lived in a state of constant frustration and despair, and the last time he came back to Korea, when he returned briefly from Africa, he had to take care of his brother's unexpected death. Therefore, Yi and Wu had no intention of returning to his hometown again. Since his hometown had only given him pain, Yi and Wu wanted to bury that pain forever in the deepest corner of his heart. But now, somehow and for whatever reason, he has returned. Yi and Wu answered the question posed by Ananta, "I don't know." Yi and Wu just gave a vague answer, since it simply did not matter for him. Was it that his pain had gone away? Or had his senses been dulled? Or was it that the mental weight that his hometown gave him was no longer so heavy? Maybe it was right to say that being home just did not mean much to him anymore. Yi and Wu had survived and lived in the darkness for so long. And the numerous dreams that he experienced had made him live many lives other than his own. This was why Yi and Wu could not really identify with the Yi and Wu of old anymore. In terms of time, the lives that Yi and Wu had experienced would be comparable to those existences that represented the day. Eons. Perhaps that was the AP test word. Therefore, it could be said that Yi and Wu became as dull-witted as the Black King. In other words, the world called Earth was just one part of a countless number of dreams. It was simply the place where he originated. His hometown meant nothing else. But despite this, there was one reason why he stuck to the name Yi and Wu. Because I still have some relationships that remain here. At the very least, Yi and Wu felt determined to sort out all his ties that remained on Earth, especially all the bad ties from the past. The law of causality remaining in various parts of the world still bound Yi and Wu tightly, which eventually led him back to this place. Furthermore, there are things that must be done. Dreams were bound to come to an end someday. Although this current dream was postponed, Yi and Wu knew how much longer it would last. In other words, he already knew the last chapter of the Revelations. Yi and Wu knew that he was in the middle of that last chapter of the Revelations. However, Yi and Wu wanted to write his own story on the blank pages in the process of running towards the end of the last chapter. Ananta did not understand Yi and Wu's true intentions, so she just smiled quietly thinking that Yi and Wu must be feeling bewildered, having returned to his hometown after a long absence. Yi and Wu understood what Ananta was thinking at first glance, but he pretended not to know and asked about the other developments. About the arc? Yes. May I ask what it was? Actually, we don't know much about it either. When Agaris was guiding us, he only mentioned that it was an arrangement left by the elder gods. What we saw was just a simple ship. Yi and Wu felt like something was ringing in his ears. He felt something familiar about Ananta's description of the ark. Were there any other singularities? It was a little unusual that the leader of By the Table and Anastasia were present. Yi and Wu's eyes widened for a moment. We were surprised at first. Once we left the territories outside the tower, I never thought that I would come to your hometown. But Anastasia said that it was a very normal and obvious arrangement. In an instant, Yi and Wu's head spun busily. Did she say that the ark is the legacy of Quirinale? This time, Ananta looked at Yi and Wu with surprised eyes. How did you know that? Yes, she did say. Yi and Wu did not hear Ananta's continued explanation. One thought continued to run through his mind. Ark, it was his mother's legacy. It was unknown why the legacy of Quirinale remained in the tower. However, if by the table magically appeared as if they had been waiting all along when Ananta and the others needed assistance, there was definitely a firm reason that tied the two together. The last remaining descendant of the Quirinale family was Mother, and by the table was created by Mother's vassal. Originally, Yin Wu had planned to visit by the table if he succeeded in extending the dream. He thought that he might have to pay them a visit much earlier than he originally planned. While he was having these thoughts. By the way, Yin Wu's thoughts about the arc did not last long as Ananta asked another question in a cautious manner. Can we find out what happened to his soul? Yin Wu wasn't able to offer an immediate answer and stayed silent. In fact, from the time he met Sesha and reunited with Ananta, he expected that this would be their first question towards him. They had most likely resisted asking Yin Wu out of consideration for him. He then said, Sesha. Yes. Sesha, who had been eating a piece of cake next to Yin Wu, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Would you mind going into your room for a moment? I need to speak with your mother in private. For a moment, Sesha looked at Ananta and Yin Wu alternately. Sesha was clever, so she easily recognized that Yin Wu and her mother were planning on speaking about something important. Though she wanted to hear any news about her father, when Sesha met Ananta's eyes, Sesha nodded heavily. She stood up from her seat and made her way to her room. Sesha felt that it was unfair that the adults were still treating her like a child, so she looked back at the two with regret and annoyance, but Yin Wu and Ananta did not look her way. Eventually, after Sesha entered her room with a slightly annoyed yet concerned face, Yin Wu spread his magic field, creating an invisible curtain around himself and Ananta. Ananta felt it too, so she immediately knew that Yin Wu was planning to tell her something important. Without realizing it, Ananta straightened her back and focused on Yin Wu. And then... No, Ananta's eyes widened at the unexpected answer. What do you mean? Yin Wu had a tired expression on his face as he shook his head. There may be places I haven't looked into yet, but it wasn't in the darkness. Yin Wu had dreamt numerous dreams, while devouring the demonisms one after another. And Yin Wu had also lived as us. During that entire time, he was able to maintain his identity as Yin Wu, because he had a singular purpose and reason to live, his brother. To find Cha Jung-woo's soul. The Black King always spoke with the nuance of doing something with his brother's soul. Thus, Yin Wu decided to become the Black King himself. Yin Wu had thought that if he could devour all the demonisms whole, he would eventually be in possession of his brother's soul and revive his brother. So, Yin Wu had searched all over, but he could not find his brother's soul. No, it was more correct to say that it did not exist. If Jung-woo's soul had melted into the darkness and was hidden somewhere within, Yin Wu should have found traces of its whereabouts. Even if there were no traces, there should have been other demonisms who saw it, but the answer that came back was always the same. We haven't seen it. We were in possession of it, but it has disappeared. It may have flowed into a dream, inside of darkness. When Yin Wu heard this, he wondered if this made any sense, the whereabouts of a soul that even the Black King could not find. Considering that the soul was originally from the darkness and that the foundation of the illusory world that the demonisms resided in was founded on darkness, the idea that a soul could be lost seemed absurd. In life or death, all souls were bound to the darkness. Then what happened? Ananta's voice quavered. She knew the reason why Yin Wu had been wandering in the darkness all this time. She also firmly believed that Yin Wu would return successfully, so she felt her heart drop her stomach. Thinking of how Cha Jung-woo's spirit body was still at war with those of the night in an invisible place as the successor of day, even at this moment Ananta knew that Jung-woo could not achieve transcendence and that his vestige was slowly eroding away. Little by little she was at a loss on what she could do to help Jung-woo. My first thought is that someone had stolen it. Who? Is that even possible? This time around, Yin Wu did not answer. He had no evidence or confirmation, but there were people he had doubts about. Yvilk. Of those whom Yin Wu doubted, only Yvilk had the ability to have done something like this. He's been involved in everything from the time the tower was built to when it crumbled down. He also urged the Sea of Time to bring the end of days and awaken the Black King. All these things progressed due to Yvilki's involvement. I don't know what or who he really is, but there's something there. These thoughts were why Yin Wu continued to think about Yvilki's whereabouts. I hope he takes the bait I've laid out. After organizing his thoughts, Yin Wu asked Ananta a question. Aside from Yvilk, there was something else he needed to check. Where's the Ark right now? Where the hell am I going? I thought I was finally at the leisurely homestretch towards retirement, but suddenly, why are these crazy things happening at the end? I should have simply rejected the higher-ups' orders to take over the gate's site. In a moving car, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon took a deep breath as he looked at the car's passenger side window, which was unable to see through since it had been painted over with black paint. The limousine that Woo Ji-hoon was riding in was designed to be sturdy enough to withstand bombshells. Ji-hoon heard that the limousine could even withstand lower-level dragon breaths, such as those from lesser dragons or drakes. Originally, this type of limousine was for those with high ceremonial and social ranks, such as the president or prime minister. However, to Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon, the limousine was nothing more than a mobile prison. Because of its build and construction, it was impossible to open the door from the inside. One needed outside help to open the limousine's doors. And the car he was currently riding in belonged to an international organization under the United Nations Security Agency, which was called the World Player Council for Freedom (WPCFF), or more commonly known as the Association. Currently, Woo Ji-hoon was being taken to the association's Korea branch office. He had no idea why he was going to the association's office. In the morning, he had left his house to go to work as usual, but an unknown limousine suddenly stopped in front of him. And, of course, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon could not refuse their request to go with them. Although they were seemingly very polite, Ji-hoon knew all too well that he had no power to deny their request. Even though he was a star, with power in the military, he did not outrank the association's level of influence, which extended its power beyond nations and laws. Well, I haven't done anything wrong. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon constantly asked those who came to pick him up why the association wanted to see him, but, each time he asked, the agents responded with the same response: due to security concerns, we cannot say at this time. However, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon had an inkling about why the association wanted to see him. They probably wanted to hear the exact details of the gate break incident at the unclosing gate, swamp of the faraway beginning. Ji-hoon had overseen the gate's field activities at the time. Even if there were eyewitness testimonies and reports from his subordinates, a field commander's testimony carried the most weight. Well, it has been quite noisy due to that gate break. To be precise, it did not just cause a small stir, the news was so explosive that it shook the whole world. Of course, the breaking news that spread all over the world announced that there had been a big explosion, but, through quick and early action, the subsequent monster wave was blocked in advance and the rescue of both the attack and the gathering team was successfully conducted. The association and other national intelligence agencies were keenly aware of possible public issues that could arise from the recent event, so they had chosen to take this course of framing. It had been the first appearance of a black darkness aurora. Furthermore, 2 divine beings had appeared. There was widespread shock when speculation ran that one of the divine beings might be Zeus, the old god of Olympus, or someone related to him. If such an untouchable appeared, a country could be erased from the global map based on Zeus' whims. Moreover, 2 such existences had appeared. The association had no choice but to move urgently. Maybe the Korean National Security Agency is trying to keep my mouth shut before taking me away. I really don't want to become a political victim and be dragged away. When Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon was having these thoughts with an anxious expression on his face. We've arrived. The limousine, which had been moving for a long time without giving Ji-hoon any sense of where they were heading, stopped for the first time. When an agent wearing dark sunglasses opened the door and guided him outside, Woo Ji-hoon became a little nervous. He had a vast amount of experience in the special forces and had even immersed himself in the United Nations Combined Command Forces during his long career. However, as he got older, he became more wary than brave. Is it a safe house? No, it's much too big for that. It's probably a military security facility. Woo Ji-hoon felt that he must have entered a place located in an area controlled by the US military. He followed the agent and went deep inside the facility. There, he met an unexpected person. Is that Joshua? The person in front of him was someone Ji-hoon knew well. Joshua T. Bryan. As the right-hand man of the association's president, Joshua had waged a war against the players who were against the association during its early days and had successfully incorporated, usually by force, most of those players into the association. It went without saying, but it was impossible for Joshua to have accomplished this monumental task simply by persuasion and conciliation. Quite a number of players' necks had been broken by his hands. What concerned Ji-hoon was that Joshua was still active while running his current position within the association. It was because of Joshua's efforts that various criminal organizations made up of players were not able to run wild. This was why players referred to Joshua as a hound dog. Of course, it was a slang term used in a derogatory sense amongst players. Ordinary citizens of the international community gave Joshua absolute support. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon was one of those citizens. However, when Woo Ji-hoon saw Joshua in the flesh, Ji-hoon could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Why are Joshua's eyes so aggressively cold? For Ji-hoon, it was like seeing the eyes of those who were under his command when he was active in Africa. People say that he was chosen by the goddess of war. His aura is indeed different. Joshua quietly walked over and held out his hand. Mr. Woo. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon shook Joshua's hand and greeted him in English. Nice to meet you, Joshua. Joshua's eyes widened slightly. You speak English well. I've lived abroad for a long time. I've heard that you have a lot of experience in commanding secret operations for the international military, and you've even trained the famous Sa'an in Africa. You are very humble. You're different from what I expected. It seems that he's already finished investigating my background. Well, I guess that's to be expected. Woo Ji-hoon had a bitter taste in his mouth, but he did not express it and smiled softly. I was only able to succeed due to the hard work of my subordinates. My reputation is too grandiose and exaggerated. You have a great personality. I'm surprised that your government is misutilizing Mr. Woo. Well, I heard that Korea has a shortage of talent, but I think I can now understand why that is. Outwardly, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon only gave a smile at the passing compliment. However, inwardly, Ji-hoon could not help but become wary at being recognized by such a prominent international figure. Just a few hours ago, Joshua probably did not even know about his existence. I don't think he wants to hear just my eyewitness account. If there was one thing that Woo Ji-hoon was proud of at his advanced age, as he was old enough to consider retirement, it was his sense of feel. A sense of feel that allowed him to quickly assess a situation and make the appropriate decision. In Africa, where he had faced many crises where critical decisions had to be made at a moment's notice, that sense of feel had rarely been wrong. Can you tell me why you called me here? You sure do cut to the chase. I'd rather not waste any time as well, so I'll speak frankly. Ms. Christie, please turn on the screen. As the waiting secretary operated a pad, a large screen above their heads flashed on. It was a familiar scene for Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon, the explosion that occurred after the swamp of the faraway beginning gate break. As if a nuclear explosion had occurred, an area of several kilometers was covered in a dust cloud, and mushroom clouds measuring hundreds of meters in height were rising high up into the air. There was even a chain reaction of flames and lightning storms. This is the last video feed we shot just before our satellite, AP-17, became inoperational due to an unmeasurable magic field. I'm certain Mr. Woo has also seen this footage. And when Christie received the signal, the screen showed the enlarged image of the tip of a black mushroom cloud. Two thunderbolts were seen soaring high into the sky above the thunderstorm that spread out like a spider's web. Perhaps because of the magic field, the focus of the image was blurry, as if the satellite had been shaking, but it was immediately recognizable that something was there. Two untouchables. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon widened his eyes when he saw what he had witnessed at the time was on the screen. The image is out of focus, but we're very fortunate to have captured two untouchables like this. The film image was most likely top secret material even within the association. The fact that Joshua was showing this secretive image without hesitation probably meant that it had something to do with his main point. Like what's been spreading in the media, we are also judging that one of the untouchables is very likely to be Zeus, the old god of Olympus. However, nothing is known about the existence that uses this dark red lightning, and the intelligence agencies of each country are in a state of confusion. As was the association, Joshua had continued to explain. But while we carefully analyzed the magic field for this untouchable, we were able to recall a piece of information that we accidentally stumbled across and obtained a long time ago. That bit of information was that, before the gates were created, when there was a tower, the first human being who became a god was someone from Earth. Is that true? Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon was surprised by the content of Joshua's words, so he blurted out his question without consciously realizing it. The existence of a tower was a widely known rumor that had publicly circulated like an urban legend after the gates were opened. But did the tower really exist? Did an earthling really become a god? Humans becoming gods? Ji-hoon wanted to say it was nonsense, but he soon had a sudden thought. No way, right, it was a thought he had when he witnessed the two untouchables. And after searching through a database of people who have gone missing over the past decade, I have come to the conclusion that this untouchable may be this person. Thousands of faces passed over the screen, stopping at a photo of one person. The word, same, was printed between the enlarged image of the untouchable on one side of the screen and the picture of the missing person on the other. But apart from all this, in the eyes of Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon, only the missing person's English nickname and Korean name caught his eye. Code name, Kane, Cha Yeon-woo. His status in the military is as a deserter, right? I am interested in bringing this person into the association. Can you help me? Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon's eyes widened. Yeon-woo's first impression after seeing the arc for the first time was very simple. It's much smaller than I thought. Since the ark had been used to help many people escape, Yeon-woo thought the ark would be large. At the very least, he thought the ark would be the size of a large container ship, ships often seen on Earth. However, the ark was only the size of an ordinary family house. Yeon-woo wondered how the ark was able to accommodate so many people with its small size. I guess it's possible. Choir and ale didn't represent space for nothing. The space provided inside the ark boasted a size large enough to easily fill an entire floor stage. It wasn't for nothing that Choir and Ale was called one of the most prestigious organizations within the day. Since Choir and Ale represented space, the space device was most likely very sophisticated and advanced. However, what surprised Yeon-woo was not the ark but the subspace where the ark had been kept. A personal subspace? No, can this be called a simple personal subspace? As Yeon-woo looked around the subspace surrounding the ark, Ananta added an explanation. Since leaving the world of the tower, the ark has been kept in this subspace. To be honest, I don't know what other uses the ark has other than for escaping. I come here occasionally to see if anything needs management, but I'm still surprised by the sight. The place where the ark was located could not be called a mere subspace. It seemed to be another world, a world that existed in a completely different way from the existing universe or dimension. The subspace possessed a sky, sun, moon, and stars. A refreshing wind blew, and blades of grass swayed. It was a place that made one feel relaxed and refreshed just by being there. The sun was so warm and comforting that it would lull one to sleep if one stood still. That feeling was all too familiar to Yeon-woo. It was a vague feeling that had faded away after the passing of many years, but it still remained in his mind. Mother. Yeon-woo wondered if it was a coincidence that he first thought of his mother when entering the space. Time did not seem to flow in this world. All the cycles of a day were happening naturally in normal intervals, but that was all. In this place, nothing died or was born. Day and night remained stationary. Please, have a look around. Ananta saw Yeon-woo immersed in thought, so she left a few words and disappeared. She returned to Earth using a door leading to the outside. Father. At Yeon-woo's call, Scythe disassembled and then reassembled into a human form. Kronos shook his head as if he already knew what Yeon-woo was going to ask. No, I don't know. I didn't know anything about this. Yeon-woo furrowed his brow. But, open hollow corner bracket, I know what you want to say. Still, I don't have any explanation. You also know that I didn't know I'm the descendant of Numa or whatever, right? If it wasn't for you, I'd never even know of the existence of Choir and Ale. Since it was something related to his mother, Yeon-woo thought that his father would know something. Was it a foolish thought on Yeon-woo's part? Well, in the first place, their marriage to each other happened because of a political alliance, not love. It's probably not far-fetched to think that father doesn't know much about mother's past. The ark must have been something Yeon-woo's mother left behind before coming to Earth to find Yeon-woo's father. The divine power that Yeon-woo felt everywhere within the space resembled his mother's unique characteristics. Yeon-woo couldn't be more certain of this. The main question was, why did his mother leave this? Did she leave it to be used by one of her children in case the tower collapsed one day? However, it had been hidden too secretively for that purpose, and only the beings of day knew of its existence. I have no choice but to visit by the table. Yeon-woo was planning to pay them a visit anyway, so it seemed he would have to work things out with the by the table members. Open hollow corner bracket sun. Besides that close hollow corner bracket, Yeon-woo turned his gaze toward Kronos, who continued to speak. You have an easier way to see your mother, so why are you progressing things in a roundabout way? For a moment, Yeon-woo was left speechless at Kronos' words. However, Kronos was being serious. Open hollow corner bracket, I've been curious about it for a while. I feel like you're actively fighting against the urge to summon your mother. Am I wrong? Open hollow corner bracket. I haven't been a proper father to you two brothers, but still, I always wanted to ask why you're not using the easier method to contact your mother. Yi and Woo gave a bitter laugh. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Yi and Woo carefully unveiled his inner emotions and thoughts. What you say is correct. Open hollow corner bracket. I could readily summon mother and find her soul right now if I wished, but I wanted to delay it as much as possible. Open hollow corner bracket. Why? As you can see, father, our family is not really in a good state. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. Jung-woo is seriously injured and in a precarious situation, and it's difficult for me to say that I'm in a proper state of being as well. Besides, father, you have also been seriously injured. I was planning to actively search or summon her when things got better for our family. Open hollow corner bracket. Kronos was silent as if he was trying to resolve a swath of conflicting emotions. He understood Yi and Woo's thoughts and feelings to some extent. In fact, if he was in Yi and Woo's position, Kronos would probably not act much differently. What would Rhea think if she saw how the family was? Wouldn't she blame herself for everything? Rhea may perhaps think that her whole family was suffering due to her decisions. When Rhea became seriously ill, Cha Jung-woo had entered the tower to find a drug to cure her illness, but, in the end, Jung-woo became a spirit body. Kronos, who tried to save Jung-woo, had also gone through hardships. After going through many trials and tribulations, Yi and Woo managed to find his father and younger brother. Still, the complicated ordeal was still ongoing. Moreover, the situation of the other children that were left behind in Olympus was not very good. As a result, Yi and Woo was hesitant to search actively for his mother. Even though he could use Summon of the Dead on Rhea if he wanted, Yi and Woo did not dare to do so. Open hollow corner bracket. I understand your concerns. I probably would do the same in your shoes. However, don't you think your mom will be shocked and emotionally hurt if you summon her only after everything is over? Open hollow corner bracket. Your mother is a person who has always made sacrifices for our family. She is a very kind person, though she always thought she was lacking. By not including her, you may be driving a bigger nail into her heart, no? Kronos glowered at Yi and Woo. I don't want to see that happen to your mother. Yi and Woo opened and closed his mouth several times as he contemplated how to respond to his father. Father. Open hollow corner bracket. What? I can't explain things now. Just this once, don't ask me anything about this, and just trust me, alright? Open hollow corner bracket. Do you have some sort of plan? Yi and Woo looked at Kronos silently without answering. It seemed that there were many things that Kronos wanted to say. Kronos had no idea what Yi and Woo was thinking, so he was extremely curious. At the same time, he also felt anxious. Though he had been with Yi and Woo in the darkness, Kronos had no idea what kind of decision Yi and Woo had made during that time. Moreover, the general attitude Yi and Woo was currently exhibiting made Kronos feel that Yi and Woo had decided to disappear. Though he has a temperamental personality, he wouldn't do such a drastic thing in front of his parents. Kronos let out a deep sigh and stopped his line of questioning. Well, you've done what you had to up to now, so I'm sure you have some sort of plan. Thank you. Open hollow corner bracket. However, keep in mind if your mother close hollow corner bracket. Kronos narrowed his eyes for the first time. If you ever make her cry, I won't leave you alone. I'll make sure you die by my hands. Yi and Woo smiled unconsciously, since he had never seen this side of his father. Yi and Woo felt that it was refreshing to see a different side of his father, as Kronos had been acting melancholy lately. Don't worry, more than that. Open hollow corner bracket. What? I'm stronger than you, so how would you be able to beat me? Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos could not respond. Come out, SS's. At Yi and Woo's simple command, his shadow stretched out, and Zeus, bound by chains, appeared above it. Zeus was worse for wear. He looked as though all his vitality had been sucked out of him. The only sign of Zeus' existence was that he was still breathing. Because of his state, Zeus' power had drastically diminished, and Zeus was unable to replenish his divine power. It was surprising that Zeus was still alive. Open hollow corner bracket. Ha ha ha. Who's this? It's my younger brother. Yes, I guess you wanted to see this older brother of yours, huh? Regardless of his state, Zeus smiled while glaring at Yi and Woo as if not to lose his dignity. His shattered eye sockets glistened with blood. Zeus continued to speak using divine speech. If he continued using divine speech, it was clear that Zeus' remaining divine power would be exhausted, but it did not seem like Zeus cared. He was in such a pitiful state that Kronos could not bear to continue looking at Zeus, so Kronos turned his head to the side. Yianwu also did not want to show his father Zeus' ugly appearance, so he separated the space so that only he and Zeus could see each other. He stated, "There are a lot of things I want to ask you, but since father is here, I'll just ask a few short questions and finish this up." Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. I guess I should be thankful to father. Up to now, he's only been a thorn in my side. Where is Yvilk? Open hollow corner bracket. If you asked, did you think I'd simply answer you? No, I knew you'd be too proud to answer. Open hollow corner bracket. Then why are you asking? Because I wanted to check something. Open hollow corner bracket. Zeus furrowed his brow, not knowing what Yianwu was talking about. However, Yianwu took a step back from Zeus and sneered. You don't know where Yvilk is. Furthermore, your link with him has been severed. For the first time, after hearing Yianwu's words, Zeus' expression faltered and shook. You're not planning to? Didn't you know that souls originate from the darkness? Yianwu's eyes shined with brilliant golden color. Draconic eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera, philosopher's eyes. Eye of the heavens. Yianwu saw through Zeus's spirit body and everything around him. He not only grasped all the blessings and protections that Zeus possessed but also grasped every single spirit characteristic of Zeus' soul. Thus, it was just a matter of time before all of Zeus' legends were revealed in their entirety to Yianwu. Everything from Zeus, divine domain, divine power, and divinity was revealed to him. Naturally, Zeus' divine power and divinity had already been revealed to Yianwu, so even if Zeus was lucky enough to recover later, it was clear that Zeus would no longer be able to resist Yianwu. Yianwu had dug into Zeus' data, and found out all his weaknesses. Additionally, Yianwu was able to confirm that there were no links between Zeus and Yvilk. Open hollow corner bracket cha Yianwu. Cough, cough, splatter. Zeus, overcome with anger and rage, stopped screaming and suddenly flung his head onto the ground. Blood drained out from his head for a long time. Zeus' blood was black and dead. Due to his sudden enraged anger swelling up, Zeus' remaining divine power had reversed in his system, causing him to spasm out of control. If Yianwu left Zeus in this state, Zeus would soon perish, so Yianwu had to take some action. Having these thoughts, Yianwu pushed Zeus back into the shadows. Yianwu felt Zeus' resentment the entire time, but he did not care at all. Sigh. Yianwu heard his father sigh aloud from behind him. However, he did not care. The shadow that Yianwu had detached from his main shadow had just returned. It was the bait Yianwu had thrown out to Yvilk. It was the shadow Yianwu had planted on Zeus' soulstones, the 2 soulstones that had been left for Yvilk. Open corner bracket. No matter how I look at it, my master's personality is amazing. At that moment, Yianwu's shadow, which he had released and placed on the soulstones that were left for Yvilk, returned to his main shadow. Laplace groaned in pleasure, as if he was going to die from having too much fun at the unfolding situation. The shadow that returned was the soul of Kim Bum Sung, Zeus' past apostle. The fact was that for Kim Bum Sung, regardless of whether his reasons made any sense, Yianwu and Sesha's family were his mortal enemies. After all, he lost his family when they came to Earth on the Ark. Therefore, Kim Bum Sung had hidden his existence for over 10 years to seek the perfect time to approach Sesha and achieve his revenge. However, once Kim Bum Sung met Yianwu, everything became futile. And now, Bum Sung was sucked into the shadows with Zeus and was reduced to a mere, enslaved soul. Open corner bracket. I won't let you. Considering that most souls lost their memories once they entered the soul collection, Kim Bum Sung's soul was an unusual case. Bum Sung forcefully maintained his ego, which meant that his resentment towards Yianwu ran very deep. Of course, contrary to his ego's desire, Bum Sung had no freedom, so he was essentially a puppet that had no choice but to do Yianwu's bidding. Thus, he had dutifully followed Yvilk while being held in Yvilki's soulstones. And though he came back and reported to Yianwu. Shriek. Open corner bracket. I won't tell you arg. Unlike his intention to not state anything to Yianwu, Bum Sung's soul regurgitated all his findings and experiences in the form of thought vestiges. Laplace had commented on Yianwu's character and personality after observing this scene. Yianwu was utilizing and playing around with someone who had a deep grudge against him. However, for Yianwu, this aspect could not be helped. All his familiars, Boo, the ghost giants, dragons of death, and various other souls had been placed on his younger brother. Because of this, the only familiar left to him right now was Laplace. However, Yvilk would recognize Laplace if he was placed in the soulstones that were left behind as bait. Thus, Yin Wu had no choice but to use the relatively weak Kim Bum Sung. For now, that was the only soul he had in his soul collection. Still, Yin Wu was equally displeased with the reality of having to use Bum Sung's soul. Often, for the apostle of a god, the spiritual power of the apostle changed according to the god one followed. Considering Zu's character and strength, Kim Bum Sung possessed a strong spirit. No, to be more exact, Bum Sung's spirit level was very high. However, the problem was that Bum Sung's spirit level did not meet Yin Wu's expectations for an average soul in his soul collection. Yin Wu had fought many gods and demons and stolen their souls. The soul of an apostle, which had only been an apostle for a few years, was the same as trash in Yin Wu's eyes. Damn it, I need to quickly find Zheng Wu and retrieve my familiars. Moreover, there was bound to be a collection limit to the amount of information that a soul like Kim Bum Sung's could see, hear, and understand, so the information that Kim Bum Sung brought was not of good quality or quantity. All the information Bum Sung brought was fragmented. This isn't enough. I need more. If Yin Wu was still in the tower, this level of information would be enough to triangulate Yvilki's position. However, Yin Wu was on Earth, not the tower. Moreover, there were countless worlds and dimensions. Finding the exact coordinates with only this limited and fragmented amount of information was like finding a needle in a large haystack. Well, I have no intention of going straight to where he is anyway. Yin Wu was only planning on keeping an eye on Yvilk for the moment. Judging from what Yvilk had done so far, it was clear that he had a colleague or colleagues who shared a similar goal, or there may perhaps be yet another being that was behind everything. Since Yin Wu was planning on capturing Yvilk, Yin Wu thought that he might as well find out the location of their stronghold and attack it directly later on. Keep watching. Screech. Yin Wu lightly brushed off Kim Bum Sung's soul with his hand. Then, a piece of the shadow tore off from the main shadow before scattering and disappearing. The shadow of Kim Bum Sung was returned to the soul stones, where Bum Sung's soul was currently rooted. Open corner bracket. Wow, such a wonderful temper. During the entire time, Laplace could not hold back his admiration and happiness. What's so interesting? The girl, Serena Junio, with a bunch of flowers in her arms, asked as she rushed over to someone. Although her face was covered with black soot and ashes, she had a bright expression. She gave off a strong flowery scent, as she not only carried a bunch of flowers in her arms but also placed flowers in her hair and around her face. Considering her expression and visage, Serena seemed extremely happy. However, the surrounding area around her was anything but pleasant. Everything was a mess. Just a few days prior, the skyscrapers that drew an endless skyline were now all flattened, as if they had been bombarded by bombshells. Only the skeletal structures of some of the buildings remained. The roads, which had been well paved, were now pot-marked with craters here and there, and fragments of collapsed buildings were scattered randomly everywhere. Moreover, the desolate wind carried a thick mixture of yellow dust. Broken tanks, planes with lost wings, and random firearms were scattered throughout the rubble. It was as if a terrible war had been waged. There were no signs of life anywhere in the vicinity. Thus, it was weird to see such a bright and carefree 8-year-old girl walking alone through this war zone. However, Serena did not mind or care about any of this. Ever since birth, the ruins had been her home. She was already familiar with her surroundings. It was a world where the weak would perish and the strong would rule. And in this place full of violence and oppression, Serena had always been in a position of weakness, but now she had risen to a position of strength. And it was all thanks to the presence in front of her, the Asura King. Since Serena had difficulty pronouncing his real name, the Asura King told her to call him as such. To Serena, the Asura King was a hero, her heaven, a father, and a mother. Serena's hero, the Asura King, or Vimalasitra, slowly awakened from his meditation and opened his eyes. Vimalasitra stared intently at Serena, who had stuck her face right in front of him. From the reflection in her two twinkling eyes, he could see himself smiling. He was smiling. Vimalasitra felt unfamiliar with his smiling self. He never really had any occasion to smile before. Of course, there were occasions when he did smile. However, it had always been with a sense of ridicule. But the smile Vimalasitra was making now was clearly a joyful one. Serena, this cute little kid, must have found the smiling Vimalasitra interesting, so she had stuck her face right in front of him. He had been with her for over a year now, but he had rarely ever smiled like this. As a being who had always shouted, "Fight," Vimalasitra was quite dissatisfied after arriving on this planet, as there were no competitors to give him any excitement. How interesting, this will be a lot of fun. What is it? Please let Cerita in on it too. Cerita's eyes twinkled like shooting stars. Life with Vimalasitra was always fun for Cerita, but she still felt a sense of boredom on occasion as she did not have any friends her age. Thus, Vimalasitra's words sparked her interest. She wondered if Vimalasitra was going to play a fun game. My friend has come. Wow, you have friends. Well, I don't know if it's exactly friendship. Huh, you said a friend has come. What do you mean you're unsure? I think of him as a friend, but I don't know if he thinks of me as a friend. Hey, a friend is a friend, otherwise, it's not friendship. Is that right? Of course. Vimalasitra burst into laughter as he watched Cerita speak with such confidence. He thought how comfortable and good would everything in the world be if people spoke with such directness and forthrightness like Cerita. I think of you as a friend. You consider me a friend as well, right? At that moment, Cerita put her hands on her waist and smirked. Vimalasitra's eyes widened at her direct line of questioning. Then, he silently nodded his head as he muttered the word, "friend," under his breath. Right, you and I are friends. Right, ha ha ha. Cerita giggled as her serious expression returned to its original, bright expression. Vimalasitra knew how wildly Cerita's heart was beating while waiting for his answer. She must have been very anxious. She had followed him around for an entire year and called him her guardian. Thus, she probably feared that he would dismiss her as nothing. She must have been afraid that she would be abandoned once again. Cerita was carrying a bunch of flowers. The flowers were just like her. If there wasn't someone to take care of the plucked flowers, they would soon wither. Vimalasitra knew this well. He gently stroked Cerita's hair. He then lifted his head and looked up at the sky. On the opposite side of this planet was his other friend. A friend, huh? As he started thinking about this friend, a smile spread across Vimalasitra's face. It was a smile filled with excitement and eager anticipation. Of course, we were friends. We clashed swords together, so how could we not be friends? So come to me, my friend. Now is the time to finish up the match we were not able to finish last time. The darkness that flowed through the planet's atmosphere was making Vimalasitra's skin tingle. If he was feeling excitement just from the circulating air that came from afar, how much more fun would it be when they met face to face? Vimalasitra was so excited about the upcoming fight that he felt like he was going to go crazy. Bringing the deserter, Kane, to the association, Brigadier General Wu Ji-hoon momentarily thought he had misheard something. See, could you say that again? Ji-hoon, who had maintained a professional and polite appearance up to now, fell into disarray. It was because the words Joshua uttered were thoroughly shocking. However, Joshua repeated what he said slowly and clearly, proving to Ji-hoon that he had not misheard anything. Desertion of one's military post is a felony under military law that carries the maximum penalty of death. Moreover, at the time, Kane was carrying out an important secret operation in Somalia, but the military allowed him a brief reprieve of his duties to tend to a personal issue. However, rather than a brief reprieve, Kane disappeared, essentially deserting his post. This could also be seen as a violation of international law. Though it was classified as top secret information at the time, Kane was classified as a United Nations Forces member, not as a Korean Army member. Hence, his violation is even more severe. Thus, we want to give him a chance. A chance? Obviously it is an opportunity to atone for his past transgressions. If he comes back and shows a willingness to actively cooperate for world peace, security, and order, I will consider his past transgression as something that happened due to extenuating circumstances. Brigadier General Wu Ji-hoon pressed firmly on his throbbing temples. Everything that Joshua stated was technically correct. Military deserters faced strict penalties, whether they were in the Korean or US military, and considering the position Kane occupied in the military at the time, even if his exact position and affiliation were shrouded in confidentiality, it would not be incorrect to state that Kane could be killed immediately upon discovery. Thus, it was not wrong that Joshua would state this line of thinking regarding Kane, who had just appeared after an absence of 10 years. But how is that possible? The problem was that the opponent, Kane, was an untouchable. He was an untouchable that clashed head-to-head with Zeus. Although it was impossible to know what the outcome of the battle between the two was, since the battle occurred behind the darkness that had formed over the earth, it was clear that it had to have been a formidable battle. Were they planning on forcefully bringing in such an existence? How? If things were to progress carelessly, Korea, no, the entire Korean peninsula itself could be erased from the face of the earth, right? That is why we are asking for your help, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon. Woo Ji-hoon quickly looked around his immediate surroundings after having a sudden thought. His complexion soon became dark. Suddenly, security guards surrounded him. Although the identities of these security forces were unfamiliar to him, it was clear that they were the association's special unit under Joshua's direct control, the Hellhounds. I see. A hostage play. Isn't it true that Saran sees Mr. Woo like a biological father? He and I merely had a superior and subordinate relationship. The contact records that remain between you and him and the statements of the people familiar with your relationship paint something different. He's done a thorough background check. He probably even knows what I ate for dinner last night. Anyway, I think you two have a special relationship. Even if he has gained a divine nature, in the end, humans are humans. There are limits for human beings. Moreover, though it hasn't been made public, we've already succeeded once in raiding an exuviated being. Quote exclamation mark quote. Our current strength isn't at the level of the high rankers or 9 kings that resided in the tower in the past, but we have our own secret weapon. And, above all else. Quote question mark quote. The goddess who supports me said she would help me directly, so there's nothing to worry about. Quote exclamation mark quote. Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon was a little surprised and taken aback. This was because Joshua's god was one of the most important beings in the world of the transcendence. Even if she were to face another untouchable, she would not easily succumb, as she not only commanded great experience in war but also wisdom, victory, and even civilization building. However, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon continued to feel uncomfortable with Joshua's confident attitude. I'm not familiar with the world of players, but as a person that was once a direct supervisor of Saran, can I offer up a word of caution? I shall listen carefully. Cain is not so easygoing. Even things that everyone else might think are impossible would magically be unraveled when he put his hands on them. Magic. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Woo, but I think it's already too late to take that advice. Joshua laughed cynically, because our side has already made our move. Thomas Lee was looking through his binoculars with his men, the Hellhound, raiding squad members, beside him. He viewed the home and its surrounding area, which had been designated as their target area. On the surface, Thomas saw a normal detached house with a vast front yard. The home was situated in a very wealthy area of Gangnam, Seoul. Thomas knew the truth. The home designated as the target area was a high-risk zone which rivaled an S-class unclosing gate. Perhaps today, a disaster comparable to the unprecedented, complete chaos, which happened in South America, might occur in Korea. Therefore, the emergency evacuation of local residents in the surrounding area was quickly being carried out. Any confusion or protests from the residents in the process of their evacuation were all ignored. Furthermore, armored units, such as tanks, were constantly coming in and filling the empty spaces along the road, forming a dense encirclement around the target area. Moreover, with the start of the operation, the Air Force was on standby to mobilize as soon as it was needed. All of these preparations were done to support Hellhound in catching one untouchable. For me to be in this position after practically running away from Korea with my tail between my legs, ha ha ha. I'm not sure if I should call myself an overnight hero or a betrayer of my homeland. Thomas Lee could not help but reflect on his past, when he made business mistakes during his youth in Korea and had to leave the country without paying back large sums of debt. At that time, he had to run away at night to avoid his debtors. Thomas had constantly avoided people and constantly avoided being discovered until he eventually crossed over to the United States. However, the day of the beginning, 10 years ago, had completely changed Thomas's fortunes. Everything changed because of what happened at the time. While there were many people who lost their families, lost their fortunes, or became homeless overnight because of the appearance of the gates, there were also many people who lived life at the bottom and turned their fortunes around overnight. Thomas Lee was such a case. Because so many people died in the early days, there were a lot of missing people, so it was easy to secretly buy their identities. Thanks to that, Thomas abandoned his birth name, Lee Seon-wong, and recreated a new identity as a third-generation Korean American named Thomas Lee. In addition, Thomas's life changed overnight when he later found that he also possessed outstanding awakening qualities. He had caught Joshua's attention, and in turn, Joshua helped Thomas Lee become a legal citizen even though Joshua knew Thomas was an illegal immigrant. Also, Joshua arranged for Thomas to become Ares' apostle Ares, one of the great gods of Olympus. Though Ares was not at the level of Athena, who Joshua served, Ares was still considered one of the main gods of war. Thus, based on his apostleship and skill level, Thomas Lee was classified as an SSS class player. After the day of the beginning, in a world where all the hierarchical systems were turned upside down, Thomas Lee was able to dramatically rise to the top of the food chain. Hence, it was only natural that he would become Joshua's faithful dog. A dog of a dog. It's an entertaining expression. Since I can enjoy a life that I couldn't have even dreamed of before, why not serve as a faithful dog? Thomas was satisfied with being a loyal dog of another loyal dog. Even under the present predicament, Thomas felt the same. Though he was expected to attack an unreasonably difficult untouchable, he was not too concerned. Aggro pullers, damage dealers, healers, buffers, there's nothing we lack. Hellhounds was a group of professional hunters, under the overarching banner of the association, hounds that never let off those that they bit onto. Also, it did not matter to them that they were facing off against another human being. In fact, the Hellhounds had secretly completed several missions eliminating S-class players who were hostile to the association, making those eliminations seem like accidents or justified deaths. Moreover, not long ago, the Hellhounds had successfully eliminated a being that had exuviated. The humiliating expression and appearance he made in the end after acting so high and mighty at the start, ha ha ha. Originally, catching a demigod was something that would have been risky even if all the Hellhound members gave up their lives, but it was made possible because of the new weapon they had recently acquired. Therefore, Thomas Lee was confident that they would not fail in this current operation. More than anything, we also have Olympus. This was another reason why Thomas Lee, a rebel by birth, remained attached to the association and remained loyal to Joshua for over 10 years. It was because Thomas was sure that no matter what power he went up against, the opposing power would be no match for the firepower that Olympus possessed. The gods were behind them, and societies around the world protected them, so what group could go up against the association? In the future, Thomas Lee planned to roundly stomp on those weaker than him and watch their distorted faces. Under the pretext of correcting society and with the assistance and support of the association, Thomas Lee had his sights on taking full advantage of his power. It was like a drug that one could not stop taking once one was addicted to it. I wonder how arrogant the untouchable here will be, and how distorted his expression will be when caught. Ha ha ha. SS. While Thomas was having these thoughts, the radio transmitter on Thomas Lee's side made a few static noises before conveying a message. Operation shall begin. I approve. First unit, move in. Upon receiving Thomas Lee's permission, the buffer corps, which had been in the vicinity of the main target site, moved forward. Originally, the buffer corps was a support group placed at the rear of their formation, along with the healers, but for this operation, they were being used differently. Before their enemy could even think about moving around, they had to root him or her in place. Swamp of silence. Swamp of silence. Swamp of silence. At once, the buffers cast their spells and a huge magic circle soon appeared above the target area. Countless debuffing curse spells poured down. The Swamp of Silence was a special spell given to the association by Dionysus, one of Olympus' great gods. To prevent damage to the target area's surroundings as much as possible, the Hellhounds were planning on separating the space where the target was located and locking down the area with a temporarily constructed illusory barrier. Additionally, by forcibly applying a lot of debuffs, the target's power would be drained to the maximum. Of course, as the spell was given to them by a high-ranking god in Olympus, which was considered to be one of the most prominent godly societies, even gods would have trouble moving freely within this debuff area. The demigod that they had captured before was captured in this matter. Bam! After establishing their restricted area, the Hellhound members moved into separate areas. Second unit, move in. The second unit, which had been waiting in the back, came forward. It was mainly composed of tankers, who were normally in charge of pulling aggro in boss raids, so they possessed a different skill set than the general attack units. Every member of the second unit held long chains in each of their hands. The chain links were much larger and thicker than a normal adult's human body. Even though all the tankers had physical strength that ordinary individuals could not even fathom, they still struggled to move under the heavy burden of the chains. Divine iron was a material that even gods and demons could not escape from. Again, the chains were a new item that was provided to them by Olympus. The association, after conducting numerous experiments and research, had succeeded in creating a type of weapon from the divine iron. These divine iron chains, along with the Swamp of Silence debuff spell, played the largest role in the Hellhound's successful raid on the demigod. SS's. As the tankers moved forward in unison, the divine iron chains were very tightly woven around the target site. From a distance, it looked like giant threads were being woven around a specific area. It looked like they were setting traps to catch fast-moving rats. These divine iron chains would become the trap to catch the untouchable the moment Thomas Lee gave the order. Next, 3rd unit, move in. Among the damage dealers, who were divided into 2 rows, the first row moved forward. These dealers were strengthened with the assistance of 2 Olympus great gods, Apollo and Artemis. These 2 gods were said to rule the sun and the moon, respectively. Sun's judgment, sun's judgment. As they chanted their spells, a huge sun with blazing hot flames soon rose from the sky. Moon's cruelty, moon's cruelty. On the other side, icy arrows packed with cold air formed in piles, encircling the target area. Once the orders were given, the sun would immediately fall and turn the entire target area into a sea of fire in one breath. Those who tried to escape that sea of fire would be hunted down by the piercing ice arrows one by one. 4th unit, stand by until the target appears. According to their standard protocol, the main damage dealers who possessed the greatest firepower would now make their appearance. All of them had confident expressions on their faces. They seemed to have no doubt that this attack would bring absolute success. Actually, everyone in the operation was already looking forward to the increased reputation and bonus they would receive after successfully hunting the untouchable. Indeed, they were all apostles of the great and lesser gods of Olympus. All the weapons they had adorned themselves with were newly created artifacts imported from all over the world. Even the association, which was seemingly omnipotent, had difficulty procuring all these artifacts. Hence, with all this in mind, the concept of losing had never entered into their minds. Let's hurry up, finish, and go home. Right. Also, if today's hunt ends successfully, that means there's still a chance to turn things around in South America as well. We've done all this, but how come the untouchable hasn't yet made his appearance? Maybe he's scared of the divine iron. While they were busy conversing, chuckling, and joking around, the door of the target house opened, and a woman slowly walked out. At that moment, the chatter of the damage dealers immediately ceased. They recognized the face of their opponent. Sesha passed the dealers with a firm expression on her face, and looked at Thomas Lee, who was located further away. What the hell is this, Thomas? It's been a while, Miss Cha. I received a report that you had escaped from the gate break alone and returned home. I didn't know that we would meet like this. Thomas Lee's words were filled with snickering undertones. His words alluded to Sesha having run away from the gate alone at the first sign of the unprecedented situation of a gate break, leaving all her colleagues behind. Naturally, Sesha's expression hardened. The reason Olympus has lent you strength is to remedy the chaos that occurs on Earth and to maintain order and peace. Aren't you abusing this power for your own benefit right now? We have never abused it. Then what the hell are you doing right now? It's just a preparation operation to contain a potential source of risk that might become a threat. We came here in peace. We're willing to discuss what would be best for Earthlings, as the presence of an exuviated being is troublesome for humankind. Is it for the sake of peace that you come with raised swords? Haven't I already explained? These are just defensive precautions that we're taking in case of an emergency. If the untouchable acts incooperatively, we don't have the means to react immediately. Sesha gritted her teeth. She became annoyed at Thomas Lee's casual yet sarcastic attitude, because Thomas was speaking with the pretense that all these acts were done for humanity's self-defense. I have a question for you. Miss Cha, what relationship do you have with the untouchable, the one known as Cain? Is it true that the missing family member that Miss Cha spoke about publicly is Saran? Sesha never responded to questions that she did not have to answer. She just quietly smiled. You know what? What? You're really stupid. You don't even know who you're pointing your sword at right now, do you? What? If Athena Uni found out about this, she would be horrified. Oh wait, Thomas, you're Ares Opa's apostle, so he'd be the one who would be horrified by your current actions, right? Thomas Lee frowned. Uni, Opa. He just heard Sesha referring to the gods they served as if she was related to them, perhaps like a close cousin. He wondered if this made any sense. Since the media supported her and put her on a pedestal by calling her an idol, it seems like she really thinks she's something special. Does she have Ripley syndrome? Has she lost her marbles? Thomas Lee no longer felt the need to converse with Sesha. In his eyes, Sasha was just a public face that the association needed to present to the press. Because of this, Thomas never once thought of or considered Sasha as a decent player. To him, Sasha was a puppet that could be cast aside when no longer deemed as useful. She was nothing more and nothing less. It doesn't seem like we can communicate. Everyone, including the fourth unit, move forward. Constrict the area until the untouchable is forced to come out. Whoosh. What should we do if the idol gets in our way? If there's an obstruction, the obstruction shall be designated as an enemy of the association. The obstruction should be eliminated on the spot. Even as the dealers moved slowly forward and increased the pressure on an increasingly smaller, focused area, Sasha did not stop laughing. Instead, she laughed even louder. She had no intention of using her powers. Seeing this, Thomas Lee thought something was strange, so he was about to issue additional orders. Click, the front door of the house opened, and a man slowly walked out. The man's facial expression was filled with annoyance. Uncle, those people. Sasha hurriedly turned around and sprinted towards Yi and Wu like a child running to a parent for help. On the other hand, Thomas Lee was internally shouting with joy and glee. It was because the man's face was the same as the face he had seen in the montages he received when given the order to conduct the operation. I knew it. The commander's guess was correct. The identity of Untouchable was really Kane. Kane, we are from WPCFF. While Thomas was speaking, Yi and Wu coldly cut Thomas off. Aries, I'll give you 3 seconds. Get your ass down here right now. Thomas Lee's face flushed red. What? The Untouchable is telling Aries to come down. Aries was the god Thomas served. Although Thomas never considered himself a devout follower, he was still very proud of the god he served. Moreover, Aries occupied one of the highest positions in Greek and Roman mythology, and his legends were famous enough that virtually everyone on Earth knew about Aries. Furthermore, among Zeus' numerous children, Ares had been born from Hera, so Ares was a direct and recognized descendant of Zeus. Although there were rumors that Ares was a fool, in the days of ancient Rome, when Ares' fame and prestige had reached its height, Ares, under the name of Mars, boasted a level of faith equal to that of Zeus. Thus, the Untouchable's seemingly flippant way of speaking down on Ares, as if he was speaking to a subordinate, caused Thomas's blood to boil. Seeing both Kane and Sasha acting and speaking so flippantly towards the gods of Olympus, Thomas thought that the two had probably gone mad. Did something happen to their brains during the gate break? 3. However, with seemingly no care for anyone's thoughts, Yi and Wu counted down from 3 with a stern expression. Thomas Lee was about to curse at Kane, but then, open hollow corner bracket what? Why is the channel's connection so unstable and shaky? Did something happen? Hey, what the hell did you? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang in Thomas's mind. Thomas widened his eyes. Even after becoming Ares' apostle, he had never directly heard Ares' voice before. He had heard that the other apostles often conversed with the gods they served, but Thomas had never received any oracles or revelations from his god. Regardless, Thomas never took this as a bad thing. He had always just thought that his god was testing him. But, at this moment, he was finally hearing his god's voice. At first, Thomas momentarily wondered if someone was playing a trick on him, but he soon understood intuitively that the voice speaking within his mind was the god he served, Ares. The channel trembled uncontrollably, and Thomas's soul started resonating as well. His god was angry. Thomas was about to explain to his god about the undignified being who was tarnishing Ares' name, but Ares suddenly stopped speaking. For a moment, only silence ensued. Wondering if something happened, Thomas focused on the channel. Hiccup. It was a very faint sound. A hiccup. Doesn't one usually hiccup when one becomes startled after realizing something that one has never considered? 2. Open hollow corner bracket W. Why is HET there? I'm certain Athena's apostle was supposed to notify us when he awakens. My lord. Ares' voice was trembling violently as if he had seen something he never expected. Thomas Lee was able to accurately read Ares' emotions through their channel connection: astonishment, shock, fear. My lord. His god was exhibiting such an emotional upheaval, and through the channel, Thomas Lee was equally feeling those dramatic emotional sways. Currently, Thomas felt like his mind was about to explode. Thus, he had called out to Ares multiple times to understand the reason for this emotional rollercoaster. However, Ares did not seem to hear what his apostle was saying. Ah, you punk, you're going to take your sweet time, huh? Fine then. 1. In the meantime, Yi and Wu had steadily counted down to 1. Open hollow corner bracket AC. Ares, Shocked scream shook Thomas's mind violently. The channel vibrated violently before it became crystal clear. Thomas Lee felt his mind and spirit being pushed to the background as a great spirit took over his body. This was the descent of a god. With the sound of air whipping across the area, a strong wind blew. Soon, a huge and majestic divine being descended. The players around Thomas all exclaimed in amazement. "AG God is descending. All of a sudden, here. If it's the captain's god, wouldn't it be Ares? Ares is showing up. Why?" However, leaving all their questions unanswered, a light halo appeared above Thomas Lee's head. It blazed brightly for a moment and then quickly faded away. The Hellhound players gulped down hard with nervous expressions on their faces. Some actually expressed joy. No matter how well prepared they were, if a god were to directly help them in their operation, the chances of the operation succeeding would drastically increase. They were all the more certain of victory. Soon their god would punish that blasphemous being. 0. Open hollow corner bracket stoop. At that moment, when Yin Wu was just about to finish his count, Thomas Lee jumped up and fell flat in front of Yin Wu. No, to be precise, it was Ares who possessed the body of Thomas Lee who was lying flat on the ground. Ares welcomes God Cha Yin Wu. You're late. Ares tried to shout something in a hurry, but the tip of Yin Wu's lips had already curled up. Yin Wu lightly waved his hand in the air. It was like a simple motion to shoo away some flies. However, the result of his simple action was nothing but simple. Boom. Open hollow corner bracket Suddenly, a shadow rose abruptly from the ground and slapped Ares wildly. Ares made a squealing noise as he bounced off and rolled across the ground. Quote quote, quote quote, quote quote. While this was occurring, the players watching the scene were all staring blankly. What the hell did they just see? Were they experiencing hallucinations? Everyone had thoroughly dumbfounded expressions. Of course, everyone knew that illusions could not occur within their restrictive illusory barrier. I'll count down from 3 once more. The first 5 will get off easily. 5. Rumble, 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 boom. Hercules is descending. Dionysus is descending. Apollo is descending. Artemis is descending. Cerita is descending. It seemed that the players had gone beyond a state of being dumbfounded. It seemed like they had all lost their spirits. Their gods were not simply descending but directly assuming the large costs of the law of causality to descend onto Earth. All the descended gods exuded intense spiritual pressure, which made the players' skins crawl just by being next to them. However, the problem was that all these great beings were rushing to fall flat in front of Yin Wu. Olympus was widely known as a godly society of good gods focused on correcting and maintaining order on Earth and protecting the association. Not surprisingly, most Hellhound players received help from Olympus gods. To see such high-ranking divine beings bowing their heads like this. However, the larger problem was Momus is descending. Eris is descending. Soon, the gods of Olympus successively appeared in a rush. Suddenly, the space they were in was being crushed under the sudden tremendous spirit pressure. However, Yin Wu looked around at the scene as if it was quite natural and spoke briefly to those who appeared late. I want all those who appeared after Charites to gather together. Charites, and those who came before Charites, are exempted. At those words, Momus and the other gods showed visible expressions of anxiousness. Charites and the other gods who descended before Yin Wu let out sighs of relief. Heads on the ground with your asses in the air. If you lose your posture or show any signs of using your divine powers, I'll take it as your desire to enter into my shadows. The gods of Olympus obediently following Yin Wu's command was a shocking sight to see. The players just wanted to pass out. They were lost on what to do in this situation. Of course, they had all long ago given up on the idea of defying or facing up to Yin Wu. What, you guys are planning on doing something? That suits me as well. The cynical words Yin Wu casually threw out to the remaining Hellhound players were enough to cause their hearts to skip a beat. It was a threat. Yin Wu was stating that, if they weren't careful, and not factoring Yin Wu himself, the players would have to contend against all the descended gods of Olympus. The gazes of the Olympus gods, glaring at them, were filled with serious killing intent. Of course, if a war were to occur, it would not be a simple war. It would bring the end of the world. Therefore, the Hellhound players immediately disarmed themselves and had no other choice but to anxiously wait for the Olympus gods to finish whatever they needed to do. At the same time, the players grew curious. What was Yin Wu's true identity? Apparently, his identity as the missing San seemed to be correct, but the players could not understand why the gods of Olympus were acting in such a weird, subservient manner. Based on their common sense, there was a vast difference between mortals and transcendent beings, and it was impossible to imagine transcendents prostrating themselves to a mere human like themselves. If the association later heard of these facts and once it became known to the world, what kind of uproar would it cause? They couldn't even fathom a guess. Of course, surviving here was their most urgent priority. Meanwhile, Thomas Lee, who had led and brought the hellhounds, felt as though he was on the brink of death. Open hollow corner bracket. You would have been a worthless thing if it wasn't for me. But what have you done? Who have you insulted? Were you praying to die as soon as possible? Thomas wasn't facing a sense of death because of Yin Wu. It was because of Ares, who still occupied his body. As the murderous intent emanating from Ares was fiercely boiling within him, Thomas's soul trembled precariously as if it was about to collapse at any moment. What he felt proved how angry Ares was. A simpleton human had dared to disturb Yin Wu. Even Yin Wu of 10 years ago was a difficult existence for the Olympus gods to deal with, especially after he had achieved the God of Kings title. Moreover, since Yin Wu absorbed the power of darkness and awakened, Ares had no idea how much stronger and more powerful Yin Wu had become. Of course, since Ares was also Yin Wu's apostle, whenever Yin Wu gained power, Ares would also enjoy a positive effect, but there was a limit to his increased powers since a subordinate could never gain greater power to the extent of one's master. Because of this, Thomas Lee completely lost his mind at some point and virtually became an idiot. Open hollow corner bracket. Anyway, I'll deal with you later. You're gonna regret. Of course, Ares was not thinking of stopping just yet. Ares was thoroughly angered by Thomas. When Ares was on the brink of destroying Thomas's soul, Yin Wu, who now stood in front of Ares, opened his mouth to speak. So, Olympus has been supporting the association or whatever it's called to calm down and bring order to the chaos that occurred on Earth, right? Open hollow corner bracket. That's right. Speak directly with your voice, not with divine speech. My ears are ringing. Yes, you're right. Ares jumped up and vigorously nodded his head. Who told you to get up? Ares quietly returned to a prostrated position. Seeing Ares return to his original position, Yin Wu lightly clicked his tongue. Yin Wu had already roughly heard from Ananta about what happened during his absence, but he had never heard about the heavenly world's movements. Now, he finally grasped the general situation. After the Great Escape, night had continuously tried to enter this universe, and day, centered around Cha Jung-woo, fought against them. And Olympus, according to the will of Yin Wu and Uranus, the first leader of Olympus, joined the side of day. However, while contending against the night, the gods of Olympus also tried to protect Earth, where Yin Wu was presumed to be asleep, or to be more exact, where the Black King was asleep. Of course, the gods had no time to care about Earth because they had to fully focus on their war against the night. In the meantime, the association seemed to be trying to maintain order on Earth. Thus, Olympus had given them their support. Even if the association would not be able to stop all the gods and demons who were causing trouble on Earth, the association could at least handle the gates. And, on the other hand, if there were any traces or existences related to Yin Wu, the association would be able to immediately notify Olympus, as this was what the association was instructed to do. But these guys thought that Olympus was targeting me, so they were trying to raid and dispatch me on Olympus' behalf, right? Olympus did not see a need to explain in detail their relationship with Yin Wu to individual followers and apostles, so they must have left only a set of basic instructions. Humans, who tend to mistake themselves as special beings, chosen by God, were probably too slow to understand the underlying messages and orders their gods had left for them. But thanks to that, Yin Wu seemed to understand things that he had not been able to understand for a while. However, there was still something that bothered him. So the gate and all the strange ordeals that subsequently appeared were all caused by the reverberations of the darkness, right? Yes. The problem is that this phenomenon is happening not only here on Earth, but also on several planets and civilizations throughout the universe. Ares felt anxious when Yin Wu frowned as if he did not like something. However, Yin Wu was immersed in other thoughts. Ever since he opened his eyes, he wondered why Earth had changed in such a strange and unexpected way. All this chaos is because of me, right? Having this thought, Yin Wu felt a little bit sorry. Yin Wu quickly cast away his brief feeling of guilt. If Shannon was present, he would have ridiculed Yin Wu's brief show of guilt as Yin Wu shedding crocodile tears. After all, it was not like Yin Wu to feel guilty for any period of time. Maybe, Having been steeped in the darkness for so many years, Yi and Wu's temperamental senses had become somewhat dull. In actuality, though, the only people Yi and Wu felt sorry for were Sesha and Ananta. Due to the fragments of darkness, Sesha and Ananta had searched tirelessly for Yi and Wu during the past 10 years. By the way, Yi and Wu tilted his head while looking at the Olympus gods, who were still busy making excuses. How come I don't see Athena? While the other high-ranking Olympus gods were visible, only Athena was absent. Since Athena was Yi and Wu's main apostle, from a spiritual point of view, it could be said that she had the closest relationship with him. Thus, when Yi and Wu finally awakened and opened his eyes, the first thing he should have sensed and noticed should have been Athena. But like his other apostles, Athena seemed unaware of his awakening and existence. Moreover, Yi and Wu could hardly feel any connection to Athena. To be clear, the channel Yi and Wu had with Athena was still active. Furthermore, it was even clear. The problem was that Yi and Wu had no idea what was happening on the other side of the channel. Originally, the thoughts and feelings of one's apostle could be read quickly, or at least, one should be able to easily obtain information on the whereabouts of one's apostle. However, presently for Yi and Wu, even these basic functions were made difficult. Usually, in this case, it was likely that the channel between the master and apostle was being interrupted, but this did not seem to be the case for Yi and Wu. Hence, this weird situation made him wonder what the hell was going on. Oh, that's a it seems you guys want to enter my shadow, no? Shouldn't you have stated Athena's whereabouts as soon as you saw me? But you all didn't. I guess you all decided that, rather than confronting all these troublesome things happening everywhere, it's better to just enter into my shadow, right? Open corner bracket ooh, I'll be able to make some friends now. I support your idea. No, wait, I will correctly state what's going on. Ares, while beginning to explain what happened to Athena, had momentarily started loosening his posture, but he shot straight up immediately after hearing Yi and Wu's words. Yi and Wu's shadow, which glimmered in front of his eyes, felt exceptionally ominous. Moreover, how many times had they seen Laplace's perverted actions? Ares, imagining himself next to such a pervert, felt goosebumps form all over his body, so he decided to come to his senses. Okay, so, what's Athena up to? She's with Pluto. Pluto? Yi and Wu had not considered this scenario. His eyes slightly widened. Yes, she stated that she needed to be in the front lines while fighting against the night. So that's how it is. Yi and Wu gave a bitter laugh. It was only then that he realized what Athena was thinking. Athena had a higher status as a goddess of military than a goddess of war. This meant that her skills in resourcefulness and wisdom were far greater than her combative power. Just by standing on the battlefield, just by being with the frontline soldiers, Athena would be able to have a huge effect. Her military operation skills gave allies a greater sense of morale and victory and set traps for the enemy, which drove them into threatening positions, put additional pressures on them, and gave them a sense of defeat. Pluto, as Yi and Wu's familiars, was in a state of war against the night, so Athena seemed to be leading them on the battlefield. Come to think of it, I heard that, at present, the forces of day are centered around Jung Wu, who has my familiars, Agar is from El, Infernal, and Michael from Malik. Other than those three, Olympus and Niflheim are providing support as the secondary armies, and the Chan sector assisting from time to time as the tertiary army. Not anyone would have the skill set to lead such a complex battlefield. It was clear that Athena was probably the most central figure in the day's battle against the night. Moreover, we've currently lost contact with the main headquarters of Day. According to Ares, those who were currently the central figures of Day, including Cha Jung-woo, were in the process of infiltrating deep into enemy lines. It was because of this reason that Cha Jung-woo had not been able to contact his wife and daughter for a long time. It was also for this reason why Yi and Wu's channel with Athena was clear but non-responsive. If Athena had gone beyond this universe to another dimension, it was not unreasonable that Yi and Wu could not sense anything through their channel. Even though Yi and Wu possessed the power of darkness, as long as his body was in this universe, there was a limit to accepting information from the otherworld, where a set of completely different laws operated. Then, I should expand my cognitive domain to that point. This was not a difficult task for Yi and Wu. Up to this point, Yi and Wu had purposely reduced his cognitive domain to a very narrow range. If he expanded his cognitive domain, Yi and Wu would be bombarded with useless information, and the pressure on his mind to deal with such amounts of useless information would only increase his mental burden. Thus, Yi and Wu usually restricted his cognitive domain. However, if Yin Wu were to fully operate his cognitive domain now, the story would be different. Presently, he already possessed more than half of the darkness, so the limits of the universe and dimensions were not an issue anymore. Furthermore, the distinction between inside and outside, like day and night, was now largely meaningless. Yin Wu slowly started moving forward. Aries hesitated and was slightly startled by Yin Wu's changed mood. Aries wondered if he had done something wrong. But Yin Wu looked up at the sky, not at Aries. What is he trying to do? Somehow, Aries felt a strong sense of intimidation coming from Yin Wu. He could not easily approach Yin Wu. Though Yin Wu was not outwardly spreading his aura or divine power at that very moment, Aries felt that Yin Wu had become a completely different being. Very far, distant, an existence so huge that Yin Wu seemed impossible to get near or touch, yet, on the contrary, no matter where one turned one's head, Yin Wu was ever present, like a quiet, omnipresent moon. Yin Wu had become such an existence. At this moment, the spirit pressure created by the gods of Olympus, the gazes of countless transcendents that had been drawn to this direction, the weight of earth, which was the place where the Black King slumbered, all seemed to have disappeared. There was only Yin Wu. Aries knew the word that was used to refer to such an existence. Emperor. When Aries met the heavenly demon, when Aries ran into the bull demon king who had existed since time immemorial, and when Aries saw the martial king during the brief instance when he transcended, what Aries had felt at those times was oozing from Yin Wu. All the other Olympus gods felt the same. All of them forgot what they were doing and just stared blankly in awe at Yin Wu. What is this? What the hell is this? Hey, he's right in front of me, but I can't see him. What happened? He seems to be here in their arg. The Hellhound players were completely dominated by Yin Wu's changed presence. Their senses had been completely overwhelmed, putting them in states of mental confusion. With their pitiful levels of power, the players were trying to recognize Yin Wu's existence, so the players' souls had no other option but to fall into a state of confusion and duress. To them, Yin Wu could only be seen as an omniscient and omnipotent existence that existed everywhere they looked. 7th Step, Dragon Body Awakening. All powers released. Sky wings. Yin Wu spread his red and black wings. His wings slowly unfurled and started covering the entire sky. His wings spread across the sky and soon covered the entire Earth. All the people on Earth were startled by the sudden total solar eclipse, so they ran out and looked at the sky in astonishment. Yin Wu's extended cognitive domain left Earth and reached out to the outer universe, far beyond the distance of 14 billion light-years and the other cosmic groups beyond that. His cognitive domain passed through different dimensions and finally reached the otherworld, where the night resided. And in a moment, Yin Wu understood everything that was happening within the otherworld. He was able to read everything inside of himself. When the darkness had started to awaken, its fragments and subsequent chaos had spread all over the place. Yin Wu saw the gazes from countless existences and beings, their thoughts, the remaining vestiges, the countless actions that were currently being taken. Among these realizations, there was also a society of transcendents who were enjoying freedom after having barely escaped from the tower. Yin Wu could feel them screaming while looking up at the sky, but Yin Wu did not care to listen to them. These transcendents screamed due to astonishment or surprise after feeling Yin Wu's presence, but to the present Yin Wu, these gods and demons were no different from mortal creatures, much like the humans on Earth or the members of the one-horned tribe. These beings classified each other as transcendents or mortals and acted as if this delineation was something important, but from Yin Wu's point of view, all these transcendents and other beings were just ants living in a finite universe. He could no longer stoop down to the ridiculous level of competing amongst the transcendents to see who was stronger. Furthermore, Father, you've awakened. Just like the transcendents who noticed Yin Wu, the existences of the night also became aware of Yin Wu's existence, one by one. Among them, the resident of the border, the only existence that could confront Yin Wu, widened his eyes in surprise. However, not fully qualified as Father, but still is Father. But why is dream ongoing? The resident of the border was thoroughly confused as he faced the existence of Yin Wu. There seemed to be a mixture of questions whether he should recognize Yin Wu as the true Black King and why the dream had not yet concluded. Yin Wu let out a smirk. When he was a simple human, Yin Wu felt that the resident of the border was a lofty, faraway presence, someone that Yin Wu needed to defeat much later on. However, as Yin Wu became closer to becoming the Black King, Yin Wu now felt a familiarity with the resident of the border. Of course, that did not mean Yin Wu was lowering his guard. The resident of the border was the leader of the night on behalf of the long-slumbering Black King. And the resident of the border had not yet finished making a judgment on Yi and Wu. He was called a leader, but it was safe to say that, in terms of power and rank, the resident of the border was already a full-fledged emperor-level being. Yi and Wu quietly spoke out, "Open hollow corner bracket, I'll visit you soon, so wait until then." Of course, there was no reason for Yi and Wu to be wary of the resident of the border. Since the resident of the border had not fully assessed Yi and Wu's power level, there was no need for Yi and Wu to reveal any of his own weaknesses. Rather, at times like this, he was thinking of posturing as the Black King. The resident of the border did not respond for a long time after hearing Yi and Wu's words. The resident of the border could see a plethora of vestiges intertwined within Yi and Wu. He seemed to be going through some internal conflict as to how to accept Yi and Wu's statement. "All right, I shall wait." The resident of the border decided to take a step back. Since he had not had a chance to properly converse with Yi and Wu, he concluded that it would be enough to make a more certain decision later. Whoosh! The resident of the border's eyes slowly closed with a mournful cry. And, below the closing eyes, were the retreating figures of the night and the perplexed expressions of the day, who had been clashing against the night just a moment ago. Amongst the day, Yi and Wu could see Cha Jung-woo, who looked exactly the same. Open hollow corner bracket hung. Jung-woo looked confused as he suddenly met a pair of familiar yet unfamiliar eyes in an unexpected place. Smile. Yi and Wu let out a small laugh that only his brother could hear. He then spoke in draconic speech. Return. At that moment, the fragments of darkness scattered all over the earth and the entire universe began to wriggle. The temporary operating system, which had been put in place due to an error in the main system, has stopped operating. A new operating system has become operational. Comparative function has been restored. Calculation function has been restored. Judgment function has been restored. The normalization of the central information processing units has introduced new elements to information collection and interpretation. The network between the server and the client has been activated. The system has fully restarted. Executing the first command. Collecting all the fragments of darkness. All gates are being closed. All trials have stopped. All player support features shall be discontinued. In order for this dream to continue for a longer period, I need to gather all the darkness fragments that have been scattered throughout the universe. There was only one reason why Yi and Wu decided to delay his battle with Sage and return to this world. Although he was on a mission to find his brother's missing soul, Yi and Wu also wanted to clean up everything so that his brother and his family could live in peace after everything was said and done. With that in mind, Yi and Wu's priority was very simple. Gather all the darkness before it becomes unstable and acts unpredictably. Of course, he knew that this would cause another social shock for Earth's people, just like the chaos that ensued after the day of the beginning. Various intelligent beings, including Earthlings, perceived the gates in many ways. There were places where beings could not withstand a gate break and perished under the subsequent monster wave. On the other hand, there were also places where people overcame a gate break and tried to coexist. Moreover, there were even places where beings prospered anew through warfare. Earth was one of the few places where the latter was the case. Thus, it was clear that the industrial and political forces, who depended on the gates to justify and continue their pursuits, would be frustrated by the sudden disappearance of the gates once Yi and Wu gathered the fragmented darkness, even if the average citizen would welcome the development. However, Yi and Wu had no other option. No one knew that the fragments of darkness could never be truly utilized by ordinary intelligent beings. Rather, the darkness would eventually consume them. By destroying the framework of the world and blurring the laws and providence that had barely been established and naturalized after the creation of the universe, the darkness would slowly bring chaos once more. If that were to happen, the distinction between day and night would become blurred, and the boundary with the universe and the otherworld would also become blurred, causing everything to return to the dream. Essentially, everything would just flow towards complete chaos. Thus, Yi and Wu wanted to gather all the fragments of darkness. So, at this moment, in this place, Yi and Wu was not acting as human Cha Yi and Wu, but as Cha Yi and Wu's ego. Is. Yi and Wu ordered the darkness to return to their original places, and soon, the darkness started moving. Hey, what's this? The player's system is over. While staring blankly at Yi and Wu, the Hellhound players suddenly opened their eyes wide with surprise when they saw a message appear in the center of their retina. Their eyes had widened due to the message window's content. All player support has been suspended by order of the system's high administrator. The player system is shutting down. All applied blessings and protections are cancelled. Along with the message, SS's. No. The players expressed shock when they saw their shadows flickering uncontrollably. Since the day of the beginning, they had experienced many miracles and anomalies, but it was the first time they had seen their own shadows wildly dance. No, to be precise, the data connected to the shadows was shaking. All the magic effects that were given as rewards are placed onto artifacts, and the skills gained after clearing objectives in the gates were shaking. Whoosh. First, the Hellhound players' shadows were torn off and sucked into Yi and Wu. Starting from their SS's. All throughout Earth, on each planet and civilization, the shadows from different universes increasingly gathered together. The fragments of darkness that had scattered everywhere while Yi and Wu was asleep, every place that the system could reach, began to be recovered. The gates closed, and their trials stopped operating. Players in the dungeon were forcibly released outside, and all effects applied to them returned to Yi and Wu. Although it was not possible to recover the power that each god and demon gave to their apostles or the abilities that the players had personally learned and developed while training, the further acquisition or development of such skills and abilities were no longer possible. Those skill and ability trees had been firmly shut. Wow! Sesha stared blankly at Yi and Wu. It was a majestic scene to behold. All the shadows of the entire universe seemed to be flocking toward Yi and Wu. Moreover, using draconic eyes, Sesha was able to observe Yi and Wu's true body. The sight of a giant dragon standing endlessly tall and slowly swallowing the shadows made her heart pound. Yi and Wu was sucking in the numerous shadows that rushed in like tsunami waves while carrying the darkness. No one in the world could perform such a miracle. This was her uncle, so Sesha felt proud. On the other hand, the gods of Olympus and the players were all in a daze. Then, when the March of Shadows, which had occurred at a fierce speed, was all over. Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. There remained only deep silence. The moment seemed like it would last forever, as many people had gone blank and were in a dazed stupor. However, Sesha knew that all this happened in a matter of a few seconds. The second hand of Sesha's wristwatch had only moved a few ticks. For Yi and Wu to have done such an incredible thing in a matter of a few seconds illustrated just how great Yi and Wu was. While she continued observing Yi and Wu, Sesha could tell that her uncle, after retrieving all the things given to the players and beings by the system, seemed dissatisfied. She asked, "Uncle, what's wrong? I wasn't able to retrieve everything." Sesha's eyes grew into large circles. Even after Yi and Wu's almighty appearance and action, she couldn't believe that there were places where the darkness could not be retrieved. It seems like there are some people using tricks. For some reason, Sesha thought that Yi and Wu's eyes had sharply narrowed. It was as if Yi and Wu had met an enemy. His expression bordered on the cynical. In truth, Yi and Wu was thoroughly irritated. "You dare to play with darkness without my permission, huh?" Yi and Wu did not know if he should call them brave or just plain idiotic. They had suffered through the danger and fear of death when the tower collapsed. They had also realized the overpowering force of night through first-hand experience. Even after overcoming all those tribulations, Yi and Wu was surprised that these beings were still covetous of the darkness. Quite a few transcendent societies were trying to privatize the fragments of darkness and coveting the power of the Black King. However, in one way, their actions were quite natural. Gods and demons feared the Black King, but they were jealous of his power, so they coveted it. Though the gods and demons disdained the otherworld gods, it was probably quite natural for them to wish to obtain at least some of the Black King's powers. I wondered why so many eyes were looking at Earth after the tower's collapse. It was all because of this. As Yi and Wu gently raised his head, messages popped up in his mind one after another. "All the gods of Memphis are avoiding your gaze. The Godly Society, Dilman, whose members were observing you, all lower their heads at once. The Demonic Society, Jia sect, whose members were measuring you up just a moment ago, have all become thoroughly busy with some sudden, urgent matters." All these gods and demons were probably profusely sweating. Since Yi and Wu had awakened, they did not know what would happen to them. Haven't many of them already suffered under Yi and Wu's hands? The African Sahara, South American Andes, the Middle Eastern steppes, Antarctica, South Pacific. I couldn't retrieve the darkness from these areas. Do all these places share something in common? Yi and Wu momentarily sneered at the desperate gazes of the transcendents, ignored them all, and looked back at Sesha while asking his question aloud. Even in each universe, there were many places where the darkness was not retrieved, but on Earth, where the body of the Black King was sleeping, there were many more such places. 5 places in total. Sesha tilted her head and considered each place, then nodded heavily. The places you spoke of are the 5 magic regions. Magic regions? Yes. Sesha nodded and explained what the 5 magic regions were to Yin Wu, who was not yet familiar with the recently changed common sense and knowledge of Earth. The 5 magic regions when the day of the beginning brought destruction and disaster to Earth, and when human civilization was on the brink of extinction, the introduction and utilization of the system had given people hope and light. The 5 magic regions represented the forbidden areas that humanity was unable to bring back into its control, even with the system's help. The Sahara Desert itself had become a dungeon as the gate there was not properly managed, allowing a full-force gate break to occur. The Andes Mountains were taken over by Vimalasitra, who had swept away everything that caught his eye and had brought complete chaos onto the land. The Middle Eastern steppe area was home to a magic wind that could not be contained and resulted in numerous victims. Due to Antarctica's year-round blizzards and bleak landscape filled with icebergs and snowfields, no one knew exactly what was happening in that area. Numerous casualties arose in the South Pacific Archipelago region, but the exact reasons were unknown. Among these 5 regions, we know what happened in the Sahara and Andes. The Sahara situation happened because a gate wasn't properly managed, leading to a full-on gate break. The Andes has been made inaccessible due to Vimalasitra. Sesha explained calmly. However, for the remaining 3 regions, the exact reasons are still unknown. Whenever an investigation team is dispatched to those regions, they either disappear without a word or come back dead. Sesha let her words trail off. The players on Earth had a short history, so their limitations were clear. However, these standards did not fit Yin Wu. It was clear that there was probably something Yin Wu already noticed about each of the 5 regions. I guess I should have expected it. Just as Sesha expected, Yin Wu seemed to already know what was going on. They probably devoured or killed all of the people they saw. Yin Wu lightly clicked his tongue before narrowing his eyes. If they're coveting something that they shouldn't, I guess I'll need to correct that bad habit. It seemed that he would have to do some housekeeping on Earth before moving on to the other world. I guess I've let things go on too long without doing anything. Although Yin Wu was muttering to himself, his words would be terrifying to anyone else who heard them. Yin Wu looked back at Sesha. Sesha. Yes, uncle, I have work to do right now. Can I leave the rest to you? Sesha stared into Yin Wu's eyes for a moment without saying a word. She could see the firm belief in Yin Wu's eyes. Seeing this, Sesha had no choice but to laugh. What are you talking about? I'm only 16. If I thought of you as a child, I would not have asked. Sesha pouted her lips. Mom and Dad have to learn from you. They always treat me like a child. The only person I can trust is you. They trust you more than I do. They're just worried. With a bashful smile, Sesha responded, I'll try. I don't know if I'll do well. I just need to follow what you always do, right? Yin Wu momentarily flinched at the word, always, but he quietly nodded. As you please. Then, it shouldn't be difficult at all. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I need to finish something else first. Whoosh. Yin Wu left a few ambiguous words before disappearing. And the place he left for Sesha to handle. Sesha quickly turned her gaze towards the Hellhound members, who all flinched unconsciously. Sesha was smiling brightly like she had done when speaking with Yin Wu. However, though she looked the same as when she appeared in the media, her expression exuded a strangely ominous. Everyone, quote, unless you're dumb, you know where you stand, right? Quote. Have you all come to a decision? Of course, they did. The Hellhound members only had one choice. What the hell is going on? Why haven't there been any updates or reports from Hellhound? Joshua was getting increasingly nervous. Normally, he wouldn't have paid much attention if his subordinates were delayed in their reporting. This was because he knew that the Hellhound team had always succeeded in carrying out its mission, even if the members had to take on large losses or be on the verge of being wiped out. However, the situation now was a bit different. When he recalled what happened to him just a moment ago, Joshua could not help but feel his chest tighten. It had only been a few seconds, but the aura of a tremendous existence had swept past all the players on Earth. Moreover, there was a sudden, non-forecasted total solar eclipse, and the subsequent presence of an unfathomably powerful transcendent. The transcendence aura that swept past Joshua was much stronger than what he had ever felt from Athena. Then, when a message appeared to notify all the players that the system would be permanently shut down, Joshua's heart sank. The Joshua who always looked relaxed, who only showed a cold and cruel impression, was no longer present. Joshua intuitively knew that things were not turning out as he had initially planned. Moreover, my channel with goddess Athena has been completely cut off. The powers and abilities that Athena had bestowed on him had all disappeared, so Joshua could not understand how or why he had these critical tools taken away. He had been able to maintain his reputation as a hound dog because of those powers and abilities, but, without such blessings, Joshua could no longer be Joshua T. Bryan. The problems were not only restricted to Joshua. All the other players in the association had also undergone the same changes. Since they were overseeing the forced retention of Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon, the association players tried not to outwardly show their nervousness and sense of panic. Moreover, the association was quickly checking on what was going on. Did something change in their body? Was there some sort of abnormality in their artifacts? Was the system functioning properly? Internally, everyone was screaming at the sudden loss. They were no longer able to connect to the player system that had always protected them. Not only was it impossible to check the system and their personal status, but the blessings that they received from Olympus had also disappeared. Fortunately, many of the players still retained some level of their previous skills and powers, but they were still shocked by the complete silence of the system messages, which had become a natural existence in their minds and eyes. Since the day of the beginning, the system had become an essential and ever-present existence for the players. The association players knew that the reason for all these anomalies and changes had Saran, who they were hunting down, at the center. Your complexion doesn't look very good. Like a ghost, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon recognized the changed atmosphere and slightly laughed. With strained eyes that were becoming increasingly red, Joshua stared at Ji-hoon, who added, even though I don't know much about players, I can still pick up on things fairly well. Apparently, it seems like Kane no, Yi and Woo, seems to have done something. Ha ha ha. Joshua's face flushed as red as his two eyes. The moment Joshua was about to say something suddenly, the cell phone he had in his back pocket rang. Joshua's eyes slightly fluttered. The caller was his boss, the association's president. Yes, this is Joshua. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Huh, what do you mean? Your channel with Athena has been severed, right? Joshua was momentarily left speechless. Even if he wanted to buy some time and give excuses, it seemed that the president of the association already knew everything. There seemed to be a sense of deep remorse and sorrow in the president's voice. Just a moment ago, a divine message came down from Olympus. It seems that your arbitrary choices this time around have angered the gods greatly. For a moment, as if something hard had hit him on the back of his head, Joshua's mind flashed and started scrambling wildly. So, as the president of the association, I feel a great sense of guilt and responsibility for the arbitrary immoral act that you have committed. I have no choice but to hold you accountable. As soon as the president finished his message, Joshua's office doors flung open. These were the doors that Joshua had told his subordinates to never open without his permission. Hey, you can't go in. Stand back. Get out of our way. Otherwise, everyone will get hurt. Wearing completely different outfits from the agents who brought Brigadier Woo Ji-hoon up to the office, these agents forcibly cast aside those who stood in their way and approached Joshua with an overbearing attitude. It was the audit team within the association. Along with the president of the association, the audit team members were the only others who did not listen to Joshua's orders. Thus, obviously, these audit team members possessed individual abilities that Joshua could not ignore. President, you can't do this. This decision was also approved by you. What are you talking about? Didn't you tell me that you'd bring the untouchable? But to have raided the untouchable rather than ushering him to the association as an esteemed guest, I cannot fathom why or how you thought to treat another fellow Earthling and African front war hero in such a way. Quote! Joshua wanted to say something, anything, over the cell phone to continue the conversation, but his mind had turned completely blank after hearing the president's cold tone. Only one phrase passed Joshua's mind: once the rabbit is captured, the hunting hound is no longer needed. For the time being, you'll be cooling your head in a nice place with good, clean air. Since most of Joshua's acts were conducted in the shadows and under a veil of secrecy, little to no paperwork was left behind. In other words, there was no paper trail to justify any of his actions. In the end, Joshua was caught by the audit team and dragged out of his office. He struggled to get away from their clutches, but his channel with Athena had been severed, so he had reverted back to a state of, essentially, nothing. Thus, it was difficult for him to withstand the Audit team members' powers. I'm also facing a lot of uncertainty. My neck is on the line as well. A tiny sound emanated from the phone that Joshua had dropped, but no one heard it. Quote quote, quote quote, quote quote. The association employees who watched the purging of the association's second-in-command held their breaths for fear that they might incriminate themselves and fall into the same lot as Joshua. Thanks to this, Brigadier General Woo Ji-hoon, who had been an imprisoned pawn, expected himself to be released. However, Mr. Woo, I guess I can't take a day off today. As one of the audit team members approached him, Ji-hoon let out a resigned sigh. Yes, I am Woo Ji-hoon. You have to go somewhere with us. HMPF. It seems like I'm Mr. Popular today. Fine, under what authority and reason are you taking me this time? We will be going to the headquarters of the association. Assuming he had misheard that request, Ji-hoon made a perplexed expression. You need to come with us to Geneva, Switzerland, where the association's headquarters is located. Quote exclamation mark quote. Geneva, Switzerland, headquarters of the Awakened Player Association for Freedom, under the United Nations. Will this be enough? Albert, the president of the association, sighed as he put down the cell phone he had used to talk with Joshua. Sesha crossed her arms and nodded proudly. You're still a long way off from making up for all your mistakes, but let's finish it at this level for now. Thank you for understanding. And again, I'm really very sorry. Albert Demchenko bowed his head with a bitter smile. If others saw this scene, they would have been terribly surprised. Albert boasted an absolute and authoritative personality. It was widely recognized that Albert and Joshua had built an unrivaled empire on Earth. However, at this moment, Albert was bowing down to a child who was the age of his granddaughter. Moreover, the child was often utilized as the face of the association for public appeal and to maintain the association's power. Albert could not help but feel infuriated and belittled. However, Albert knew he could not act out against Sesha, especially because of the overwhelming existence who supported Sesha. An earthling who can control the system, does that even make sense? Albert could not imagine nor understand how this could be true, but what could he do now? It seemed to be a fact. At first, Albert was prepared to respond harshly when Sesha abruptly appeared at the association's front doors. Although Albert did not know how Sesha, who was supposed to be in Korea, was able to come to Geneva in such a short period of time, Albert knew that the visit was not regarding something that would benefit him or the association. If he was threatened, Albert thought of immediately detaining Sesha for treason. However, the association has become like this, so what can I do? Albert glanced out the window and sighed. The large yard and magnificent buildings of the association, which was always visible through his office's window, had been completely devastated and flattened. It was like a carpet bombing had flattened everything in sight. Thus, Albert only thought of accusing Sesha for a few seconds before he put that thought aside. When Sesha unleashed her magic powers from the sky, magic power bombardments crashed down onto the ground, and the headquarter buildings of the association had been flattened in an instant. The strange thing was that there were no casualties from her attack. In addition, the Hellhound team, who were now subservient to Sesha, immediately took over the main headquarters building, leaving Albert no other options. And in the meeting between Albert and Sesha, a few items were briefly explained. Olympus, which had been supporting the association, was now supporting someone else. Albert was also told who he had ticked off. When he heard everything, Albert thought he was going to go crazy. Moreover, since the player system was no longer operational, Albert was left with no other option. In the end, he declared complete surrender. He had lost complete power within the course of a day. Joshua had been kicked out of the organization entirely for these reasons. I have one more request. Yes, of course, Albert knew all too well that that request was now a command. The magic regions will be closing one after another in the near future. The magic regions. Albert's eyes widened at Sesha's unexpected words. Albert had faced a lot of criticism and pushback while establishing the association, but he had been able to persevere because his desire to correct the chaotic Earth's order was genuine. Therefore, the first thing he tried to do after accumulating power was to resolve the magic regions. However, Albert had consistently failed in this endeavor. The child in front of Albert, Sesha, was saying that the magic regions would be resolved as if it was something simple. Albert thought, well, if he can control and operate the system, he can do it. Doesn't that mean he surpasses even the existence of divine beings? Albert gave a bitter smile before saying, "You're asking me to prepare to minimize the chaos that may arise after the magic regions are resolved. Kane, since the identity of your uncle must also be kept secret, should I announce that the association dealt with the magic regions? I like that you're easy to communicate with." Sesha was stating that the association should take care of what was left behind by her extended family. Essentially, Albert would be cleaning up after Sesha and her family members' mess. Albert wanted to state this to Sesha, but he could not get the words out. Anyway, it was clear that the order of the earth would be more firmly established after this incident. The collapse of various industries due to the disappearance of the gates, the status of national projects such as research on new materials, and the sudden situation of dealing with numerous unemployed people, all this would be a big headache that would need to be resolved, but, as he had done before, Albert would find a way to resolve these matters. Once Sesha disappeared, which was as sudden as her appearance, Albert murmured to himself, "After all is said and done, I should step down from my position." He let out a deep sigh, as he could see a mountain of work rushing towards him. The Sahara Desert of Africa was a huge desert where hot winds mixed with sand to create the occasional raging whirlwind or wall of sand. Before the day of the beginning, animals and the minority people living in the Sahara mainly grouped around the oases scattered across the vast desert. However, now, only strange monsters that radiated heat through their skin and breathed fire through their mouths occupied the area. The Sahara region's already hot climate was compounded by the heat emitted by the monsters. The desert had turned into an atrocious environment with temperatures exceeding the high tens of degrees Celsius. In addition to this environmental difficulty, which made it difficult to properly deploy an attack squad, the fertility and multiplying power of the monsters were so great that it was virtually impossible to fully eradicate them. Of course, such limitations only applied to ordinary humans. "I guess I'm here." Yin Wu, who appeared from a void opening, glanced around the Sahara without breaking a sweat. He had already seen all the monsters when he had expanded his cognitive domain. Just looking at the monsters spewing out fire from all their orifices all over the place made Yin Wu annoyed. However, in Yin Wu's eyes, what truly existed was clearly visible. Draconic eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera. Philosopher's eye. Eyes of the heavens. Yin Wu could see that every monster in this place contained large and small fragments of darkness. Sesha explained that there was a gate break and that monsters poured out, but the reality is different. This is an ecosystem that someone deliberately created. Case in point, these monsters were all chimeras. They were the results of an experiment designed for a specific purpose. Yin Wu was going to deal with these first. He did not have to take any drastic action. He simply waved his hand in the air as if shooing a fly. Rumble. Brightly lit sword thunder strikes rained down from the sky as if to crush the ground. All the monsters in the desert were soon torn apart. Indra, a god of Deva, lets out a deep sigh at the sight of your sword thunder strikes. Nui, a god of Memphis, sighs after realizing that he can no longer approach your level of existence. Osiris deeply admires his master. Aishivadharva bows his head in admiration. The king of seven hells exclaims aloud in surprise after observing your conceptual interpretation of death. Cernunnos nods after observing your developed sword thunder strike. As Yin Wu began to quickly collect the fragments of darkness scattered throughout the universe, all the gods and demons began to watch his movements once again. Almost all the gods and demons looked on in fear, but no one was able to turn their eyes away. This was because they wanted to find out what Yin Wu's new purpose was after awakening. In the tower, Yin Wu's goal was to simply defeat Alpharon and climb the tower's floors. However, now that Yin Wu was outside the tower, no one knew his current intentions and goals. Most gods express interest in your new purpose. They are also wary of the return of Kronos. Most demons are on the lookout and wary that you'll lust to rule over the heavenly world like Lucifer many years ago. The two sides voiced two main concerns, Kronos and Lucifer. Kronos led the heyday of Olympus as a king of gods. At the peak of his powers, Kronos had dominated over half of the universe. At that time, it was said that great gods, supreme gods, and demon lords had to cautiously hold their breath in order not to be noticed by Kronos. In fact, though Zeus was the main figure who dragged Kronos down from power, Zeus had received tremendous support and assistance from a multitude of other societies. It was a similar case when Lucifer was around as well. However, in the end, Lucifer had all his wings clipped and fell from grace. Moreover, his soul had been split into 16 soul stones. Just the fact that most of the gods and demons had to join hands to defeat Lucifer exemplified just how great of a force Lucifer was. Although they acknowledged differences in class and status during normal times, the gods and demons would group together whenever an unrivaled being of power appeared. So, following precedent and this line of thinking, one would expect that Yi and Wu would have to face and contend against the same united front of gods and demons. In the recent past, when the heavenly world had been chaotic due to various developments, Yi and Wu had used passive methods to induce the heavenly societies to work against each other and not unite. In other words, Yi and Wu had been able to compartmentalize the heavenly world so that he did not have to directly confront them all together. Moreover, he had constantly created clashes amongst the heavenly societies, making it nearly impossible for the heavenly world to constantly focus its attention on him. During that time, by utilizing the dragons of death, the ghost giants, and Olympus, Yi and Wu was able to build a firm defensive wall that could not be easily overcome. And now, Yi and Wu had returned as the Black King's ego. To be more precise, Yi and Wu was not the Black King's shadow ego, but the Black King's true ego. This development left the gods and demons with no other choice but to become wary of Yi and Wu. Moreover, when Yi and Wu casually got rid of the otherworld gods, the gods and demons of the heavenly world had nearly lost their minds. Had Yi and Wu become so powerful that they could no longer resist even if they joined forces? If this were true, it meant that, if Yi and Wu decided to do something to them, the gods and demons of the heavenly world would have no way to stop him. If Yi and Wu wanted to unify all transcendence into one society and take over the heavenly world, there was nothing they could do about it. That was the reason why the gods and demons were afraid of Yi and Wu, yet, even so, they could not take their eyes off him. The gods and demons had no choice but to stop whatever they were doing, and keenly observe Yi and Wu's actions. Even with the gazes of many beings upon him, and fully aware of those gazes, Yi and Wu moved without hesitation. At this point, he knew that staying silent would be much more effective in controlling the observing gods and demons. It's not like I can freely speak about my thoughts and plans anyway. This was because his brother should never know of his plans. While having these thoughts, Yi and Wu's sword thunder strikes continued to burst with light. Sir Nunnos observes the sword thunder strikes carefully. Sir Nunnos wonders how the ruler of the Sahara magic region will react. Sir Nunnos, who was usually non-responsive and quiet, displayed an unusual number of messages. Rumble, sword thunder was a combination of the old skill, wave of fire, and volcanic hammer, or the 72 Bian. The unique characteristic of sword thunder was that its initial explosion would usher in a chain reaction of other explosions from the sparks that came from the initial strike. The lightning from the strike had the characteristic of spreading over a wider range as they seemingly pulled on each other, and the more the lightning did so, the more rapidly the destructive power within the lightning's range increased. Such was the sword thunder that Yi and Wu exhibited. The black and red lightning bolts spread like a spider's web and tore through the ground, air, and sky countless times. And because of the countless flashes of light, the satellites focused on Africa from outside the Earth's atmosphere briefly captured a scene wherein the entire continent of Africa was drenched in light. Of course, not long after that, the satellites were either swept away by the following magic field shockwave, were rendered useless, or crashed down onto Earth. Considering the size of the Sahara Desert, which was large enough to accommodate the entire continent of Europe, and if one included the surrounding areas affected by the magic region, more than half of Africa was covered by Yi and Wu's sword thunder. Yi and Wu thought, matter-of-factly, it's a bit hard to control my power output. He had reduced his power as much as possible when striking with sword thunder. He knew that if he was not careful, he would blow away the entire Earth, never mind the Sahara. By the time the sword thunder strikes and their successive effects, which seemed like they would go on forever, dissipated SS's. The numerous monsters that occupied the magic region, the colonies they constructed, and the various plant varieties which adapted to the darkness were all crushed and scattered. Naturally, none of the monsters were able to put up a resistance. It was a sudden disaster that wiped out and killed everything in sight. And then, whoosh, whoosh, is it here? Yi and Wu was standing in the middle of the Sahara Desert and looking down. There, he saw a flow of darkness that went deep inside the ground in a whirlpool pattern. It was the site of the S-Class Gate, a hill in the grassland, which was said to have turned the entire desert area of Africa into a magic region. Until a few hours ago, it was difficult to even pinpoint the location of the gate because it had been completely covered by the foreign plants and vegetation that grew across the region. However, once Yi and Wu's sword thunder cleared the area, the gate could be easily seen. However, utilizing Eye of the Heavens, Yi and Wu saw a drastically different scene. Someone was at the center of the swirling darkness, at the deepest part of the sandy desert where the whirlpool funneled into. It was the culprit who created this magic region. Cernunnos narrows his eyes and examines the ruler of the magic region. Like a fetus in a mother's womb, the being was curled up with closed eyes. "Come out," Yi and Wu called out in a low voice. Though embedded deep in the ground, Yi and Wu knew the being could hear his voice. He knew that the being had been focusing all his senses on him upon his appearance. No, to be more exact, it was from the moment Yi and Wu opened his eyes and awakened on Earth. The being had maintained its vigilance up to now. The being had judged Yi and Wu to be an enemy. However, Yi and Wu could only chuckle at the other's response. One could only call another an enemy when comparatively at similar power levels. "If you don't come out, SS's." Yi and Wu raised his right hand. Black and red lightning energy exploded from his index finger and wrapped around his arm. Although the size of the lightning was minuscule compared to the sword thunder strike that had swept through the Sahara Desert a moment earlier, this current lightning form was tightly condensed. It was a much stronger force of lightning. Depending on how Yi and Wu used it, it had the power to pierce the inner core of Earth. "Well, I guess I'll have to bring you out." Yi and Wu slammed his condensed lightning downward. Cernunnos clicks his tongue as if dissatisfied with the attitude of the magic region's ruler. Rumble. A huge pillar that seemed to connect the earth and the sky struck down upon the desert ground and created a huge explosion. The whirlwind broke down and the darkness evaporated at once. The sand liquefied from the tremendous heat and splashed tens of meters into the air. The being who had stayed silent since Yi and Wu's appearance jumped into the air at once. Arg. The being now had a half-collapsed face and body, and was full of violent divine power and unpolished darkness energy. Unable to utter divine speech, it seemed that the being possessed little to no reasoning ability. Like an animal, it seemed to only possess basic instincts. Cernunnos frowned strongly at the unsightly appearance of the magic region's ruler. Darken. Whoosh. Following Yi and Wu's draconic speech, the shadows that had been spinning in the desert stretched upward and covered the space where he and the ruler of the magic region were. "You have entered the instance dungeon, Sahara." The darkness effect is being applied. The world that appeared looked similar to the Sahara Desert seen from the outside, but it was a place where completely different laws of physics were applied. Dream. Based on the information analyzed by Yi and Wu of his surroundings, a reinterpreted illusory world was created by utilizing darkness. Naturally, it boasted the same characteristics as the gates and dungeons that had appeared countless times on Earth. However, there was a distinct difference. Rumble, 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 whoosh. Unlike the other dungeons that Yi and Wu had created unconsciously, this dungeon boasted absolute durability as it was intentionally built by Yi and Wu. In other words, Yi and Wu had created a type of prison for the being, imprisoning it from the outside world. Cernunnos turns his gaze away from the ruler of the magic region. Cernunnos shows a deep interest in the new illusory world dungeon you have built. Yi and Wu's sword thunder exploded once more. From the second extreme up to the fifth extreme, the successive sword thunder strikes, which would have incinerated everything on Earth into ash, tore the being into pieces. Arg. However, during this attack, the ruler of the magic region actively used his divine power to quickly repair and regenerate his torn body, reforming his talon-like nails and slashing them in the air. Whoosh. Each of the being's attacks was filled with darkness attributes. As the sword thunder strikes approached him, the being resisted quite vigorously, either allowing some attacks to come through and reforming his injured body or deflecting the strikes altogether. Open hollow corner bracket. I was wondering if someone notable would appear. "I guess it's you." Scythe, which had remained quiet until now, suddenly appeared in Yi and Wu's hand. Kronos looked on at the being with curiosity. "Do you know who that is?" Open hollow corner bracket. Of course I know. Kronos smirked. Open hollow corner bracket. He was a well-known being when he was young. His name is a bit difficult to pronounce, Tiwanaku if I recall correctly. He's very rough around the edges and pretty ferocious. Yi and Wu tilted his head. If Kronos remembered the being's name and said he was rough and ferocious, then it meant that the being in front of him must have been quite famous. Then, why and how did a person with such stature and a lot of faith become like this? The power the being exhibited was strong enough to deflect Yi and Wu's sword thunder strikes, but the being looked worse for wear and unlike any divine being. Kronos smirked as if he knew what Yi and Wu was thinking. "Well, he started getting on my nerves, so I gave him a bit of a beat down. I hadn't seen him around for a while. I guess he decided to hide on Earth." Yi and Wu lightly clicked his tongue. Though Kronos had used the expression, beat down, Yi and Wu knew that, considering Kronos' past personality, the being must have been seriously injured. Then, did he instinctively come to Earth to recover? He must have utilized the fragments of darkness to try and heal himself. Tiwanaku was not just absorbing fragments of darkness. He created a magic region and used the growing influence derived from the magic region to imprint his divine name on the entire Earth. In doing so, he must have been trying to attract faith. Reigning with fear was a very effective way to spread the name of a god. To mortals, fear meant awe, so fearing something also made the being an object of faith. It seemed like the being dreamed of revival by gradually expanding his magic region with the intent of gradually making the entire Earth his holy territory, allowing him to devour the remaining darkness on the planet. Open hollow corner bracket. Everyone has a nice little plan of their own. Boom. Scythe's blade clearly rang out. Open hollow corner bracket, that is, until they're beaten up. Even at his peak, Tiwanaku was not able to overcome Kronos. Furthermore, Tiwanaku had fallen to a decrepit physical state wherein he could not even stabilize and maintain his ego. Thus, with only a few fragments of darkness, could he be any match for Yi and Wu? It was clear that Tiwanaku would not even be able to handle Kronos, who had recovered most of the skills and abilities he enjoyed when he was alive. Hence, Yi and Wu did not feel the need to put in much effort to confront Tiwanaku, especially not as much as he gave when confronting Zeus. By simply flinging sword thunder strikes, Tiwanaku was being ripped into pieces. Tiwanaku kept regenerating, but he just continued to be torn apart due to Yi and Wu's lightning storm. I want to live. Tiwanaku looked at Yi and Wu with yearning eyes. However, splat, Yi and Wu relentlessly swung scythe and slashed Tiwanaku's spirit body down to its essence. The divine domain of death encroaches upon Tiwanaku. Power, Hades, spirit-eating sword, attempts to devour. Clack, clack, chomp, chomp, thick shadows appeared on the slashes where Yi and Wu's blade had passed. Soon, the shadows entirely covered Tiwanaku. When the jagged teeth devoured the last remains of the god's flesh, the instant's dungeon collapsed. And after the collapse, the Sahara Desert was once again revealed. Whoosh! At the same time, heavy rain poured down from the sky. The amount of rainfall was so great that the visibility was virtually nil. The sky had seemingly become black. The desert area, which did not see much rainfall anyway, became inundated by rain. It seemed that the rainfall had accumulated during the past 10 years, ever since the area became restricted as a magic region. Thanks to this, the surrounding air that had been heated by the sword thunder strikes quickly cooled down. Open hollow corner bracket. The magic region may be bad for humans, but the accumulation of natural resources that are released once the restrictions are lifted is significant. It seems that a completely different ecosystem will come about from this development. Since Kronos had repeated many past lives in various parts of the Earth for a long period of time, he recalled a couple of memories he had of the Sahara. So, it was natural that he wanted Earth, the Sahara in this case, to remain beautiful. Unlike Yi and Wu, who simply moved with the singular thought of recovering the fragments of darkness, Kronos yearned to keep his home planet beautiful. Alright, where to next? The Middle East. You have entered Urinum, the great holy territory of Olympus. Ah, how could that person appear so unannounced and cause me such suffering? Returning to the holy territory with the rest of the Olympus gods, Ares deeply sighed. Even though they had been sealed in the tower for a long time, their home, Urinum, which was still intact even after the passage of tens of thousands of years, was still as majestic as ever. However, the beauty and splendor of Urinum were currently not entering Ares' eyes. All of Olympus' gods had been shocked and surprised by the sudden return of their king, Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu had magically appeared without any warning. Moreover, considering that their society was almost destroyed due to the actions committed by their mortal apostles on Earth, the returning gods could not help but feel a sense of fright and nervousness. Open hollow corner bracket. Ha ha ha. At that time, Zeus, who had returned with Ares and the others, chuckled sinisterly. The eyes of all the gods automatically turned towards Zeus' direction. Each of the gods showed a different response. Zeus was a past king of gods that they had served at one point in the past, but for Zeus to have been put into such a wretched, unseemly condition, they could not help but feel a bit sorry. At Kronos' earnest request, Yi and Wu sent Zeus to Olympus. Although Zeus' body was broken down, Kronos requested that Zeus be with his other brothers. To think that the almighty Olympus would become subservient to a mere mortal dog. Even though his reservoir of divine power was running low, Zeus still maintained his divine speech. Though he lost his eyes and lost his dignity, Zeus was determined not to lose his lofty and prideful attitude as a god. Father. Ares had no choice but to look at Zeus with a complicated gaze. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes, son. Though I have lost my eyes and don't know where you are, I can clearly imagine what kind of expression you're probably making. Many of my other children must be present here as well. At those words, Apollo, Artemis, and Dionysus turned their heads away. Only Hermes and Hercules looked at Zeus with strange, curiosity-filled eyes. Open hollow corner bracket. I want to ask you all something. Are you all children born from me? Do you really think that living like this is right as a proudful god? Zeus looked around as if he had eyes. Athena, where is Athena, the child I cherished and loved the most? The child who was the first to bow her head to a mere mortal dog. How can she continue living knowing that her father is in this state? What is she thinking? Quote quote, quote quote, quote quote. No one offered up an answer. Hermes, who had remained silent, stepped forward to speak. Father. Open hollow corner bracket. Right, Hermes. The idiot who was the second of my offspring to bow his head down to a mere mortal dog. What excuse are you going to give this father of yours? From what I heard, you were the first to extend your hand to that mortal dog, the first to open Olympus doors to him, and the main god who persuaded the other foolish gods to join hands with close hollow corner bracket. The times have changed. Open hollow corner bracket. What? I'm saying that your glory days are over. Open hollow corner bracket. This bastard child. Zeus' skinny face became distorted. However, Hermes continued speaking in a calm tone. You're saying that it's beneath gods to become subservient to a mere mortal? No. That statement is wrong. Only those with bloodlines and power sit upon the throne. Ever since our great-grandfather, Uranus, united the various societies to form Olympus, hasn't it been our tradition that the strongest occupy the throne? Because Uranus was strong enough to wage war against Mother Earth, Uranus was able to establish Olympus and bring in numerous followers. Kronos was able to sit on the throne after winning successive civil wars against his brothers. The qualities and power that Kronos exhibited had been so outstanding that he was given the title King of Gods. In addition, Zeus, who brought Kronos down and sat upon the throne himself, was able to claim fame to this day due to his achievements. To be frank, Father, you lost out to the heavenly demon and allowed us all to become imprisoned in the tower. Then you collapsed after coming down with the heavenly demon disease, and in the end, you couldn't even contend against Vivaspot. Hermes, every word became sword strikes that slashed at Zeus' heart. On the other hand, our new king has freed us from our imprisonment in the tower, set us free, and has imbued us with power to now stand at the forefront of all transcendent beings. He's done what other king of gods had done in the past. Open hollow corner bracket. When comparing you and him, isn't it obvious where we stand? Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. That's our answer. At the time when Zeus fell into a deep sleep due to the heavenly demon disease, there was a great conflict between Zeus' generation and Hermes' generation within Olympus. The conflict was so great that it seemed likely that a civil war would break out between the two groups. While Zeus' generation cried to maintain stability and correct the precarious order of the world, Hermes' generation sought change, arguing that one had to lead by example in times of chaos. This conflict reached a climax when Hermes' generation wanted to commemorate Kronos, a past king of gods. After all, for Zeus' generation, Kronos was the symbolization of everything they were fighting against. Technically, you're my biological father, but as you know, the heavenly world isn't a place where power is shared amongst family members. Just as Zeus dragged Kronos down from the throne, Hermes was stating that it should not be unusual that he was placing Yi and Wu, not Zeus, upon the throne. Open hollow corner bracket. You. Zeus tried to shout something out of anger, but his voice was muffled by the blood that rose from his internal injuries. The damage Zeus suffered from his fight with Yi and Wu had not yet healed, so the tantrum he was now having further exacerbated his precarious physical state. He felt like his world was spinning round and round. When Zeus came to his senses. Have you regained your consciousness? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Zeus sneered. Ah, who is this? Isn't my ugly older brother? No. Poseidon laughed bitterly. If you say it out loud like that, there's nothing I can say as a retort. Open hollow corner bracket. Huh? Are you really Poseidon? Zeus made an exasperated expression. The Poseidon he remembered always boasted a vicious temper. Poseidon had always carried a strong sense of pride in being a god. In the past, Zeus had always conflicted with Poseidon on how to lead Olympus. Whether it's a god or a mortal, when one's power runs out, everyone becomes the same. Either one's personality softens or one never escapes from the past and disappears alone. After being rescued by Wu in Erebus, Poseidon had sneered at Wu and stated that he did not need his help, but in the end, it turned out that his sneer was his last opposition towards Wu. After that incident, Poseidon had been pushed into the society's backroom due to his diminished level of power and was treated like an elder of the society. At first, Poseidon lamented his situation. He detested Wu for putting him in that position and vowed to seek revenge against him. However, as time went on, Poseidon changed his mind. Poseidon reflected on his self-righteous personality and all the things he had been missing, all the things he was blind to at the time. He could see how hastily he had lived throughout his life and the many things he had ignored. Also, his thoughts regarding his father, Kronos, and his mother, Rhea, started to change. Maybe he and his parents were both just victims of these trying times. Thus, Poseidon decided that someday, if he were to ever meet Kronos again, he would share some heartfelt words with his father. Though Poseidon and Kronos would probably not be able to smooth out all their grudges, they would at least understand each other a bit more. Additionally, Poseidon also contemplated on whether to slowly assimilate into the world like the old elders of Olympus. Open hollow corner bracket. I heard you were imprisoned. I guess what I heard was right. You've become a tamed pet after leaving the confines of the tower. Zeus growled at Poseidon. Rather than saying that, wouldn't it be more proper to state that I made my choice? Open hollow corner bracket. Are the others around? They're all right next to me. Open hollow corner bracket. Ha ha ha. All right then, I see that you've all forgotten what Kronos had done to all of us. Rather than fight for our lives, you all have embraced close hollow corner bracket. In the midst of ranting, Zeus suddenly stopped speaking. Fine, if that's your choice, then so be it. A tamed pet can't return to the wild anyway. You've all become livestock, and you know what happens to livestock, they all get butchered and eaten. Feeling something strange, Poseidon frowned. What do you mean? Open hollow corner bracket. Well, how you interpret my words is up to you, right? Ha ha ha. Listening to Zeus' maniacal laughter, Poseidon continued to stare at Zeus quietly while suppressing an ominous fire that was burning from his chest. After resolving the Sahara Desert, Wu visited the Middle East steppes and the South Pacific, eliminating the rulers of each magic region. Like Tiwanaku, the beings were gods who had great ranks in the past but had fallen to a state of disrepair, so most of them coveted the fragments of darkness to try and relive their glory days. Each of them shouted out their names and muttered bizarre phrases like how they would become the masters of darkness. They had all become intoxicated by darkness and yearned for greater power. And whenever this situation occurred, Wu lightly cut them down and burned the magic region to bring an end to their hysteria. However, there was something that he felt while bringing down the three rulers of the magic regions. I think there's someone behind all this. Wu questioned whether the birth of the magic regions had simply been due to the greed of these old beings. The three magic regions had several things in common. The first is that the rulers of each region tried to attract faith by artificially creating a magic region and exerting a powerful influence on the Earth's natural environment. The second point was that each ruler did not end with just gathering the fragments of darkness, but also reached out to try and accumulate the vitality of Earth. Earth is where the heavenly demon forcibly put the Black King to sleep. In another dimension, one which mortal humans could not perceive, the tower was built for these beings to try and gather the vitality of Earth. This isn't something that was done just by chance. The magic regions were just camouflage. To be more precise, the magic region was probably a factory facility to increase the power of its owners. Something like this could not just be built. One or two may be a coincidence, but considering the location of the magic regions and the Earth's vitality located in each location, it was clear that the magic regions were an organized movement. It's like they're creating farms. I don't like it. Though Wu did not know who the culprits were, in any case, Wu was thinking of killing the people who were ruling over the magic regions first. However, Wu had a question. Were the rulers of the magic regions aware of the existence of a mastermind? Or were they just being used? If they were just being used, why did Vimalasitra become a ruler of a magic region? As soon as this thought crossed his mind. You have received a message from Vimalasitra. Message. You're finally here. Do you know how long I've been looking forward to you coming here? Welcome, my friend. Whoosh. Above Wu's head, just as Wu was about to step out of the void opening, a huge beam of light fell after traversing the vast sky. Vimalasitra had fired a sword strike. Open hollow corner bracket that crazy bastard. Is he planning on destroying the entire Earth? Even for Yi Wu, the oncoming attack was not something he could easily ignore, so Yi Wu thought about avoiding it for a moment, but, as Kronos screamed, the Earth would be ripped in half if he avoided the strike. So, Yi Wu raised scythe. Bam! At that moment, a huge shockwave spread out in all directions. As if a meteorite had fallen, a huge tsunami, tens of meters high, in the middle of the South Pacific spread out in all directions. Chapter 720 Complete Chaos 6. Currently. Ah. What is this? It's a tsunami. Run for your life. I can't escape. Yi Wu sensed an outpouring of cries from all around him. Feelings of fear and horror were inundating his senses. Not only had the sea violently fluctuated due to the resulting shockwave from their clash, but the atmosphere was also violently compressed and pushed outward over a wide area, causing a strong and violent gust of wind. In addition, the surface of the seabed had cracked. The sudden weather change had wreaked havoc. Nearby islands had been completely submerged due to a series of tsunamis. Towns and villages on or near the beachside were caught off guard, as homes were swept away, and people drowned without the opportunity to run away. In addition to Australia and New Zealand, numerous archipelagos in the South Pacific, the western coast of South America, Japan, and even the western shores of the United States were all affected. Though humanity had largely conquered Mother Nature with its ingenuity and intelligence, in the face of an unnatural disaster that boasted a power far beyond a normal natural disaster, humanity and its constructs would be rendered helpless and inevitably collapse. Save me. Though various voices clamored for help, Yi Wu focused on how he should evade Vimalacitra incoming attack. Regardless of whatever Yi Wu was thinking, Vimalacitra continued to pour out sword strikes. As Vimalacitra unleashed strike after strike, each successive strike became more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling that nothing good could come about by letting Vimalacitra continue his attacks, Yi Wu clenched his jaw in frustration. If it was just a one-on-one fight, Yi Wu would not have concerned himself too much. However, since Vimalacitra was sending out reckless attacks that would inevitably cause widespread damage to the surroundings, the longer the fight continued, the more damage that would be sustained on Earth. This was why Yi Wu had confined his opponents into his illusory world before fighting against them. Yi Wu used his divine power to find the weakness within each of Vimalacitra's strikes and nullify them with his sword. Each time Yi Wu did so, Vimalacitra's sword strikes shattered into pieces and became powerless. Step. Yi Wu jumped into the air. Then, as the space folded and unfolded, he appeared behind Vimalacitra. Less than Shukuchi greater than. Yi Wu had used one of Alpharon Vivaspot's signature skills. In fact, Yi Wu had made this skill completely his own. To be more precise, he was now able to use Shukuchi much more skillfully than Alpharon Vivaspot ever had. Vivaspot's legends were among the countless dreams that Yi Wu had relived. Yi Wu had lived and observed all the years Vivaspot had lived, the life Vivaspot had dreamed of, and the wishes Vivaspot had. Thus, Yi Wu's understanding of Vivaspot's signature skill, which was created with Vivaspot's underlying thoughts, goals, and endless training, also deepened. However, Vimalacitra did not show any signs of surprise and only shouted out a word of admiration. Vimalacitra soon turned his body in the opposite direction and raised his Shizu sword. Boom! When Vimalacitra's Shizu sword and Yi Wu's scythe collided, a larger shockwave spread out from the collision, a shockwave much larger than before. As the ground on which they stood upon was compressed downward, several tens of kilometers of earth was instantly blown away, and the lava flowing under the ground erupted upwards from the deep cracks in the crust. Whoosh! You're much more skilled in the use of that skill than the original user. Alpharon, I never really felt the need or desire to go against that individual. However, seeing you use Alpharon's skill, it feels completely different. Vimalacitra burst out into laughter and murmured to himself, you are definitely a friend that I acknowledge. Most demons watching the battle gulp with nervousness. A small number of demons rub their eyes after seeing Vimalacitra broadly smile and laugh. They are wondering if they saw something wrong. Everyone has shut their mouth after feeling the shockwaves of divine power and magic power reach the location of their respective societies. The Godly Society, less than Memphis greater than, expresses concern about the clash between the Black King's ego and Vimalacitra. The Godly Society, less than Dilmun greater than, remains silent. The Godly Society, less than Avesta greater than remains silent. The Godly Society, less than Chan sect greater than, is carefully examining the Black King's ego, who was once their ally. Even though Vimalasitra was eventually defeated by the heavenly demon and imprisoned in the tower, the demons thought that if there was one being strong enough to contend against Alpharaon Vivasvat, it would be Vimalasitra. Although Alpharaon Vivasvat's position as the tower's incarnation had allowed him to monopolize the faith and belief of all those who resided within the tower, from mortals to divine beings, many divine beings believed that Vimalasitra, who had fought in numerous battlefields and faced a seemingly uncountable number of strong foes throughout his lifetime, could overcome such limitations and defeat Alpharaon Vivasvat. As an Asura, Vimalasitra reflected a strong propensity to overcome oppression the more he received it. Among the 4 Asuras in the Jia sect, 3 had failed to contend against Alpharaon Vivasvat. However, many felt that the last Asura was the most powerful amongst the 4 and had the best chance to go up against Alpharaon Vivasvat. However, Vimalasitra had never once crossed paths with Alpharaon Vivasvat. In the first place, Vimalasitra never considered Alpharaon Vivasvat an enemy or even a worthy opponent. His reasoning was simple. In his eyes, Alpharaon Vivasvat was a being who was wholly dependent on the tower's system, so it was difficult for Vimalasitra to regard Alpharaon Vivasvat as a worthy adversary. Although Alpharaon Vivasvat did not neglect his training and created 7 signature skills, in Vimalasitra's eyes, Alpharaon Vivasvat was just a system-dependent being who only wanted to achieve a specific, personal interpretation of victory. So, Vimalasitra felt that it was self-demeaning to point his Shizu sword at Alpharaon Vivasvat. Furthermore, Alpharaon Vivasvat was someone who did not seek out a fight unless challenged, so there was no reason for the 2 to cross paths. However, in Vimalasitra's eyes, Yin Wu was completely different from Alpharaon Vivasvat. Didn't Yin Wu rise to his current level through constant fighting? Of course, though it was true that Yin Wu had used some shortcuts, one could not ignore the great achievements Yin Wu had accumulated. No, on the contrary, Yin Wu had exploited those shortcuts to become more powerful and achieve greater achievements. In the end, wasn't it Yin Wu who ultimately overcame and destroyed the tower, a feat that no one else was able to accomplish? From the moment Yin Wu toppled the tower and defied the Black King, Vimalasitra started appreciating Yin Wu for his greatness. Thus, Vimalasitra felt that Yin Wu was the only being in the world fit for him to clash swords with. Whoosh, 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 Vimalasitra continued to swing his Shizu sword without hesitation. There did not seem to be any specific skill or technique behind his attacks. On the surface, his movements seemed haphazard and rough. Yin Wu deflected Vimalasitra's attacks, nullified their power, and counterattacked. All the while, Yin Wu could not help but think that Vimalasitra's attacks were not easy to deal with. He's ignoring the concept of flaws. How can I describe this? It's not flawless, is it full of flaws? Or should it be regarded as a perfect solution to resolve flaws? All beings living in the world, regardless of if they were mortals or transcendents, all possessed a set of unique characteristics, or flaws. This was because no one could live fully assimilated to the natural laws of the world. However, by removing such unique characteristics, one by one would become closer to perfection, and the higher the level of one's soul, the total number of flaws one possessed would reduce. Only when an existence no longer possessed flaws or unique characteristics, could the existence be said to have transcended time-space and become an emperor-level being. For Yin Wu, the heavenly demon and Black King represented such beings. But, peculiarly, Vimalasitra was exhibiting too many flaws, more than even the average mortal. Rather, to be more precise, Vimalasitra was disregarding all his flaws. Ordinary beings were bound by their flaws, so if another could exploit those flaws, the ordinary beings would easily collapse. But Vimalasitra seemed to positively react to the exploitation of his flaws and respond with ever stronger attacks. Moreover, Vimalasitra's Shizu sword continued swinging with complete disregard to the restraints and limitations that his flaws should have exhibited on it. Rather, the haphazard movement of Shizu sword created an ever-increasing number of flaws. It almost seemed as though Vimalasitra, a being filled with flaws, was a singular existence that was far removed from the natural laws of the world. The moment he saw this, Yin Wu understood what kind of achievements and legends Vimalasitra had accumulated. Vimalasitra was an existence outside of the framework and limitations of the world. If Vimalasitra were to be bound by something, he would break that bondage. And if he were limited by some limitation, he would break through that limitation and eventually rise above it. Therefore, Vimalasitra possessed countless flaws, but, ignoring such flaws became his achievement. Such an existence had no choice but to ignore all the natural laws that applied to the world. Moreover, it would be difficult to interpret such an existence into the conventional categories of god, demon, or emperor. Thus, for this reason, Yi and Wu felt a little bit of pressure while dealing with Vimalasitra. Yi and Wu was not concerned about facing Vimalasitra. His own achievements were also based on fight. He had also fought while breaking free from existing frameworks and limitations. The problem for Yi and Wu was that the battlefield was Earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble boom. Bizarre geographical anomalies had occurred in succession. Due to their clash, terrain arose to create mountain ranges that had never previously existed, forests were forcibly flattened and brought on sudden desertification, and arid areas became wetlands from the sudden downpour of rainfall. Currently, the continent of South America had been split into dozens of separate pieces and had scattered into different directions. The sky gradually turned red as it was covered with gas and dust from the South American continent. In addition, the mantle underneath was starting to flow in a chaotic manner. If things continued like this, the Earth would inevitably crumble upon itself. Fortunately, Yi and Wu absorbed the majority of the shockwaves from Vimalasitra's attacks by pulling them into his dream, or he occasionally utilized his divine power to activate a cleaning effect to nullify Vimalasitra's attacks altogether. Thus, Yi and Wu had limited the impact of Vimalasitra's attacks. Still, even these efforts could not prevent the changes to the Earth's natural geography. Vimalasitra only saw the Earth as a battlefield to fight Yi and Wu, so he had no consideration for Earthlings or any other living being. Vimalasitra probably never even considered this as something to think about. He was singularly focused on fighting and enjoying his battle against Yi and Wu. Because of this, just like when he fought the other magic region rulers, Yi and Wu wanted to move the battle into his illusory world. Whoosh! Yi and Wu's shadow moved. Dozens of dark shadows rose from the ground and tried to embrace Vimalasitra. Slice. However, each time the shadows approached Vimalasitra, the shadows were cut down by the Shizu's sword. Yi and Wu's illusory world was destroyed before it could even be built, and since the illusory world could not be created in the first place, Yi and Wu could not imprison Vimalasitra. I'm sorry, but I want to clash with you with the full utilization of my powers. It's no fun if I have to wield my sword while locked up in a confined place, right? Yi and Wu frowned at Vimalasitra's response. The way Vimalasitra smiled and spoke, Vimalasitra seemed quite happy to see Yi and Wu squirming and feeling uncomfortable. Vimalasitra's response further illustrated how he considered this clash with Yi and Wu as a mere act of entertainment, a fun play. The problem for Yi and Wu was that the sword clashes that had occurred so far were nothing more than light swordplay. All gods watch the battle between the two beings with bated breath. All demons are filled with fear, yet they show a strong sense of curiosity about who will be the victor and loser of the fight. The fight between Yi and Wu and Vimalasitra was at such a high, shocking power level that the Transcendents were left virtually speechless. Of course, the impact was even greater for Earthlings. At that moment whoosh, the aura flowing around Vimalasitra suddenly changed. It seems we've spent enough time greeting each other, so we should start in earnest now, right? Vimalasitra's smile widened. The demonic society, less than a sect greater than realizes what Vimalasitra is preparing for and is in an uproar. The demonic society, less than Niflheim greater than strongly warns you to be careful. Magic power became tightly woven and condensed around Shizu's sword's blade. It appeared as if all the world's existing magic power was being pulled and compressed tightly around Vimalasitra's blade. The power and aura emanating from Shizu's sword made one's soul tremble just from looking at it, and it seemed to invite the onlooker to become absorbed into the sword's condensed magic. Less than black Gubatera greater than. Yi and Wu instantly recognized that it was the final version of the power that Vimalasitra had bestowed upon him. If left alone, even if Yi and Wu were to absorb the resulting shockwave in his dream, the attack would blow away the solar system, let alone Earth. Less than black Gubatera greater than. Yi and Wu confronted the attack with his own black Gubatera. His black Gubatera was created by reinterpreting and deconstructing his dream, just as Yi and Wu had done with Alpharon Vivaspat's Shukuchi. Boom, boom, boom. When the two huge storms of divine power were released, interlocked, clashed, and distorted, affecting the surrounding Earth's terrain at random, Yi and Wu focused his cognitive domain and quickly looked for something. He recalled the conversation he had with Sesha before coming here. Vimalasitra's magic region is different from the other magic regions. In what way? The other magic regions had their ecosystems completely changed so that humans could not access the region, but in Vimalasitra's region, Vimalasitra just reigned over a designated area. What does that mean? Vimalasitra unconditionally drew his sword against those who opposed him. This was the reason why all the armies in South America perished. However, he allowed those who put their faith in him to live within his magic region. Moreover, unlike the other magic regions, there was no monster wave in South America. In fact, Vimalasitra protected those in his magic region. Then, why was the area considered a magic region? Because an untouchable resided in the area. The association was also unable to deploy any forces in the region. What is it? Vimalasitra's behavior and actions are inconsistent with what I know and have experienced. As far as Yi and Wu could recall, Vimalasitra had no concept of protecting or governing anyone. Though Vimalasitra had the title of Asura king, it was not because he ruled over the race called Asura, but because he reigned as their apex existence. Vimalasitra was an existence that was never bound by anything or anyone. Like a wrecking ball, Vimalasitra crushed whatever existence he bumped into and brought chaos to whatever was in order. Vimalasitra's association with the Jia sect had simply been out of necessity. He was never forced to join. Thus, when he left the Jia sect, no one could apply any sanctions against him. For such an existence to not leave the continent and oversee the continued existence of a magic region, this should never have happened. Is there someone else behind all this? Is he being influenced? I'm not entirely sure, but I heard that a child, is sticking around next to Vimalasitra. A child, yes. It seems that he's trying to protect her. Among the eyewitnesses who escaped from South America, there seems to be a rumor that Vimalasitra is choosing not to leave South America because of that child. Yi and Wu had no idea why Vimalasitra was paying so much attention to a human girl. If what he heard was true, Yi and Wu could not ignore this critical piece of information. Thus, Yay. Master, I found her. Among the shadows that Yi and Wu scattered all over the place, Yi and Wu stretched his hand in the direction where Laplace had sent his message. A small girl was hiding quietly within a barrier. The girl's shadow squirmed before rising high into the air. Laplace maniacally laughed from within the girl's shadow. Chapter 721 Complete Chaos 7. Thank you for the meal. Within the young girl's shadow, Laplace was about to devour the girl with his jaws wide open. Laplace could feel an icy coolness run down his spine. Right behind him, Vimalasitra suddenly appeared and swung Shizu's sword at Laplace. Since the black Gubatera was condensed in its final form on the sword, if the black Gubatera exploded, Laplace's ego would be blown away into non-existence even if Laplace was residing within the relative safety of the shadows. Laplace could not understand why Vimalasitra was responding in such a manner. Right before clashing with Yi and Wu, Vimalasitra had suddenly changed his location. Laplace did not really care if he perished in this place since he was largely doing what he did for his own entertainment. However, that was not the case for Vimalasitra. Moreover, by taking such drastic action as attacking Laplace, Vimalasitra was leaving himself wide open to Yi and Wu's attack. Essentially, Vimalasitra was giving himself up. Vimalasitra did not seem to care about any of this. The only difference was in Vimalasitra's eyes. His eyes had been filled with glee and interest while fighting against Yi and Wu, but currently, another emotion was being exhibited: concern, fear of something happening, anger. Vimalasitra definitely considered this girl differently than all other beings. His emotion of concern for her was true. As a previous administrator, Laplace could not help but be surprised by Vimalasitra's weird, abnormal behavior. Vimalasitra, who never cared about anyone else, is concerned about this little girl. Hey, no matter how weird things get, isn't this just too much? While Laplace was having these thoughts, whoosh, Shizu's sword arrived atop Laplace's head. The powerful force of the strike seemed like it would rip apart Laplace in an instant. At that moment, Yi and Wu also swung scythe. Yi and Wu's own interpretation and manifestation of Black Gubatera flew out in the form of a sword thunder strike. The sword thunder strike crossed the curves and distortions of space to fall atop Vimalasitra's head. Laplace could sense that his death would be followed by Vimalasitra's death, who had shown his back to his enemy. At least I won't be going alone, Laplace playfully thought. Just when Laplace was about to smile, whoosh, Yi and Wu's sword thunder strike entered another curvature of space and distorted. The surrounding space seemed to bend and vibrate as the sword thunder strike that was heading for Vimalasitra's head appeared behind Laplace. With a flash of dark light, Yi and Wu's strike deflected Vimalasitra's strike. Boom! With a loud explosion, Laplace and Vimalasitra were both flung backward. At the same time, a column of light had pierced through the ground, through the mantle and core of the Earth, sticking out from the opposite side of the planet. Rumble. Earth shook as if it would crumble into pieces at any moment. From the shockwave of the clash, the entire atmosphere of Earth had been forcibly expelled into the solar system. The Earth no longer possessed a suitable environment for the survival of living beings. The entire sea had largely evaporated from the sudden burst of heat, and the rushing gas and magma shooting out from the newly created openings in the mantle caused the Earth's atmosphere to be filled with dangerous gases. Open corner bracket master. Did you save me? After tumbling on the ground, Laplace stopped, lifted up his head, and asked Yin-Wu a question. Though he had avoided the brunt of the shockwave, Laplace had still lost more than 70% of his spirit form. However, Laplace was able to retain his ego, so he looked upwards at Yin-Wu with a grateful, deeply moved expression. However, Yin-Wu, who had appeared in front of Laplace, shot towards Vimalasitra without offering any reply. Open corner bracket my master acts so cold all the time, but he's such a warm-hearted gentleman. Although Laplace smiled and joked around as he re-entered Yin-Wu's shadow, he quickly scanned the surroundings. He did not miss the fact that Yin-Wu seemed very angry with how the situation was unfolding. Yin-Wu had tried to lure Vimalasitra elsewhere, but Vimalasitra did not budge. Thanks to that, the Earth had reached a point where it could no longer sustain life. The only unaffected place was the barrier area where the young girl was enclosed. Sesha and the others, fortunately, had hidden within the ark. However, there was no helping the rest of humanity. Even the Earth's orbital axis had been affected. The Earth now followed a chaotic, dizzying orbit around the Sun. All the other planets in the solar system had their axes affected as well, so the natural orbits and order within the solar system had essentially broken down. Everything that Yin-Wu had done up to now with care and consideration was all in vain, so Yin-Wu could not help but feel frustrated and angry. Earth was Yin-Wu's hometown and the future home where his brother, once resurrected, would stay with his family. However, these were not the only reasons why Yin-Wu wanted to protect Earth. SS's. At that moment, from the evaporated seabed of the Pacific Ocean, a black substance started rising. It was a substance completely different from the fluid mantle or lava. It was as dark matter that wandered in space, shapeless like a shadow, and viscous like the emptiness. The substance rose in the air, creating a haze-like atmosphere, and gradually expanded in scope as separate parts started coming together. At some point, the substance spread out over Earth and then to the entire solar system. As it did so, the substance gradually took on a shape. The connection with the otherworld has been strengthened. Something that has been dormant on Earth for a long time is wriggling. Something that has been asleep for a long period of time on Earth awakens itself. Something that has been dormant on Earth for a long time foreshadows the apocalypse. The promised land is preparing to rise. The substance had the same shape as the darkness that Yin-Wu had seen before the tower's collapse. It was so huge and so vast that it took some time before Yin-Wu recognized the substance's proper shape. It was the Black King. The Black King slowly opens his eyes. Currently unconscious. Currently, there is no ego. Currently without a soul. The Black King is trying to find the parts he lacks. The Black King stares at his consciousness. The Black King observes his ego. The Black King silently watches his soul. The apocalypse is interrupted. The promised land is no longer manifesting. The good news was that the Black King only possessed a body. It could not move because it had no soul and ego. In the end, still, it was something that Yin-Wu did not want to bring out, so Yin-Wu frowned in frustration. Originally, the Black King had been sealed tightly at the bottom of the void by the heavenly demon and the day. And to add weight atop the sealed void, the heavenly demon had attracted and imprisoned gods and demons in the tower. And as if that was not enough, the heavenly demon had gathered heroes who were born with the propensity for transcendence from each universe and packed them into the tower as well. And that place where the void resided was Earth, precisely, another side of Earth. The reason why Earth overflowed with the legends of gods and demons was that Earth was the place where the Black King was sealed and the residence of the gods and demons. But now that the tower was gone, nothing was physically stopping the Black King from rising. Fortunately, Yin-Wu became a part of the Black King's ego and was forcibly putting the Black King to sleep in the form of suspending his dream, but this method was not foolproof. Moreover, apart from the ego, the Black King's body, specifically, Relia, was on Earth. Relia had formed an egg, but was forcibly put to rest on Earth once more when the tower collapsed. Hence, Yin-Wu wasn't surprised that Relia made an appearance. It was bound to happen at some point. Since he had not taken complete control of the Black King, Yi and Wu saw Relaya as just a component of the Black King. However, it was to obtain Relaya that the rulers of the magic realms sought control over their realms. The rulers had wanted to bring out Relaya from within the earth. Just like how the southern pole attracted the northern pole, Relaya, which lacked a soul, had no other choice but to mobilize to somehow find a soul. In the process, Relaya naturally moved toward the fragments of darkness. Essentially, the rulers of the magic realms were utilizing the fragments of darkness to bring out and connect with Relaya to be reborn as more powerful beings. As soon as Yi and Wu opened his eyes, he sensed that the fragments of darkness had scattered all over the universe and immediately tried to retrieve them. The reason why Yi and Wu went around the magic realms on Earth was also for this reason. Yi and Wu could not let anything get close to Relaya. The reason he had tried to maintain Earth was to prevent the awakening of Relaya. However, since Vimalasitra went all out, Relaya was forcibly awoken. The godly society, less than Chan sect greater than, enters a state of emergency. The society is cautiously observing Earth. The godly society, less than Memphis greater than, is at its highest alert state. The society is cautiously observing Earth. The demonic society, less than Niflheim greater than, is ready to dispatch troops at any time according to its leader's command. The society is cautiously observing Earth. All the gods are straightening their backs as they recall the moment when the tower collapsed. All demons are wary since they do not know how the Black King will react. Some beings are greedily looking at the Black King. Some beings are covetously looking at the fragments of darkness that have not yet been recovered. The Black King's ego looks at the beings who have just revealed their greed and those who have revealed their covetous eyes. The Black King's ego issues a brief warning to those greedy and covetous beings. The Black King's ego warns the societies affiliated with these beings that they may face total annihilation. The Black King's ego makes a list. Some of the beings who showed greed have backed down. Some of the beings who covetously looked at the fragments of darkness are running away and hiding. Yi and Wu quickly identified the location of the greedy and covetous gods and demons. He issued a brief warning before their useless thoughts grew. Although Yi and Wu prevented major strife, for the time being, he was certain that he did not completely erase their greed and covetousness. The Black King looks at his missing parts. The Black King's ego ignores the Black King's gaze. The Black King's ego stares at Vimalasitra with a reproachful gaze. What the hell are you trying to do? Yi and Wu growled as if he was going to tear Vimalasitra apart at any moment. He had no idea what Vimalasitra wanted or what his true intentions were. If Vimalasitra's only purpose was to fight, then they could have moved to a more suitable area to fight. If Vimalasitra was interested in Relaya, Vimalasitra could have just turned the world upside down before Yi and Wu's appearance. There was no need for Vimalasitra to take such a convoluted path to his ultimate objective. Additionally, with Relaya now out in the open, they would have to contend with other beings who coveted Relaya. They would not even be able to have a proper one-on-one battle anymore. It seemed as though all of Vimalasitra's actions were being done to show or prove something to someone. To show someone. When Yi and Wu's thoughts reached this point, his mind started racing and connecting the dots. Didn't I already tell you? I just wanted a proper fight. Vimalasitra let out a big laugh. The pure joy in his eyes was real. Yi and Wu finally understood. Vimalasitra sought a fight, but he was also conveying a message to Yi and Wu. This was a warning that there was someone else behind all this. Vimalasitra was warning Yi and Wu to be careful. Who the hell is it? Yi and Wu wondered why Vimalasitra was taking such a roundabout way to warn him. Why did Vimalasitra carry out such an elaborate performance like this? Wasn't Vimalasitra a naturally free being without a care in the world about others? Yi and Wu had already had his doubts about the possibility of someone being behind all these occurrences before clashing with Vimalasitra. He had considered if it was Yavilk or someone associated with him. Rumble. Vimalasitra smiled again and flew towards Yi and Wu's direction. Yi and Wu had to focus all his attention on fighting Vimalasitra. Seemingly satisfied that his message was properly conveyed to Yi and Wu, Vimalasitra re-engaged Yi and Wu. I can't let things continue like this. Yi and Wu tightened his grip around Scythe. He was determined to quickly end the fight. Vimalasitra did not seem to want a long, drawn-out fight either. Additionally, prolonging the fight would not further help Yi and Wu in figuring out who was observing him from afar. Moreover, Yi and Wu had to issue a warning to the figure behind the scenes. A warning that would convey that he would appear before the figure soon enough. Father. Open hollow corner bracket. All right. I wanted to fight with that guy a bit more, but seeing how things are progressing, it's probably disrespectful to that guy to drag this out any longer. Once Yi and Wu's thoughts and feelings were conveyed to Chronos Unity. Apart from being tied to the Black King, Yi and Wu felt his true personality become clearer. Furthermore, Yi and Wu felt his sense of independence become stronger. The black and red lightning bolts that formed on scythe became several layers thicker. It was the greatest sword thunder output that Yi and Wu could exert. 8 extremes of sword thunder, 8 extreme. All for one, great handprint. 3 sword strikes flashed out in an instant. Boom! A gigantic beam of light penetrated the great cosmic space before colliding on Vimalasitra. Whoosh! Scythe's second strike dug deep through the many flaws that surrounded Vimalasitra, ultimately slicing off the hand that held Shizu's sword. Slice! Scythe's third sword strike slashed diagonally from Vimalasitra's left arm into the right part of his chest. The spring of death revolves violently. The divine domain of death encroaches upon Vimalasitra. Mr. The sound of someone shouting came from behind Vimalasitra. Even though death was engulfing his spirit body, Vimalasitra glanced down at Scythe, which was stuck in his chest, and smiled. This doesn't seem to be a simple sword thunder strike, it seems to be a completely new skill. It's the great handprint. No, not that. Vivasvat's skill cannot affect me. I haven't come up with a name yet. Ah, it's something you obtained from the dream. It seems that I was the first to see it. Will you give me the honor of naming it? Yi and Wu quietly nodded. The black-red Gubatera. How is it? It shall be called so. Many of the concepts Yi and Wu had realized regarding this new skill had been inspired by Vimalasitra's fighting spirit, so he acknowledged that suggestion. Ha ha ha, with this, even if my body dies, I shall become immortal. As long as you are alive, my name will continue. Gods and demons died the moment their names disappeared. Conversely, as long as their name was passed on, faith would continue to flow. With that skill you just might be able to catch that figure. Leaving behind these ambiguous words. Bam! SS's. Vimalasitra exploded into powder, scattered, and disappeared. Chapter 722 Complete Chaos 8. Vimalasitra has crumbled into pieces. The crumbled pieces of Vimalaitra's legends are projecting images one after another. Between the scattering particles of Vimalasitra's crumbled spirit body, the legends Vimalasitra achieved over the years started to appear. The scenes of his legends appeared and disappeared one by one. Vimalasitra was born in the world of hell, at the very bottom of the 3 realms and 6 planes. And, even within hell, he was born in the bottommost rung of the 108 levels of hell. From the lowest point and humblest of beginnings, Vimalasitra had risen to become the Asura king. His legends started with his earlier life, which was filled with constant battles and wars. Then it moved on to the time he was trapped in the tower and then his time on Earth. All were recorded and played back. His end was also recorded. According to Vimalasitra's will, a part of Vimalasitra's legends will be replayed in full for the Black King's ego. After the tower collapsed, Vimalasitra went directly to Earth, unlike the other gods and demons who quickly returned to their homelands after being released from the restrictions of the tower. He had moved to Earth because he had no doubt that Yi and Wu would someday awaken. Though many heavenly societies were now interested in Earth, as they were interested in Relaya and the fragments of darkness, at the time the tower had just collapsed, many of those in the heavenly societies actively avoided Earth because it was the central location where the Black King would arise and where the knights ought to be. However, Vimalasitra did not care about these things. No, on the contrary, he was open to the idea of being attacked. He had never lost the will to fight. In his mind, every place was a battlefield. On Earth, Vimalasitra did not often reveal his divine powers or openly show himself to humans. He often went somewhere deep in the mountains or forests, where there were few people, and concentrated on self-cultivation. Thus, the Andes became his hiding place. During that time, a man came to see Vimalasitra. Strangely, at that time, Vimalasitra thought the face of the man who visited him seemed familiar, but upon later recollection, Vimalasitra could not recall any of the man's features, as if it had been shrouded in shadows. Back then, Vimalasitra recalled that the man gave him a positive impression. Other than that, nothing of note came to mind, neither what clothes the man wore nor the characteristics of his divine powers. Are you Vimalasitra? Yes, I'd like to hang out with you. Stop being a bother and go away. Vimalasitra had waved his hand to shoo away the stranger. After achieving his divine being status and powers, Vimalasitra only clashed with those who he deemed worthy. And each time he clashed, Vimalasitra had always been in top condition to battle with all his might. He was in the same frame of mind as he waited for Yanwu to awaken. The main reason Vimalasitra chose to go into hiding was to avoid being tangled in unnecessary clashes and to maintain his peak condition so that he could fight Yanwu as soon as he appeared. If necessary, Vimalasitra was willing to stay in one place for hundreds to thousands of years. Thus, when an unknown being, who Vimalasitra had never seen before, appeared and started a fight, Vimalasitra had no desire to cross swords. If his opponent was powerful, then a fight may allow Vimalasitra to sharpen his skills and powers, but if the man was not a worthy opponent, Vimalasitra felt that he would only be expending unnecessary energy. Therefore, his intention was to not get involved in a troublesome situation. Well, this will disrupt our plans. The man spoke as if there were other people besides himself. I've heard from others, so I know you're strong. The heavenly demon had worked hard to defeat you and get to where he is today, and even the bull demon king refrains from bragging about his strength in front of you, right? So, we think of you as a comrade who can understand and agree with our intentions. I've made myself clear. Scram, don't be that way. Why don't you just have a talk with us? Even if you don't want to, you might change your mind if you clash swords with us. What you just said, it seems like you're going to resort to force if I don't listen, am I right? Oh, did you interpret it that way? Well, I never meant it that way. There are some ruthless characters among us, but I'll try to persuade them to not act out as much as possible. Do you know what I hate most in the world? Oh, I guess you're open to having a conversation. What do you hate most in the world? Talkative people. Oh, whenever I come across talkative people, at that moment, Vimalasitra shot forward. I kill them all. Whoosh. Vimalasitra swung Shizu's sword violently with the intention of getting rid of the guy in front of him. Since Vimalasitra had struck with his full force, he expected his opponent's spirit body to be torn into pieces, as would be the case for most divine beings. However, the man easily blocked Vimalasitra's attack without much difficulty. I guess you're not just a guy with an overactive mouth. Oh no, I had no intention of wanting to fight like this, but I think it's good that it has come to this. Though the man initially gave a bitter smile, as if he was put in an awkward position, his expression soon conveyed a sense of interest. At that moment, Vimalasitra realized that the man in front of him probably walked a different path than him, but his inclinations were like Vimalasitra's. Through their brief clash, Vimalasitra was certain that the other man had also fought through countless battles and battlefields. He felt his opponent's fighting spirit. Thus, the clash between the two beings started in earnest. It was at that time that the Andes Mountains, where Vimalasitra had been hiding, became a magic region. Their battle had left almost nothing unscathed. Ha! To think I'd be defeated so easily. Whoosh! Facing an incoming barrage of attacks, Vimalasitra smirked with a sense of despair. The place where he had quietly stayed for several years became a wasteland, and with the destruction of several nearby cities, many people lost their lives. However, Vimalasitra did not concern himself with those things. Only one thought was in Vimalasitra's mind. Defeat. Total defeat. Even though they had only exchanged a few strikes, Vimalasitra was forced to lay his Shizu sword down. Moreover, Shizu's sword had received its fourth permanent scar. With two such divine beings clashing against each other, the earth should have been blown to smithereens. However, his opponent had minimized and offset Vimalasitra's attacks to the point where only the South American continent had been devastated. When was the last time Vimalasitra lost by such an overwhelming skill gap? Even when he was defeated by Indra, Vimalasitra had lost because he had fallen into a trap that was laid down by the members of Deva. Vimalasitra did not lose in terms of skill. When he was defeated by the heavenly demon, Vimalasitra had lost out in a one-on-one battle, but if he clashed with the heavenly demon now, Vimalasitra was certain that he would not lose in terms of ability. However, the man in front of him was different. You are definitely strong. Even if you're not as strong as us yet, you have nothing to worry about. You can still develop and shore up your weaknesses. What say you? I like you very much. Would you like to work with us? Vimalasitra rejected the offer. It was true that he felt momentarily terrified from the shock that such a strong being existed in the world. However, Vimalasitra did not want to be mixed up in his opponent's plans because he knew all too well that he would end up losing his independence if he associated himself with such an existence. Rather, the more Vimalasitra thought of the possible restrictions, the stronger his thoughts of wanting to break away from those restrictions with his own two hands. Well, if that's the case, I guess nothing can be done. The man gave a bitter smile and then fired a sword strike at the fallen Vimalasitra. The strike left a deep scar on Vimalasitra's spirit body. It was a wound unlike anything he had ever suffered in any of his previous, countless fights. The scar is a kind of reminder. It will haunt you forever. We will make you find the dream on Earth, and I will take that dream someday. Until then, I plan to prevent the owner of the dream from taking the dream. In essence, the man and the others associated with him were saying that they would make Vimalasitra a watchdog. It was not exactly known what the being was aiming for. However, like in the past when the great sage Sun Wukong was forcibly tied up to become a disciple of Xuanzang, the man's intention was to forcibly detain Vimalasitra on Earth in a similar fashion. Naturally, Vimalasitra was not the type to put up with such a condition. Thus, he resisted. However, Vimalasitra had suffered severe wounds from the fight, and the scar left on his spirit body bound him too strongly. In the end, even the great sage was never able to solve that scar. It'll probably take a lot of work and effort on your part to completely get rid of it. The scar was a cursed brand. After that meeting, Vimalasitra had to go through a lot of troublesome things. He had to slay countless humans. They had swarmed him stating something along the lines of seeking revenge for losing their homeland. Some of the swarming humans mentioned something about the association or government as well, but Vimalasitra did not care or listen to their words. Vimalasitra was annoyed that he had to fend off the countless waves of annoying flies rather than concentrate on his recovery. Moreover, noticing that Vimalasitra's condition was different from normal, many gods and demons came out of the woodwork to challenge Vimalasitra, so he needed to contend with these opponents as well. During that time, what are you? Vimalasitra met a girl. She was a scruffy, wide-eyed girl who appeared to be about 5 years old. She was so skinny that her bones could easily be seen from the surface of her skin. For a little over a year, because he had killed so many humans, there was no one around Vimalasitra anymore. He had been taking a breather when the strange young girl appeared. Though he did not know much about humans, Vimalasitra knew that a healthy young human girl should not be so skinny. Furthermore, there were no signs of any parental care. The fact that she was left alone in such a place meant that she was not in a good situation. When Vimalasitra was about to turn away from the girl, she cried out, "Mr. Aren't you hungry? What are you talking about? I'm hungry. Give me food." Even though Vimalasitra was shocked by the young girl's shameless attitude, as if she was confronting a debtor, Vimalasitra threw some emergency rations which he had taken off some dead humans to the girl. At the time, Vimalasitra did not understand why he had responded to the girl. Maybe it was because he was bored, or maybe it was because he was annoyed by the scar, which was slowly devouring his soul, and he needed to calm his heart a little. However, from then on, in a place of complete chaos, Vimalasitra and the girl's bizarre life together began. Most of the time, they spent their days chatting. One could say that the time they spent together was peaceful, or one could say it was boring. Looking back now, Vimalasitra felt comfort when he was with her. For him, who had been crazy about fighting all his life, he had never taken a rest. There was no place that offered him any sense of rest. Bound by the scar and forced to take on an unknown mission, while his heart was filled with impatience and anger, it was the girl, Cerita, who comforted him. The playback of Vimalasitra's legend is over. Yianwu slowly raised his head without uttering a word. Mister, please open your eyes. We're friends. How come you're leaving your friend? Don't go. Wah! Cerita slammed on the wall of the barrier while pouring out tears. No one knew what her story was, but one thing was for certain. She must have been happy during the brief time she spent together with Vimalasitra. The barrier was proof that Vimalasitra considered her as someone important as well. Yianwu's heart throbbed as he recalled his own emotions when the martial king perished. Additionally, was he a friend? Just as Vimalasitra was Cerita's most precious friend, Yianwu also felt that Vimalasitra had been one of his precious friends. Vimalasitra had silently supported Yianwu from the time he was a player, and when Yianwu attained his divine status, Yianwu thought Vimalasitra was just an expectant old geezer who was crazed about fighting and looking forward to clashing swords with Yianwu. It seemed that Vimalasitra was not such a simple, one-dimensional being. Maybe Vimalasitra saw a glimpse of his past self in Yianwu. In the end, Vimalasitra was satisfied in getting what he longed for, finishing his fight with Yianwu. Although the wound he suffered from the mysterious man had not completely healed, Vimalasitra was satisfied in having given his all, even if it was in a partially recuperated state. And when the result turned out to be his defeat, he wanted to convey and explain all the circumstances he had gone through to his friend, Yin Wu. However, Vimalasitra could not freely divulge all the facts due to his scar. Therefore, he deliberately wanted to have a match on Earth rather than in Yin Wu's illusory world. If the Earth were to be blown away, the things the mysterious man and his associates were trying to hide in the magic region would be exposed. Moreover, Vimalasitra would be able to show a part of his legends to Yin Wu. Thanks to this, Yin Wu was able to see and hear Vimalasitra's side of the story and learn about the mysterious existence and its intention behind the magic regions. The being behind the curtain wanted to obtain Relaya. In addition, Yin Wu was able to recognize the face hidden in the shadow, which Vimalasitra had forcibly forgotten to convey his partial legend. Father. Open hollow corner bracket. I have no idea. Why the hell is he there? Seeing everything that Yin Wu saw through their unity, Kronos was thoroughly confused and at a loss for words. Taking the dream. That's our goal. The face shrouded in shadows. It was a face that Yin Wu had seen in Kronos legends as well. Why is Oceanus? Oceanus. Kronos, elder brother and Uranus's eldest son. Oceanus was the one who defeated Vimalasitra. In other words, Oceanus was the one behind the magic regions, the being behind the curtain.